10 times a day. I can recite it, you press replay. Root for the lover in every scene. I watch the sun setting on the screen. What a mess, what loveliness. What lie, what lie. I watch that movie 10 times a day. I can recite it, you press replay. I look at pictures of real estate. I see the ad and I take a bait. I hear the neighbors sing love galore. I do a split on the kitchen floor. What a mess, what loveliness. What lie, what lie. I watch that movie 10 times a day. I can recite it, you press replay. If you get up, can you shut the light? That's the first star that I've seen all night. You told me you've never made a wish. I think I'll laugh till it makes me sick. What a mess, what loveliness. What lie, what lie. I watch that movie 10 times a day. I can recite it, you press replay. No, it's nothing to be sad about. It's just something I've been thinking about. No, it's nothing to be sad about. It's just something I've been thinking about. No, it's nothing to be sad about. It's just something I've been thinking about. It's true, I got a dirty mouth to you. Think about the things I do when it's judgment out and I never knew. It's true, I got a dirty mouth to you. Think about the things I do when it's judgment out and I never knew. I've been running backwards directions, hold my hand, accept my confession. I've been spinning in and out again. I've been running backwards directions, hold my hand, accept my confession. I've been spinning in and out again. Let me pull my hair back and put me on a better track. My lungs are full, a little burnt, but yours I know are much worse. Let me get my story straight, I'll find you in another place. The game is rigged, I want my prize, I guess I'll just take first place. I've been running backwards directions, hold my hand, accept my confession. I've been spinning in and out again. I've been running backwards directions, hold my hand, accept my confession.
go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome hither. Okay. Oh, I don't know why I feel a little dizzy. Like I can't clear. Cannot. I don't know. I'm tired of the discourse. Well, this will be it. No, it's not gonna be. Hopefully it won't be annoying like a lot of the discourse usually is. Ooh, it's the excitement of the 2027 Oscar season. Oh yeah, I'm so excited. That's why I feel this way. I saw one tweet already that was like, ooh, international festivals are probably kicking themselves. They're probably freaking out because so many of the films that won at the Oscars did not have a premiere at any of these festivals. And I was like, okay, what are we doing here with this kind of shit? I don't think that international film festivals should shape their programming around an award show. Like, that's really not the direction we want to be going in. Just like we don't want everything to be gambling, you know? It's like, okay. Thanks for adding that to the discourse. Farley, hi, TT. Hi. Here, T. Come here, T. Hi. He's like, I have a lot to say. What do you have to say? What's your favorite movie? What are you mad about? What are you mad about that didn't get a nomination? Or what are your takes on the fits? What was your favorite fit? Was it Emma Chamberlain and those yellow dishwashing gloves? Was that it? Anyway, hi everybody. How are we doing? How's everyone? Post-Oscar hangover. Oh, award season is over somewhat. Today is kind of usually the last big day of at least my feed being filled with Oscar stuff, and then they move on to films that are coming out this year. All right, I am, what time is it? 6:20? Jesus, I am going to be jumping on with famed fashion superstaress Sam. You know, when you think fashion, sandwich. Girl loves a comfortable hoodie. Where were the comfy hoodies on the red carpet? Dee, thank you for the bits. JK Lady, thank you for the 2 months. Matthew, thank you for 5 months. Mars, thank you for the 10 months. Allison, thank you for the 6 months. Olympi, thank you for 23 months. Negi Hama, thank you for the 17. Dylan, thank you for the tier 1. Permission, Caroline the Quan. Whatever that means, yes. The one battle discourse has been unbearable. Well, okay, here's what happens. All right. One battle won big last night. To the one battle fans, to the ones who said this was the best film of the year, y'all, like you got what you believe to be the correct course of action. But honestly, what happens now is people dig in their fucking heels and feel as if they have to defend something to the death. Just, I don't know. One battle, I think there is so much legitimate criticism there. I honestly feel like what I felt when I first saw that film is kind of where where I saw that a lot of the criticism ended up, I was like, okay, actually, I feel more justifiable in the criticism I had of that film. Felt kind of crazy when it first came out, but it's like, just, you know, just take the Oscar wins. I don't think this is a film that people need to die for. I just, and look, there are people who are going to be outright drinking the haterade in a way it's very clear they had their film lose, you know? It kind of turns into like, it just always kind of turns into that kind of thing. And it's like, man, there are a lot of amazing films, some of the best films of the year that weren't nominated, that didn't win anything, that really had no chance even going into the show. I will say it did have a top 3 scene of the year. Yeah, and I think that it had one of my for it not being a film that I really loved and that I was like pushing for in a lot of these categories, I still found things to appreciate about it, and certain awards that I was like, I'd be happy if it won this one. Anyway, my timeline's been so split. Every tweet I see about it is a different opinion. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, my timeline has been a lot of like okay. My timeline has been a lot of Club Chalamet comments, but way too many that are legitimizing her still, because it's not a good thing that Miss Club is moving on to stalking a new male celebrity. That's basically what's happening. People like, even Club C got the ick. I'm like, please don't talk about Club Chalamet's obsession as if it's anything to ever normalize. As if it's like not something harmful and deranged, okay? Like, ew, like, oh my God, when even Club Chalamet gets the ick on Timmy, I was like, no, man, it's that she's moving on to stalk and be really scary about a new male celebrity, which she's done in the past. Yes, The Cut made a whole article. And now for a check-in with Club Chalamet. Do you see what I mean by stans? Especially ones who are the most dangerous, the most harmful, having way too much power, way too much cultural power. Way too much cultural power. We are giving this to them. We are doing it by like having these mainstream legitimate publications write this kind of stuff. Chill. She didn't even actually move on. I mean, I don't think that should be a haha, Timmy Chalamet, suck it. Even Club Chalamet is over. Why are we normalizing her behavior at all? Farley left. Yeah, because he comes in and realizes, no, I'm over this shit. I'm over this. Toxic Waltz, thank you for the 3 months. Oh, sorry. I'm still kind of waiting for my brain to stop being so. Oof. Ah. My brain holes. Okay. Farley's done with the Club Chalamet discourse. Yeah. A couple things. Oh wait, no, he's back. Yeah, hi, we're talking about you. He's just doing a wellness check. Yeah, I think he's always concerned. A couple other things. I don't know if you guys saw people roasting Jake Shane and Quenlin Blackwell, who were the hosts of the Vanity Fair red carpet. Vanity Fair Oscar party is like, it's in some ways becoming even bigger than the Oscars itself. It's like the party. after the Oscars. And it's what I've been talking about, which is that there's this problem with journalists being bumped out of their careers. Once upon a time, you had people who were professionally trained and experienced, who were on these red carpets, who were conducting these interviews, who were in charge of facilitating these interactions at after parties. And it's not that, as we went over with that one clip of that entertainment journalist, it's not that you can't have people who come from a different pathway. There are people who are content creators who are known for being on the internet, you know, making their name there, who have the chops, who know what to do, who take it seriously. But what happens is that they hire influencers who treat something like a red carpet as like how they do their content, and they kind of rely heavily on their personalities and how they are like very zingy with viral things. And it then doesn't always translate when you are having a conversation with people about art. You know? Quine usually does a good job researching her guests on her cooking show. Yeah, I think she does a great job in the format that she's worked in. I think being on a red carpet, though, it's a totally different. It's just a totally different form. And I do feel for people who have done this for years. Like this has normally been their job, whether they go to the Oscars and report on the Oscars, and now they no longer have that because people like Jeff Bezos buy up major publications like Washington Post and then lay off pretty much the entire arts and culture department. This was a journalist, Jada Wan, who said about the Oscars last night that the Washington Post has 0 reporters, not a single reporter at the Oscars, because they laid off 90% of critics and all their movie reporters, including me, the person who used to cover the Oscars. And this is really devastating and awful that a lot of arts and culture journalism, a lot of arts and culture critics who are trained in these professions, have spent their years working in these fields, are being erased. Their jobs and their departments and just the art form that is cultural criticism is being wrecked by these new Gilded Age robber barons like Jeff Bezos. Here he is on the red carpet. Here he is with Lauren Sanchez, said the guy responsible for decimating art and culture journalism at WAPO on the carpet of one of the most lauded events in the industry. There's something that is so grotesque about that when you think about that it's like, this is a prime example of how these billionaires position themselves at the forefront of culture because they have so much power. They have so much wealth and power that they buy up these institutions and they destroy them because that's what they do. That is what they do. And then here they are right in the middle of one of the biggest events, one of the biggest nights of the industry, you know, the premiere night for film awards, for a show that is supposed to honor art. They are killing art. These billionaires have so much power that they destroy these institutions. Yeah, and so I was thinking about that. I was thinking about these journalists who, after years of going to school and cutting their teeth and working in this profession that is being slashed by people like Jeff Bezos, who does not give a fuck. These people are anti-art. They are anti-human. They're anti-everything that is not their own obsequious lifestyles of people thinking that they have value just by their ability to buy up whatever they want. You know, it's like Jeff Bezos, who last year it was reported on could potentially be buying Vanity Fair. And we saw what happened. I mean, we've seen what happened with like Teen Vogue, or sorry, not Vanity Fair, Vogue. We saw what happened with Teen Vogue. Trump renaming the Kennedy Center after himself, wanting to be the person who's handing out awards or who's denying them, forcing themselves into these cultural spaces by simply just buying up and owning the world. That's why this is the new Gilded Age. The robber barons were the opposite of the Epstein class. The robber barons knew that trickling a bit down to the public protected their position, so they donated to the arts and culture. Right, but this is the new Gilded Age that are these these technocratic fascists. This new world of the elites. It's like Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez's wedding, where she had 27 outfits. How the amount of money that they flashed, how there were so many of the rich and famous hanging out with each other at their nuptials. So it's like you have that, and then I see the way that influencers are moving into this world, and sometimes they show they belong there, and sometimes they show that they don't. And they are basically taking what was once a role held by true professionals who had really, this was their life's work. This is what they do. And it culminates in the biggest night in the film industry, which is the Oscars. And so having like less and less journalists who are reporting on this stuff, and then the ones who are there focusing so much on like what's viral and trendy. I'm like, what are you doing talking about Club Chalamet? What is, or what was it? New York Magazine that had that Misty Copeland title of their piece, like clearly clickbaity, clearly trying to continue tapping into this exhausted, stupid fucking discourse where it's like, this is not even about how remarkable this performance was. And Misty Copeland there was already a plan for her to perform, to be one of the performers at the I Lied to You performance at the Oscars. Misty Copeland comes out of retirement to put Timothée Chalamet in his place during a live Sinners performance at the #Oscars. Did you see Misty's comments? Was it about this? Yosan, thank you for the 14 months. Toxic Waltz, thank you for the 3 months. Jeannie, thank you for the bits. Anyway, so it's just like so much happening here. So much happening here that feels like we're just continuing in wrong directions.
Scored.
Hello, my
hello. Did you see my text?
No.
Oh, well, I just texted you.
I'm just now.
It just says
down.
I'm ready, and you're here already, so that's fine.
Wow. Okay, you don't have to wait too long for me.
Did you ever play Guitar Hero?
Yes, I did.
I didn't
Why?
have anything to follow up with that. We were just talking about Guitar Hero.
Oh,
And
Okay.
the song, the track list was great.
let me ask you a question.
Yep.
As someone who didn't see any of the Best Picture nominees, which one were you rooting for just based on vibes? Just like,
Sinners.
okay. So were you
Good or bad answer?
furious last night? Were you so pissed?
Yes. So mad.
Yeah, but I'm sure it felt better when you saw La Roche's attempt at doing Tiana Taylor's hair on the red carpet.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's
You're
what
like,
I was
I
going to
see you.
say.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, I know you have things to do, so let's
yeah.
get it. Let's.
I mean,
get
we can
into it.
take a bit. We don't really necessarily need to like go fast, but I just wanted to get started.
Yeah, I
'Cause
was
I
just.
know me, and
Oh,
I know
yes.
you, and
Oh, well, I don't know me,
No.
so it's nice that somebody does.
yeah.
Um,
What website is the website now to look? Because
I think
a lot
probably
of them got
Vanity.
paywalled.
I think probably Vanity Fairs. You just
Vanity
archive that
Fairs.
shit. Vanity Fair.
Red carpet.
Vanity Fair red carpet. Do you have any off the top of your head that you're like, I saw this and I'll look at this Misty Copeland thing afterwards.
The one that you sent me, which is hard for my heart, but Emma Chamberlain really dropped the ball. I
yeah.
will say, bless her heart, I'm a fan. However, her red carpet fashion, not so good. Not so
She
good.
always kind of does some
does some
bizarre
weird shit.
things. She does some bizarre moves.
Is this is the Vanity Fair one you're looking at got Michael B. Jordan at the top of it?
Yes.
the first picture? Okay,
Yes.
Just want to make sure we're looking at the same one.
Okay.
This
let me
one
just
got
make
this one looks like it's got a
sure.
bunch of them.
Yep.
Michael B. Jordan.
Okay, hold on a sec. I don't know if this fit will be on there, but I'm going to send this to you in Discord. This was one of my faves of the night. It's the it was the costume designer for Marty Supreme, who was wearing this vintage Christian Dior dress, and it's so cool. I'm sending this to you right now in case she's not on the list.
Ooh, that is nice.
Isn't this
Let's take a peek.
gorgeous? I love it.
Ooh.
And oftentimes I feel like lately when I see people wearing these vintage dresses,
Oh, it
especially ones
scares
off
me.
the runway, it's usually people who I go, yeah, that's not working.
Yeah, or it's a Kardashian, and I'm like, don't touch
Yeah,
it. Don't
well, that's
touch
what-
it.
yeah.
Put it back in a case.
Yeah, I mean, this is such a beautiful vintage piece.
Also, the makeup was done really nicely
Yeah.
retro, like modern retro.
cool.
Like the hair and the makeup both look
Mhm.
nicely modern retro.
Miyako Bellizzi.
Yeah, that's good. So that was she did what?
She was the costume designer for Marty Supreme.
And how was the costume in Marty Supreme?
I mean, I had Frankenstein as my pick for costume design because that was just. I mean, you look
Yeah,
at
I
the
didn't see
costumes
it.
for Frankenstein are so pretty.
I was going to see it.
Which of the films? What did you see?
I
just
saw
to-
Sinners.
Okay. So you did see.
Yep.
You did see one of the big ones.
I did see one
Did
of the big
you
ones.
see? Didn't you see Train Dreams? Haven't you talked about that?
I
Film?
did see Train Dreams.
Okay, 'cause you've talked about the film
Train
multiple
Dreams and Begonia.
Okay, you saw Begonia.
I loved Begonia.
Okay. Sam has not seen Surat. No.
Train Dreams, I thought was a beautiful film that the story did nothing for me.
Yeah.
But I thought that there was a lot of really stunning shots, and being from the Pacific Northwest, it did
Did you feel at home?
I
Did you
felt
feel like
it
you wanted to
felt-
climb up a tree?
Yeah, I wanted to climb up a tree. I was
Mhm.
just like, oh, look at that. That's a tree. I know that one. I don't know. I think that it resonated with me just a little bit more because it felt like home, but that only can do so much.
Yeah. Well,
I also grew up in a log cabin.
you did. You
Uh-huh.
have
So-
that experience.
Yep.
A Okay, I
but
have
the rest
this.
of it was non-relatable to me.
I have this pulled up.
Me after I go to the bathroom and I put my pants back on.
You always have a freaking line, don't you?
I really
You
got
always
I got
got
one
a
in the
line.
chamber.
Yep.
Thanks.
One in the Chamberlain.
Yep.
Rose, thank you. S6, thank you for far. Thanks so
I
much.
went to the Emma Chamberlain coffee spot and it was okay.
Yeah. Wait, was that the first time you've had her coffee?
Yeah.
Oh, did you feel
I have a
sad?
mocha and I feel like a mocha is less about the coffee and more about everything else that goes in it. So I don't
Yeah.
really think that you can
Yeah.
fuck up a mocha with bad coffee, but I've heard the coffee itself is not great.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan, but
But hey, lover
hey.
vlogs.
Yep. Okay, so let's do this.
Let's freaking do this.
Starting with Michael B. Jordan, Oscar winner Michael B. Jordan. He joins a small group of Black men who have won the Best Actor Oscar. He's now the 6th to win. Can you name one other? Don't look it up. Don't look at chat.
Of the winners?
There are 6 Black men who have won Best Actor in a leading role.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You know one.
I don't want to spoil it. Spoilers.
Oh, you don't want to spoil?
in chat.
Okay,
Yeah,
I will give you a hint. Keep
Okay.
my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Surely Chris Rock, right?
Oh, Chris Rock was the one who said, keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth, and then slapped himself on stage.
I'm joking. I'm joking. What was Will Smith in?
King Richard. Wait, don't you remember how crazy it was? The slap happened and then he won his Oscar.
What
And then
year was that?
This was 2021? 2022? It was
time is moving so
2022 because the film came out in 2021. And I remember I was on my friend's bachelorette weekend in Mexico when the slap happened, and we were all crowded around my phone.
Wow.
We were all crowded around my phone seeing the news.
I remember
come in.
it, but I don't remember where I was.
Do you remember
It's,
Judd Apatow saying he could have killed him?
No.
Tweeting that? Oh, God. Oh, my God. We quote this all the time. We quote this all the time here. Judd Apatow, there were a lot of people who had the stupidest takes in the world, of course. Judd Apatow's was one of the stupidest. And he said about Will Smith, let me pull up the whole, if you just Google, he could have killed him. This is how notorious this is. So he ended up deleting
meme.
deleting the tweet.
Okay. Yeah, no, I see it. I see it.
He said he could have killed him. That's pure.
I thought that Judd Apatow tweeted that he could have killed him for doing that. I didn't realize that he said
talking about
he
Will
could have killed him
Smith.
like Will Smith could have killed him.
Yeah, Will Smith could have killed Chris Rock by slapping him on stage.
I thought Judd Apatow was going to get revenge on Will Smith.
I mean, that
And I
was
was like,
probably
wow.
the next tweet that he had.
He's like, I revenge.
Yeah, and anyway, so Will Smith is banned from the Oscars for 10 years. but
Really?
yeah, it's cool if you're like a pedophile or abuser,
Right.
you're
You can
not
go.
banned for 10 years. Yeah.
No.
You have a spot waiting for you.
But God forbid a guy square up and then he gets kicked out.
He could have killed him, Sam.
He could have killed him.
He could
No,
have
you're
killed.
right.
Now you're gonna say this all the time
Mark Wahlberg could have
about like
saved
the
it.
exactly.
He could have prevented it from happening.
There's gonna be like something that very clearly is not a life or death situation. You're gonna say he could have killed him.
He could have killed him.
That is out of control rage and violence.
It's going to be
pure out
like
of
somebody
control rage
accidentally
and
knocks a cup out of your hand and I'm going to be like, you could have
You
killed
could
her.
have killed her.
Farley barks too loud. He could have
Mm-hmm.
killed her. Yeah, that's good.
So anyway, there's.
How do you feel about a brown suit?
I think sometimes I like it.
Well, I feel like a brown suit also kind of is like an homage to the cut of the suit kind of feels like an homage to like the time period
to
of Simmons a little bit.
to the film.
Yeah. Yeah?
Yeah, well,
Am I reaching?
let me look up a little Michael B. Jordan outfit Oscars.
What's it?
So he's wearing
we're looking at the
custom-
vanityfair.com
I
website.
know. He's wearing custom Louis Vuitton, and he's got that pant chain. Apparently,
He's got that pant change.
I don't know if you can see it, but apparently,
Oh,
wait,
the
hold on.
chain.
They fused elements of Chinese hair. Oh wait, no, this is his after party look. Hold on. No, see,
Oh,
this
the
is
after party
no,
looks sometimes
See, this
are
is
a vibe.
complicated. He was not. I was like, he wasn't wearing this when he won. I like his outfit better. What he wore to the show. You can definitely. I was like, Chinese heritage.
Michael.
These are. This
the
was the
Jordan
This was the outfit change. Here, I'll
Oscar
show you guys.
outfit.
See, this
Oh
is what he
yeah, what
had.
the freaking heck? What is this freaking outfit that he's wearing in the thing that I have up?
See, there's the chain.
Yeah. Look at
Yes,
him.
he did
And
this
then didn't
to
he go
he did this to honor
In-N-Out
Mao
afterwards?
Zedong. What?
Didn't he go to In-N-Out afterwards?
Yeah, that's a tradition though.
Oh.
That's what a lot of
We should go there.
lot of because we've won Oscars, or just because
Well, maybe we go there first and then they give us an Oscar after.
we're like, hey, I heard this is where we go to get Oscars. Okay,
Yeah, there's one left on the table.
Wait,
Be like,
do
did
you
anybody
want
leave anything
to-
here in Lost and Found?
Do you want to go through the Vanity Fair one, or do you want to go through the actual Oscar carpet one? I don't care.
Yeah, I don't know. Whichever one is the best. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I just want to be on the same one so we have the same
here,
shit.
let me link you this one.
Okay.
That is well, we'll see how much time we have, because
Okay, so this one starts with Kate Hudson.
this one starts with Kate Hudson, who I really loved this look.
Yeah, let me close all.
I don't always love
fucking-
peplum, but I think this is really pretty, and I love the color. She's got
Mhm. I do like this one a lot.
Classic Hollywood.
Mhm. It's giving the outfit's giving Brittany Snow. I don't know how to describe it.
Like, you think she just looks like Britney Snow?
Yes, a little bit. And
Oh.
This is like a color that she would wear. Her dress looks like one of those like antique vases that kind of have like they look like they've been shattered but on purpose. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Where you
I
could
do like
maybe
that.
find one in an antique store. Like, if you if you really hunt, if you're really one of those people who goes, like my mother does, and then she'll text you a picture and be like, I just found this antique vase that retails for $10,000 and I got it for 75, smiley face.
The stream you did with your mom where she was giving the house
Yes.
tour of all of the antiques with a glass of wine. I was like, damn.
That
should do that in my
she
house.
texts me constantly, finds of hers.
Like, this is a plant that I bought off Amazon. It's not real. It's dated 2026. And it's, again, fake. This is a carpet that I got from a garage sale.
And you
That's
know
it.
what? People wish that their place looked like yours.
Yeah.
Sam is a huge fan of Song Sung Blue. Probably the film's biggest soldier.
Yeah.
She was
gonna
really
say that.
out there. She was really out there decrying the
was
fact that it was
in
not
the
nominated for Best Picture.
studio cheering them on
Mm-hmm.
when they were making it.
Holy shit, she's wearing 41 carats of rare green diamonds from Garati worth $35 million. Oh,
What?
that's it?
They return those after, right?
Is it like the scene in How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days where she walks out and she has the diamonds on because she's in a fight with Matthew McConaughey?
Did you ever see that part of the animated movie Robin Hood when he goes to kiss the hands of
Yeah.
the king and he goes
And then he Yep.
Sometimes I think about doing that.
Frost yourself. Okay, moving on to Tiana Taylor. So I was kind of torn on this because if you zoom in, I felt like the
Hold on,
top
I need
hat
to
looked
click on
or
the
t-
link again because I lost it.
the top half, I don't know. She is such a gorge woman and she looks good in everything. I just think she's had better fits.
I don't think that the top half does anything for the bottom half.
Yeah, I just seeing her other fits on the carpets this year. This was one where I was like, I don't know if this is my favorite, but
I
she's
think if the sleeves of this one had a little bit of the fluff that the bottom has, just to kind of hang over the shoulders, that would bring it together a little bit. Because it just feels like a little bit bottom heavy, and then the top is just like a spaghetti strap. Like anything
yeah,
that just looks like a spaghetti strap to me, I don't fuck with it.
yeah, and
Makeup
but
slang though.
you know
And
what
she's
though?
ripped.
She can wear anything.
One punch, you're dead. That's
Wait,
what
did
my
you wait?
shoulders
Speaking
look
of
like now.
punching, did you see she got shoved at the Oscars?
What?
Yeah,
Why?
it was. Where's Judd Apatow's tweet? He could have killed her. There was a security guard, and then there was a clip on the red carpet that went viral, and it's Tiana Taylor, getting like yelling at this security guard, and it turns out that he had shoved her because
Like
there
just
was
out of the way?
well, what? Okay, I think the situation was that Sinners had won, and
Okay.
two of Warner Brothers film like presidents were the two of them were trying to get on the stage. Tiana Taylor was trying to help them because they couldn't get up, and then this security guard physically shoved her.
Is there a video of it?
They were trying to get on stage for a group photo. You can see her turn around and say, which presumably was to the security guard, and she's like, he's
You could
putting
have
his
killed me.
hands on a female, and then says to him, "You're very rude." And then
Yeah.
you can hear her say, "He literally shoved me."
What
So
the freaking
yeah,
heck?
there's some drama there. So the Academy,
Ugh.
you know, the
I could have
Academy,
saved her.
yeah. The Academy put out a thing and they were like, so sorry. Okay, anyway, Demi Moore. I swear to God, actresses' arms are getting tinier and tinier. And
Yeah.
then you see somebody who's not like you see an Elle Fanning, for instance, who's a very normal skinny.
Hmm.
And when you see her on the carpet next to these arms, like these actresses that are getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller,
Yeah.
she looks big.
Yeah,
Even though
it
she's
is-
like-
it
she's
is very
skinny.
bizarre. The like it's seeing every muscle in the arms and every. There's also like it's tough.
It's a
it's
tough
like-
thing because I'm like, I hate how much conversation is constantly about women's bodies, but at the same
Yeah.
time, I am noticing, as a lot of people are, that there is this
A lot of
return
bones.
to early 2000s, like
Yeah,
very
2000
obvious
skinny.
eating disorders. Like so many actresses who were already skinny, who in the last year have they're disappearing. Like they're so tiny.
Yeah, and also being entirely silent about how they're doing it.
Don't put
So they're just
calling
like,
Elle Fanning
"Ah."
that out in the world. No, I think that's a very valid point. I think when you see like Elle and Dakota Fanning on the carpet and they are skinny people, you know, but you compare it to the way that a lot of celebrities are yet again disappearing.
I see some stylists speak out about how they're so thin they don't fit into
Yes.
the clothes anymore.
Yes.
Yeah.
These disorders thrive in silence. Right. And it's a really tricky thing because when you there's so much about eating disorders that are it's difficult. It's difficult to talk about them. And I was reading from one person talking about how comments about like they look unhealthy, how they look this, they that, actually can fuel people with eating
Yeah.
disorders. Like
It's-
that's validation. It's like,
yeah,
oh,
exactly.
we
It's
look-
like at that point they're not concerned about being healthy looking. It is just progress has been made.
yes, where it's
towards
like they look
skinnier.
sick. They look
Yeah.
sick. They look unhealthy. Yeah, I don't know. This is a topic that I think more and more people are starting to openly talk about, and how just in our faces these eating disorders are. And yet, because of kind of a twist on people using like body positivity, progressive language to say like, oh, stop talking about women's bodies. You know, we celebrate all shapes and sizes. And it's like, hold on a second. Hold
Yeah,
on a
it
second.
is tough because it's like you never know exactly how somebody has become that skinny, but the likelihood, and also with like these celebrities, they have so many resources to do that in a way that's not healthy, but like they got all the resources at their fingertips to try to do it in a way that's like somebody like you and I couldn't. We just don't have, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I mean,
it's
and it's like a lot of celebrities who are openly pushing weight loss drugs for
yeah,
cosmetic
yeah, yeah.
purposes, right? And this isn't just women. It's like on the men's side with steroids and peptides and weight and appetite suppressants. It's a lot of the same it's a lot of the same stimulants and suppressants as well. Anywho,
Also, I think this is like the fourth time I've seen Demi Moore in just a lot of feathers.
yeah, I mean, I like the drama. I do.
She does. She's got some good fits, but her fits to me usually give like Hunger Games,
Hmm.
which is not
I would
necessarily
wear
like
this.
Yeah, I've seen you. I've seen you with
I-
feathers.
I do love some dramatic feathers.
I would take a feather.
Also, we don't know what they're doing. Like example, Chadwick Boseman, who was fighting cancer but was being told he was too skinny. Yeah, I mean, that's being used too by people who have eating disorders or are trying to protect celebrities who do, saying like, hey, haven't we learned that, and so that's why it's like, I don't know how we have this conversation is what I will say. But
Yeah.
this is concerning, and this is absolutely if you have not heard this before, if you do not know this concept, do not roll your eyes. But the concept of body fascism and the concept of like of fascists that push, for example, women to be unhealthily skinny. That it's like when you are not strong, when you do not have enough weight on your body, how that is like a tool of that is like encouraged by fascist movements. So there's just a lot going on here, making you easier to control. Yeah, a lot going on here with all these people just getting skinnier and skinnier and skinnier and skinnier.
Yep. Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Oh,
Which we
already
already talked about, but this is him in the other one.
Yeah.
Got a fit.
I liked this.
Oh, this is his brother.
Oh, this is Michael A.
Yes.
Wait, what was
Yes.
I reading about? There is Michael A. Michael A is his father's name.
Got it. Fantastic.
We've all been making the jokes about Michael B and Michael A, and it turns out his father's actually named Michael A.
Michael A. Jordan. Michael C. Jordan.
Michael
Anne
B.
Hathaway.
Michael B winning an Oscar.
Michael B. winning.
Anne Hathaway.
I like this.
I thought I really liked her look.
And also, mermaid style was like really popular when I was in high school, and then it kind of went away for a little bit, and now it's kind of coming back a little bit. This dress, I'd have to find a photo of it, looks kind of similar to what my like prom dress looked like in high school. Floral. And it was like a mermaid style.
You did it first.
This is my dress.
You
baby.
did. So Sam is basically saying, I did this for prom and I did it first, but Anne looks good.
Yes.
You know
We're not
what?
going to Paris.
If I hadn't seen her first, I think on when she came out on stage, maybe when I looked at this, I'd go, oh, I don't know how this all works. But I saw her first when she came out on stage and it looked amazing.
Belt.
Yeah, like for some reason this
Big
does
chunky
work,
belts are
even
kind
with
of
a
coming
lot,
back too.
even with a lot going on with like the gloves and the jewelry
Yeah.
and the pattern and the belt.
Yeah.
Like
It
I
looks
think it
very good.
yeah, on the carpet it looks, I don't think I would have initially been like, "Ooh, I really love this," but I saw her come out on stage first.
I love it, and I'm also a sucker for the over the elbow gloves.
The opera gloves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless Emma Chamberlain wears them, which we will get to hopefully at some point.
Wait, is she? I don't know if she'll be on this though. She'll probably
Well, we
be
gotta-
on.
we gotta
we'll
pull
have
her
to.
up.
We'll have to. We will have to.
Gwyneth Paltrow, don't like this. TBH.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like simple glam.
It's giving
classic
fondant.
Is okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't. It's kind of like classic Oscars glam. I don't think Gwyneth really gives a shit anymore.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, when you've gone to that many Oscars, like I got my sweaty sweats on.
She didn't even know who the Safdies were when she was asked
her
to be
hair
in
looks
this film.
nice. I don't know.
Yeah.
Sure, what the hell?
What the
Emma
hell?
Stone, who
Not
is
marriage.
looking
Thank you for the 7 months.
different.
Emma Stone, who, yeah, I mean,
She got veneers recently.
yeah, I think it's a teeth. I think it's a teeth thing, but also
Yeah.
it's like losing weight. So many people have lost.
Yeah.
Have lost a lot
You
of
can
weight.
see it. A lot of people are getting just weight sucked out of their face too.
Mhm. Yeah.
And
I really
I
love
do like
this
her hair
dress
color.
though.
Yeah, it's a nice dress.
Yeah,
It's like a gown, like almost like an evening gown dress.
Did you see? Wait, was I talking to you about how Emma Stone? I don't know if this is true, but basically Emma Stone was saying, "Oh, it's crazy. You can be Oscar nominated but not get an invite to the Vanity Fair party."
Yeah. Yeah.
And okay, I did mention that to you. I have a hard time believing Emma Stone, who was nominated for Best Actress, wasn't invited.
No
But I think what
way.
she was talking about was the rest of Begonia, because she was with Jesse Plemons and Kirsten Dunst, and they were all going to go, I think, to the party, but then they weren't all invited, which is
Yeah, I could see the other
Hassan
the other
Piker
one's not
stole-
getting invited, even though it sucks.
Hassan stole
but,
Jesse Plemons' Vanity Fair spot.
And just
Can you believe
he could have killed somebody.
He could have killed somebody.
It applies to feelings too. I have a broken heart. You know
Stavi
what? I
wasn't
could
invited?
fix it next year.
Oh my God, that's crazy because Stavi was in Begonia, which was nominated
Here's
for
the
an
thing,
Oscar.
Caroline. If we do the car movie reviews next year,
Yeah.
we can go. I'm telling you, we can go. We could do it.
Yeah, you know what? So true. We'll be the influencers that they
I-
bump. They'll be bumping
I'm-
Meryl Streep for us.
Here's what I'm doing. I'm making a poster that says "I told you so," and it's the size of behind an airplane size, and I'm gonna put it in my closet, and we're gonna start this YouTube channel, and then in a year's time I'm gonna fly it over the Oscars, and it's gonna just say "Caroline Kwan, I told you so" as we enter the Vanity Fair party.
Okay.
I'm doing it now. I'm making the sign now.
Also, Shelb, I totally sent this to Sam, this text or this tweet.
You were
when I
sending
come
me
home after
audio messages on audio messages, which is fine because that's how I also like to conversate. So
Yep. Hassan said he stood next to Wagner Moura for an hour and didn't talk to him.
I believe that.
She should have killed that man. She being me, that man being Hassan. Yeah, you guys think that I don't text the Firian group all the time and say like, hey, this is somebody you guys should try to have on the podcast. Hey, this is, hey, I
Caroline.
told them about Wagner Moura. No one
Caroline.
gave a fuck.
I'm going to tell you something. Okay, you have to validate. There's been at least 6 times that I have said, "Hey, Will, you should do something with this person." He goes,
Oh, yeah.
"Who?"
Uh-huh.
And then they blow up, right?
Yep.
Valid. Okay, here came Pixels because the Backrooms movie's coming out and he's going to blow up after that. So if they put him on the podcast now, the second the movie comes out, the episode will hit the algorithm because this guy doesn't really do podcasts. So if they get him now and they talk to him about the Backrooms, which I can teach them all they need to know about the Backrooms, then he'll do the podcast and then he will be burned out of podcasts and nobody else will be able to get him.
Yeah, well, good luck with this plan. Good luck with this plan. I sent a whole thing on Wagner Moura to this group months ago, and I said,
I
"Hey,
will give them
you should reach out to him."
PowerPoint on the Backrooms before the episode. Okay, it's fine.
To be fair, I saw Kane Pixel's videos on Will's channel literally 1 or 2 full years ago. Well, that doesn't change the fact that
That's
Sam
a
and I are out
long
here
year.
doing free labor for this goddamn podcast, trying to tell them Trying to tell him, we know what's up. We
I
are
know what's up.
producers. We are unpaid producers.
He's gonna go on that one on the podcast. He's gonna go on a different podcast, and I'm gonna.
You're gonna be like, "Oh, look at that one."
Okay, it's fine.
Anyway,
Pedro Pascal with no mustache.
oh no,
scared.
I don't like it. I don't like the no mustache.
No, there is things
No.
under his mustache that we
Should not be shown.
demons were released.
That shouldn't be shown. Like this is, I think,
No.
a bad sign of the times.
It's giving doctor with cold hands. I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah. Oh no.
His hands are colder now that he shaved his
And the
mustache.
thing is that the mustache then transferred to Leo DiCaprio, and now everyone's out here being like, "Wow, Leo's back, baby." I'm like,
No.
the mustache is doing good propaganda for Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah, I know, and we can't have that.
No,
Can't have that.
wait, he does
Um,
have. He is the doctor has the coldest hands.
I can fix this.
What are you?
Hold on. I'm gonna.
Are you sending me a Photoshop?
I'm gonna.
I can
fix
just
this.
find an old photo. I mean, not even an old photo. He had the mustache like 2 seconds ago. Are you photoshopping a mustache onto Pedro Pascal rather than just pulling up one of the many pictures of him with a mustache?
I don't know.
Why
This
are
is the
you-
best I
why
can
are
do.
you doing this? No,
That's the best I can do.
You gave him the fucking Hitler stash factory.
No,
But, like,
it's too
on the-
wide for that.
Actually, no, it's the Mario.
It's a me, a Pedro.
No, this is you gave him the Mario stash.
Yeah.
That's the Super Mario one. Oh my
Well.
god. Oh god. I'm not gonna lie though. Honestly, I think it's better.
I have a bit that I came up with earlier. It's Carl Weezer from Jimmy Neutron if he got put in the place of Batman.
Are you?
Do you want to hear?
Oh, tell me.
No, guys, no, don't put the money back, Jimmy. He's stealing all the money.
What is going on with you?
I just wanted to bring it back around.
Oh my god, we are.
That was bad. It was
clip
better
alone-
earlier.
That
It was
clip
better
alone, we
earlier.
are never getting invited to the Vanity
No,
Fair
no, no,
Oscar
no, no,
party.
no. One year.
way.
I'm making the poster.
No, it doesn't matter even if we end up like starring. If we're both nominated, we're both nominated for an Oscar. No way.
We can do it. We can
No
do this.
way.
We can do this. This next outfit's nice.
Oh,
Rose.
I loved Rose Burns. I thought she
Burns.
just looked stunning. I'm a burner, by the way. I don't know if you know this
Oh.
about me.
Okay, little
Yeah.
burner account.
I went for this Oscar season. I was like, I prefer. I
like
prefer
the top
this
of
performance.
the what do you call the cut of the top where it's kind of like it's got its own structure there a little bit. I don't
not
usually
gonna lie.
like that.
I would worry about my tits constantly popping. I'd be
Me
like,
too,
is that
'cause
okay with
they're
everyone?
big.
Is it cool if? Yeah, is it cool
Mine.
if my tits just are shown every 2 seconds?
like like if they hang out the side.
I could not wear this.
I couldn't either. I would. You know what I would do too? Here's the problem. I get so snacky at events
You would
that
put
I would
snacks
look
in
down
there?
and there'd just
They're
be a
like-
fucking popcorn.
I'd be like, oh, that's where it all went.
I would turn to you. I'd be like, "Would you like some?"
Yeah, I'd be like, I'd be reaching down the front of your dress to grab some. Oh, did you see the snack box that they gave them? It was a water and a thing of Smart Pop, and then some like raisin
Ooh.
craisin or whatever.
That's like if I go and find a fanny pack from the back of my closet and look inside of it, I probably can find that.
It's also the perfect kind of food to fall down the front of your
Yeah,
shirt.
exactly. Weird senior center snacks.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be the next popcorn bucket.
Yeah.
This dress,
Good
here.
dress, but also
old
functional.
Raisinets. Yeah, she looked great though.
I like the necklace. It's a good necklace.
Yeah, it probably cost like $1 trillion.
Picasso. I like it.
Okay, Nicole Kidman, who at the Vanity Fair Oscar party photo bombed and did not give a fuck, and I love her for that. Lauren Sanchez and Jeff Bezos. She walked behind,
Heartbreak.
like directly behind them as they were getting their shots taken.
Feels good. There's this one video of her where the caption is like, when a demon smacks you and then you decide to slay anyways. Have you seen that video where she like is on the red carpet and then she like randomly like turns her head like she got slapped and then like looks back and her hair is all in front of her face? Do you know that video?
Wait, I think I know what you're talking about. Isn't this from,
Let me see if I can find it.
hold on.
I don't.
'Cause there's
could
usually
probably-
like some moment from that Nicole Kidman gives.
I typed in Nicole Kidman Demon Slay, so we're gonna
Demon-
really go down the pipeline, see if this gets us there. Chat help.
Nicole Kidman was just slapped
saw it
by a
earlier today.
demon on the red
Somebody will find
carpet
it.
before the Oscars, and then she talks about her rituals.
you know, I always have a little bit of beef when somebody has a dress that's like almost the exact same tone of their skin, which is like
someone found it. Exact same. Oh yeah, this one.
yeah. When they get smacked by an invisible entity that hates to see people serve. Yeah, it's good. She's quirky.
Oh God! Wait, we should both try this the next time that we're on a red carpet.
Get smacked by an invisible entity
We should
that
pull
hates
the
to see people
Nicole.
serve.
Yeah, I'll be like,
This is why we should go to more red carpets. I think that we could really stir the pot.
we gotta be doing some Nicole Kidman shit out there. Okay,
Yeah.
so as far as your comment on dress matching skin tone, I think sometimes it can work. Sometimes it is like that's an exact match. I
Yeah.
mean, I don't know. I think you know what
It
my
ain't-
question
it
is.
ain't for me.
Okay, here's my actual question. Why do they keep putting Nicole in these fuck ass wigs in
Is that a wig?
every production she's in? She's in some bizarre wig. When it's
Is
like,
this a
no,
wig?
that's her hair.
Oh, she's got good hair.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, why are we
I don't know
putting
that she
her-
was wearing. When will she wear wigs?
Will you wear wigs?
When is she
Will
wear
you
wigs?
wear wigs?
I
I'm
didn't
telling
know.
you,
I thought she just
Nicole's
had hair a
always
lot.
being put in a wig. And a lot of times too, it's like I think that's what she wants. I don't know.
Maybe we should wear wigs.
Mm.
I've never worn a good wig before, like a wig that somebody's like put on me that's meant to look good.
Yeah,
Ever.
not like a $10 polyester wig.
No,
Yeah.
only that, but barely even that. We should wear wigs.
You want to wear wigs?
Yeah, we should incorporate that in the YouTube video.
Okay. Like you just want us to put on wigs.
Yeah.
There's no purpose to it other than we're
Girls
just quirky. We're just
in-
quirky
two
wearing
girls
wigs.
In car wearing wigs reviewing
girls,
movies.
one
That's the
wig.
whole YouTube title
Two
of the
girls
channel.
and one wig.
Well, we can't wear the same wig unless it's a really big
what
wig.
if we pass it back and forth?
Big wig. Oh, so it's like the talking stick?
Yeah. Whoever has the wig on gives their thoughts.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe
The
my
t-
mover
the
had a
talking
point when he
wig.
was trying to put the wig on.
Yeah. Oh,
It's like
yeah.
we should start a YouTube channel. Chase Infinity. This is a pretty dress.
She's so pretty. I have a hard time with this color. I
It's really flat.
don't like lavender, although Wonmi Masaku also had a lavender look, but I thought it looked gorgeous against her skin tone.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I just am not super partial to lavender.
It just looks
unless
like
really-
matte. Like it looks too flat. Like it needs a little razzle dazzle.
Yeah. She had
Or maybe
some,
like
she had-
the
she had some
tiers
great
of
looks
coming
this
off the
season
side
as
could
well.
like be different. You know what would look really nice? Imagine each tier of this dress gets darker and darker purple.
I even just think a darker purple on her would have been like an overall darker purple. Like something deeper. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see Kaya Gerber with the deepest tan? She had the same
No.
skin color as Quenlin Blackwell on the Vanity Fair red carpet.
Kaya Gerber.
Here, I'll find it.
Oh, I saw a tweet
It's
of
the
them
crazy-
side by side and
this
said
is-
they're the same tone. And I thought somebody was just commenting on that. And I was like, that's
I was like, that is
odd. But I
That
didn't know who
is
the
a white
person
girl.
was before.
that is.
Let me. Are you sending me something or should I look it up?
I'll send it to you. Hold on.
Okay.
Here you go.
Dun, 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 dun.
Going.
It's got.
Okay.
We have a new Ariana Grande in town.
I think I'm gonna need to Google her because this is the first time I'm seeing her. Yes, she had. Okay, hold on. What's her name?
Kaya Gerber.
Gerber. Yeah, that's a little bit of a tan she's got going on there, isn't that?
It is. I feel
It's
as
a
if
little bit of a tan.
I feel as if her spray tanner was like, yeah, I'm gonna turn this up to 11.
Yeah, maybe just was like tapped out for a second and said, no, just stay in there. It's fine. Wash off.
Yeah, she's like, give me the 20 shades darker.
Yeah. Wowee. Okay. Well, interesting.
I did
definitely
see,
a choice.
I did see some people commenting on the spray tan, being like, people are getting the tans because they're so. It's making them look less sickly when they're so skinny. I don't know.
Adding
There's
a little bit.
Like
Well,
I said,
and you
there's a
know
lot
they're
of
getting the
discourse
tans that are
around-
like contouring too.
Yeah, I mean the tans have been a thing. I think 2000s you had like the really really heavy spray tans, and then that kind of went away.
Mm-hmm.
You just didn't have people really tanning like that. But Kaya Gerber was like,
she said, "No, we're bringing it back." Yeah, I do think that, and like I said, they nowadays when you get like the real like expensive spray tans, like they're going in, they're making sure your boobs are like contoured, your muscles are contoured, and so I think it just gets a little lost in the sauce there.
You got to be careful with a tan though, not to do MAGA makeup. Okay, Kim Kardashian looked like Erica Kirk. Kardashian.
Yeah,
with the
no,
blue
if the picture I'm
contacts.
thinking of was what you're talking about, maybe one of her worst looks yet.
It's one of the worst looks. And I was like, why did she go in and say, give me the Erica?
No, all of it was just not it.
It was simply not it. Please, I need to see. That is Erica Kirk. What is wrong
Kim
with her?
Kardashian.
It's straight up
Oscars.
Republican makeup. It's Mar-a-Lago face Republican
It was
makeup.
really tough. It looked like kind of like old Kim Kardashian, but like on new Kim Kardashian, but not. It was really, and it aged her a lot.
Somebody commented the gif of Miley Cyrus with the,
yes,
you know, the one with the where she's just staring.
Yeah. This may be one of Kim Kardashian's worst looks. I'm gonna give it to her.
The other thing is a reminder, please. A reminder that when Kim posts photos of herself that are not the Getty images, she edits the fuck out of them. So if you see, like when she posted those selfies recently, I was like, oh my God, Kim doesn't age. She's perfection. I'm like, okay, please. First of all, this woman shapes her face and her body like it's a constantly
they also
molded
pay
piece of
paparazzi
clay
photos so that they can edit them before they post them.
Yes, I'm like, also she edits her pictures. How are we still not understanding this? How are we
people?
still
That's the
looking at
thing is
that?
people didn't live through the era when they used to photo or Facetune the photos themselves, and you could see the like stuff in the background bowing a little bit, you know. And I think they pay somebody to do it now, but
yeah, for sure. What if we age? Is that a crime? Yes, you should be taken out back and shot.
Yep.
Wasn't
32.
Ken trying to get her bar license to keep people who are in jail and weed protect. Who knows? Who knows what Kim is doing with?
Who's Hudson Williams?
Of Heated Rivalry.
I'm joking. I haven't seen it. I never saw it. I didn't watch it.
No.
Guys, you can't say it's weird that I don't recognize somebody when I didn't see it.
Wait, but have you been shielded? Have you been immune from just the entire Heated Rivalry obsession? And
I mean, like visually, like I haven't really watched, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like I haven't watched it, so I don't know what the characters look like.
Wait, are you telling me Hassan talked to Hudson Williams, but he was too scared to talk to Wagner Moura?
I talked to everybody because I was there.
Well, They're like K-pop fans and 1D fans combined. It's nutty. Anyway, I am not shaming you for having not seen it. I'm just surprised that you have not intersected with this massive fandom.
I've intersected with it. I just haven't visually intersected with what the faces of the characters look like.
Apparently,
so
I
don't know.
He stood next to Javier Bardem for an hour or something. Well, next time.
Yeah.
Okay. Elle Fanning. So
this is just like a classic Elle Fanning look.
This is a classic Elle Fanning look, you know?
I think every time I see Elle Fanning on a red carpet, I go, oh yeah, she looks pretty.
Yeah.
I don't think she does anything like it's usually just like pretty princess.
I think she's got that princess look.
Mm-hmm. Yep,
She knows
but it's
she
like,
knows
alright.
her look.
Zoe Saldana. I mean, that's kind of a boring dress. It's nice, but it's just kind of boring.
Yeah, I think I think this is very much I won my Oscar last year. I don't need to try too hard. But
which would be kind of a cool place to be in if you had won an Oscar and then you go the next year and you're like, I'm chilling.
Yeah, because usually what they'll do is the previous winner will present the Oscar. I mean, she's a really pretty woman, so she can wear just about anything.
Yeah, the necklace.
It would be
unsure
so
on,
fire
but
if you deserved the Oscar. What are you talking about, Caitlin?
I'm gonna get one.
Best Oscar win ever. Okay, Mikey Madison.
Oh,
Is that good or bad?
good.
Oh,
I was clutching my heart, and where my heart would be if I had one.
it's like, are you okay?
You
You probably don't know who this psycho is, and that's fine. I don't want you to know who this is, but I'm going to mention it. So there is this woman named Eve Barlow, aka Eve Fartlow, and she is she's insane, and she is best known for having tweeted a few years ago. My friend texted me that she thought this sign said "Free Palestine" and it said "Free Parking." The Jews are tired. This is a very infamous
That's
tweet.
a tweet. That whole thing is a tweet.
That it said "Free Parking," but she thought it said "Free Palestine." Okay, anyway, this is in one of those kind of know your memes at this point.
Right, okay.
So she tweeted out when Timothée Chalamet lost, she tweeted maybe something like, it was like, maybe in a few years, they'll let Jews win awards at the Oscars, which is clearly okay, it's one of the stupidest things that came out of all of the
people be
discourse.
saying things, huh?
Well, the other thing though is Mikey Madison is Jewish. She won Best Actress last year.
Yeah.
Adrian Brody is Jewish. He won last year.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Where is she looking? That is not.
That is very clearly a person who actually doesn't pay any attention to anything ever. She also tweeted that Javier Bardem is worse than Harvey Weinstein. Of course she did. Yeah.
She's really throwing her tweets on randomizer mode, huh?
She really was like, how can I consistently come up with the actual stupidest thing that anyone can say in the wake of the Oscars?
My God. I was wondering how you were going to loop that back around to Mikey Madison when you started.
Yeah. Well, I saw Mikey Madison and I was like, I was thinking about how she won last year. She came out and presented. And then the Eve Chartlow tweet.
Wow.
I'm like, you don't even care, clearly, when Jewish performers do win Oscars, because you had two of the biggest awards last year.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Good
I'm
dress.
sorry that you are aware of this person, and I hope that this does not ever.
I love learning.
That never crosses your timeline.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Shabuzi, who performed.
Good dress. I love the
of-
dress. Also, red dress.
Oh, sorry,
Good-
Mike Madison.
Good dress. Little bit of floral. Hair, good. Heels or whatever.
Yeah, not my favorite dress, but I think it's a nice cut on her.
Yeah. Shabuzi's kind of always got that shit on.
Shabuzi's got that shit on. He also he was part of the I Lied to You performance. I met this man in real life once, and he has that shit on.
Yeah, he's got that shit on.
He does. I appreciate that he was not even one of the nominees here at the Oscars. And he still had a better fit than a lot of them.
Yeah.
Like just the details, you know? I just like all the
the
deets.
jacket's usually really great. He's usually got that, what do you call the thing around your waist? The
waist trainer.
Yeah, the waist trainer.
The waist
He's
trainer.
usually got like one of those going on. The shoes are usually real nice. Some sort of like beaded something.
Wait,
something.
is that the
Cumberbund?
Benedict
I didn't know.
Cumberbund.
I thought that was Doctor Who.
Benedict Cumberbund.
Yep.
Yeah.
Benedict
So he's
Cumberbund.
got a Benedict Cumberbund around the waist.
Yep. Arby Ferreira.
I really love this color.
Yeah, it's a nice color. Cobalt blue.
Cobalt.
It's also got that fabric that I don't even know what the fuck this is, but it looks like a tree.
Is this
like
a two-piece?
The buttons are weird, kind of. It's got the buttons, and then it's got like a weird little like under fluff there.
It does have a pocket, so I'm giving this extra points.
Is that a back pocket?
It's it's a pocket right on the left side here.
Yeah, it looks like a back pocket. I'm a big fan of pockets, especially like I said.
That's why this gets
snacks.
extra points.
For snacks. Yeah, good dress. It's giving Elizabeth Swan a little bit with the you know.
Why did you say it like a gremlin?
Elizabeth Swan. Get in the pirate boat. We gotta go save Orlando Bloom. You best start believing in ghost stories,
I can't believe you missed out on the role to Keira Knightley with that accent.
I've been trying. Misty Copeland. What happened here?
This is an example of something that's supposed to be oversized, but it
looks like she's coming out of a tube.
It's
looks like she's in a tux coming out of a tube.
Yeah, it's not really working. They gave her the tutu thing here because she's a ballerina.
No, it just looks like a fusion of too many different things happening. Too many things happening.
It's not working for me.
No, it isn't.
I had two choices.
You know what
and
it's
I went
giving?
with both of them.
Wedding day, cold, give me your jacket, and I put it over the wedding dress.
This does feel like a combined like bride and groom outfit.
Yes, it's like
it's
when
like
people
you're
do the thing
marrying.
where they turn to the
If
side
you're
and
like
then
in
they
a
turn to the other
heterosexual,
side.
you're in a heterosexual marriage with yourself.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I only need me. McKenna Grace. This
Okay,
fabric
can I say
stresses
what's
me
can I roast her? Can I roast
Of
her for a
course you can.
second? So this is the type of fit you wear when you are a Best Actress nominee. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna say Flower Girl.
No, this like very Grace Kelly, very classic dress look.
Mhm.
This is when you are a young ingenue in Hollywood and you are nominated for an Oscar.
Mm.
And there's just kind of something about McKenna Grace. She said
manifesting?
her reference was Gwyneth Paltrow's iconic dress from 1999. I'm like, you ain't nominated for an Oscar. Let her dream.
Yeah, she's a dreamer.
She's a dreamer. This is just, you know what? You want to wear it? That's fine. But I'm just saying, this is very.
I bet it's got a big bow on
This is very associated with actresses who usually too, it's like they're gonna win the Oscar.
Yeah.
There's something in like the history of Oscars fashion where you can look at certain dress styles, certain looks where repeatedly, consistently actresses or just people have won Oscars. Like there's, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
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 Dress for the award that you want.
Yeah. Might have pockets.
Well, I guess she's manifesting. Do we like McKenna Grace? Do we feel any?
I don't feel anything ever.
Okay, you feel dead inside.
Yep. Yes. Chase Stokes. I don't know.
Okay. Sometimes I just like to be like, McKenna Grace
you're
refused to
making
pull
a
out a
face
Scream
that I can't
7.
see, so I don't know what you
that's
just
a
said.
lot of them.
I don't know who this is.
Why is he a country singer? Why do I know his name?
Yeah, I think wasn't he dating
Wait, why do
somebody?
Wasn't that
no,
guy
he was dating somebody. I remember somebody dated somebody. I was listening to a podcast and she was saying doesn't matter. Wait, Madeline Klein.
Oh,
I don't know if that's who it was though.
Isn't that the one guy who's dating somebody?
Kel Ballerini.
He's got a real like
Cappuccino.
Netflix actor look to him.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't really care for I've seen this jacket about 30,000 times, so thank you. Next. Kelsey Ballerini. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Kelsey Ballerini. That's who he dated?
Maybe.
Oh.
I don't know why I'd know that.
Wow, I can't believe that one wasn't in the tank for me.
Yeah, trust me, when I watch this next season of The Bachelorette, I'm going to know everything again. It'll refresh me. Jennifer Goodwin.
Yeah, I think she took a break from liking posts saying Israel's not committing genocide to show up on the carpet here. And I don't think she looks good.
I don't really have much of an opinion. I think I've seen her wear stuff like 3 different times that looks like a funeral.
I'm just kind of like, why are you there?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, that's the thing is I don't remember the last thing I saw her in.
Looks like a present I tried to wrap at 3 a.m. while drunk. Yeah, this is me being like, I tried out a new wrapping style that I saw on TikTok.
You hold a piece of fabric and then you say spin.
Zootopia 2? Oh, my favorite film.
Yeah. Oh, Zootopia 2.
Zootopia 2. She was
in Once Upon a
rabbit.
Time, and then I don't remember anything else after that.
Yeah. All right. Whatever. I think the looks like a present I tried to wrap at 3 a.m. while drunk. That kind of nails it. Wunmi Mosaku should win for always having the most beautiful colors.
Mm-hmm.
Her dresses that she's worn this season, just some of the most gorgeous color, like just across the color palette.
This dress it's beautiful and the color's beautiful. I'm a little bit confused about the arm.
The arm
I don't know.
stitch.
Yeah, the cutout of the arm is kind of a weird spot to I don't know, something about it. My brain is going. I don't know.
Preferred her red carpet Vanity Fair look, which I wish sometimes. See, this is the thing. Sometimes people wear a better fit on the carpet for the after. Like this to me, I wish she had worn to the actual show.
Yeah.
I just think it's a better
emerald green's
look.
a really nice color on her though.
Yeah, no, like I said, she has some of the prettiest colors, but this to me is Oscar look. You know, she's a nominated actress. Yeah, when is she due?
I was gonna say I'm seeing her from Straight On, but it does look like a pregnancy
she's holding
pose.
That baby bump. She's holding that baby bump. She revealed that she was pregnant during award season. She and her husband are very private about their family, but she mentioned her daughter in a BAFTA acceptance speech. So she has one daughter, but I think another one is due soon. She's been carrying that baby this whole award season. Women. Okay. Next up.
Interesting.
Audrey
I was scrolling
Nuna
this
of
next one
K-pop
and I
Teen
saw the
Hunters.
top and I went, ooh, and then I saw the bottom and went, ooh.
Well, it's certainly golden.
The top is nice if I look at the top half by itself.
That was a good one of me on my part.
Us too.
Yep. Thank you. So this is Tom Brown. She was what was it the Golden Globes where she talked about the significance of like her family as Korean immigrants and Tom Brown. I think it was the Globes carpet. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, she's big Tom Brown wearer. So this is very this is very in her upper alley.
I would have liked it better with like pants.
Uh,
Maybe like
I think it's
imagine.
kinda
Okay, this is gonna be a
sick.
hard
I mean,
imagine.
I don't know, this
Imagine
seems like okay.
imagine pants that have this same shape to them, so they're kind of ruffled and fluffed, but they are pants. I can see the
So
vision in my
basically
head, and it's
this but
perfect.
pants.
Yeah, so imagine this but pants.
Yeah,
So two pants, but they're kind of fluffed and ruffled with tears,
okay.
and they're like pants.
So it's pants.
It's this but pants.
Her after look is really cool. Her after party look. It's very she always, you know what I will say about her? I feel like she always goes for looks that are very artistic.
Is the after party one where it's literally just all gold?
It's all gold. It's this like
That's surprising.
really,
That's the after party fit.
I'm telling you, sometimes people go bigger and bolder.
How would you eat snacks?
Well, there's got to be somewhere in these sleeves. Anyway, I do love that she always has a look on that's very art piece.
Yeah.
Because one thing that I get tired of are the influencer girlies, the like, okay, we get it. Your body is tea. We get it.
Mhm.
They wear the same type of dress. It's like a very skin tight, very like boobs pushed up, very corseted waist. And I always appreciate people on a carpet who are wearing truly wearing an outfit.
Yeah, it's like, we know you spent a fuck ton of money on that outfit. Let's make it something crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like
It's like if you spend $1 million
just do
on
something
it.
different, because a lot of them who are in the fashion world, I'm like, fashion is art. Try something
Yeah,
interesting.
spice it up.
Don't just like go for the same type of sexy dress look, you know?
Yeah. True.
She mentioned
Jeremy
on various
Pope.
carpets, including the Oscars, that her father was first given work by Tom Brown when he migrated here, so she's honoring that in her family. Yes, that's what I was referencing. We watched her clip on the Globes red carpet.
You see your nails?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you have to pick your nose.
You probably have someone to do it for you. Also, Hogan,
Would you
thank
pick
you.
my nose if I wore nails like that?
You know what? It depends. Are we like
what?
getting drinks from a 7-Eleven, or are you on
Why
the
would I
carpet
be wearing nails like that? No, we're at
I don't
the
know.
Oscars.
I'm just saying, like,
We're
what
at
are the
We're
circumstances?
at the Oscars. We're sitting down. The show's about to start. I have a booger. I say, Caroline, I need you. I'm going to go up on stage. Please pick this out of my nose. You tell me yes. You tell me no.
I mean, if I gotta, I gotta.
Yeah, I mean, you either gotta or you
If
let
I
me go up
gotta-
on stage in front of
If I gotta, then
millions
I
of
gotta.
people with
If
a
I
booger in
gotta,
my
then I
nose.
gotta. Yeah. Yes, I would. Yes. That's how fucking real I am.
Yeah.
It made
good
me
friend.
sad when people shit on Bjork's swan dress. It was like, okay, here's my thing. Does anybody remember, like, name 5 dresses? Okay, call to mind 5
The
dresses.
purple and gold one.
Bjork's swan dress is forever imprinted in culture. Okay, people who don't even remember like when it was from, people who don't even know Bjork are probably like, oh yeah, I've seen.
Blue and gold, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you know what?
Okay, think about
Anyway.
it though. What if somebody wore the blue and black, gold and white dress to the Oscars?
Then it would look ugly as fuck.
No, but it would be a moment.
No, it wouldn't. Also, didn't that guy go to jail for like trying to kill his wife?
What guy? The guy that took the photo of the dress?
The guy who took the photo of the dress. It was like ultimate milkshake duck, where he turned out to be
Milkshake
he turned
duck?
out to be like a real. Come on, you know what I'm talking about. Milkshake duck. You know milkshake duck.
No.
Do I know more internet slang than you?
I don't even know if you're saying words.
Milkshake duck. It's a thing in internet culture where milkshake duck is somebody who gets. It's like something or somebody who gets popular on social media, and it's this fun thing. Everyone thinks it's fun. It's funny. It's like the guy who found supposedly he's a liar though, shrimp in his Captain Toast Crunch cereal, and then it turned out he was a racist afterwards. So that's the milkshake duck, is like, oh, look at this funny thing, hee, everyone's enjoying social media, and then 2 seconds later you find out that they've like said the N-word a bunch of times.
Got it. Okay.
Wait, oh my God,
Yeah.
you've never heard? Oh my God, I'm doing
I've never
internet
heard.
history class.
Yeah, milkshake duck. Where did that come from?
It's actually from 2016. And it was this Australian cartoonist who had the handle Pixelated Boat. And he described this viral phenomenon. It's a duck that drinks milkshakes. And then you immediately find out afterwards that it's like a racist duck.
Oh.
Yeah. So the guy.
All right.
Oh, thank you. Here's the link. It's Know Your Meme. Know Your
classic.
Meme. Now Sam knows the milkshake duck. The whole internet loves milkshake duck, a lovely duck that drinks milkshakes. 5 seconds later, we regret to inform you the duck is racist.
Oh.
So that was the so the guy,
So cute.
the dress, the black and gold or blue and whatever.
I didn't know a guy took that photo.
Yes, he posted of his wife's dress, and then turns out he was arrested because he's like a.
It was. I
really
thought it was
abusive
like
piece
in
of
a
shit, tried to kill
Ross
his wife.
dress for less. I didn't even know it was like somebody's dress that was bought.
Yeah,
Gold.
yeah.
And white dress. Oh, I guess I had this whole idea in my head that it was being held up in front of like a thing of other clothes, but it's not.
What, the dress?
I still don't fucking understand how anybody saw it as white and gold. I'm gonna be honest with you. We don't need to talk about it, but I just don't believe it. I don't believe it. Anyways, next,
Blue.
Jeremy Pope.
Oh, I saw the dress as white and gold.
Okay. Please move on to Jeremy Pope. We have to talk about Jeremy Pope.
Okay.
Yep. This is a suit. It's a white suit.
It is. It is. Are we sure it's white?
Ah!
Okay, let's move on.
Next.
Oh, wait, this is the last one? Okay. I guess there are only 25.
What? Okay, we got to look
people.
up Emma Chamberlain after this.
We'll go to the Vanity Fair one.
Perfect.
This last one, Ji Young Ju from K-pop Demon Hunters in a Carolina Herrera gown.
I actually like this. But you want to know what makes me like it? Her bob haircut.
Oh, the Cunty Bob.
Yes, I love a fuck ass bob.
You should we when we both no. Okay, I didn't even speak.
I have too strong of a jawline. It'll never work.
What if we both just tried it though? You know, we have our matching.
You would look
we're
good in a bob.
matching
I would look bad and you know
fuck-ass
this. You just want me to do it because you know you would look good in a bob.
No. That's what the wigs are for. When will you wear wigs?
When
Let's wear
will we wear
cunty
wigs?
ass bobs.
We
for-
could, okay, I would get behind one episode of two girls in a car wearing wigs reviewing movies.
That's the title of
If
the-
we wear bobs.
That's the YouTube channel title. Just keeps getting longer.
Yeah.
And longer.
Yes. Also, it'll be
longer,
great
longer.
because when we become famous, they won't be able to recognize us.
Hmm.
So we start with the bobs.
Ah,
and then we
I
can
see. So we don't
Go
want
about
them
our
to.
lives.
We don't want the. We want to get famous, but not have them recognize us.
Yes.
Okay.
Only us and the bobs. So when we show up to the Oscars
Then they're
next
like,
year,
oh,
we will be wearing the
Yeah.
bobs.
okay, got it.
But then if we're not,
it's
in
like
our-
Hannah Montana.
yes. So if we want to go to the grocery store, no bob. If we want to be on camera, bob.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So we can go about our normal lives because we're going to get very famous.
So
I
the
don't think I
bob is
understand.
kind of like it's like our Batman suit.
Yes. No, it's our Clark Kent glasses.
Okay. Nobody
Superman.
recognizes us, even the people closest to us. Like Will wouldn't know.
No.
Yeah. Great.
You'd be like, where's this lady in my house wearing a bob? And then you take it off and it'd be like, Caroline, there was a lady in our house wearing a bob.
Yeah, I'll be like, I have no. She must have broken in. I don't know. I don't
And
know.
then
where
you
she
put it
came
back on
from.
and he's like, oh my God, what did you do with Caroline?
He's like, what?
Exactly.
Who are you?
No.
And what have you done?
Yes. So we are going to have to acquire some bobs.
Okay.
So if you know anybody that has any.
Yes, some Bubsy
Okay, so we're doing
twins.
the Vanity Fair one to see if there's any that we skipped.
Yeah. Also, Aligix, thank you for the prime.
Famous
Fresney, thank you. Is busy. Dick Cheney's oil money, not Merrick's. Casual MJ, Tofu
This
Shop,
is the
Rose
wrong
Taylor.
website.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm looking at. We've already talked about Michael.
you send me the
Sarno, I
link?
feel. Yep. Hold on one sec. There you go. There you go.
There you go. Okay, Michael Jordan, Jesse Buckley.
Jesse Buckley.
It's like it's like a classic Oscars dress with the little cape
Yeah,
thing.
she had on the kind of classic wearing a dress that's giving ham, and then you win an Oscar.
Ham.
Yep. It's a
Of
thing.
the meat.
Of the meat kind. of
Ham.
the meat. It's for ham net. For
Oh.
ham net. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Oh,
I actually fucking loved
this is
this
good.
look. Odessa Zion's look. I
That's some shit you'd wear. Can I
fucked
be honest?
with this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
Are they
the
wings in the
pose,
back, or do they go all the way
drama.
around from
I
front to
don't
back?
really know. I think it's the front. I think it's like it's on the front, and then it kind of
It is giving my purse. You know my new purse I just
Wait,
bought?
it does look like your purse.
I'm so fashionable.
Oh
I think
my
even
God.
without the little wings, if the okay, so can you imagine like the wing things just like normal straps with the
Yeah.
tassels? That still would be phenomenal.
Kachimono is so true. The spray tan is reasonable. Yes, it's a
Yes.
reasonable spray tan.
Yep.
This is not like this is not the suddenly, hi, I'm Latina.
Mm-hmm. Suddenly Latina.
Hi. Okay. Princess of Palestine, Bella Hadid. This is really
Bella.
pretty.
Yeah,
It's very pretty. It's very Vanity Fair.
it is. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Chase Infinity.
What? Different look?
Yeah, this is her Vanity Fair look, or the
like this
after party
better.
look. I think I like it better than the other one.
I like it way better than the last one, and the ponytail looks really nice with the little pieces coming down.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean this one is like way better than the other one.
I just see. I think the color is better. I like
yeah,
that
it's a nice
deeper.
color.
Okay. Now, Connor's story and
Oh,
Hudson Williams.
now I recognize.
We got nips. We got nips out. Do you recognize now with the
Okay.
nips?
This looks like more of the Twitter clips that I've seen.
Now you know because
I know those nipples
this
anyway.
is very much an Austin show fit. True. Austin
It
loves
is.
to have the
Also,
sheer.
question: Austin
Stay
and
with the
Christian getting
nips.
tagged in the
Wait,
Vanity
oh
Fair
my
post
God.
of Hassan?
Wait, did you guys see that?
Why did that
you
happen?
guys see this? I don't know. Christian texted me this. He
Maybe they
texted this
think
and
that
was like,
Austin and Christian are stylists.
I don't know why.
No, they could do. They could utilize this. Here's what they need to do. They need to go on all their social medias, quickly change everything, and so people will think that they are the stylist, and then it's just then it begins.
Well, I don't understand this, but also it makes sense. You know what I
I'm
mean?
gonna change the world.
You know what I mean? That like Austin and Christian were tagged by Entertainment Tonight with Hassan Piker looks handsome as ever at the Vanity Fair Oscar party.
Yeah, and then it just has them credited.
This is
You know what? They taught him everything he knows.
They Christian said it was a friend of theirs who made
That's even better.
It was a friend of theirs who made the post.
I love the internet sometimes. Okay, question: if this is Austin and Christian, Christian left?
Christian left, like the left side? What are you talking about?
Like I'm looking at the picture of Connor's story and husband.
Oh,
Williams.
I thought I'm still looking at the post of his. I was like, wait, so the left side here is Christian. Okay, going back here,
like the left side of Hassan's fit, and then the right side, like they're on either
side is
side.
Austin. Oh wait, it's Oscar. Good. Do you know Oscar Gracie?
No.
Who co-hosts Just Trish? He apparently is the one who runs Entertainment Tonight's social media.
Hold on, I have to look.
I think you'll know him if you look him up. Wait, so did he do that on purpose just to be funny, like for kicks and
no? I don't know this
for
person.
shits and gigs.
Maybe I do. No, I don't. I've seen clips of this person on Trisha Paytas.
Yeah, he's the co-host of the pod.
Well, that would make sense, wouldn't it?
He made the Entertainment Tonight TikTok and he posted his son's IG comments, LMFAO. I just, this is so fucking funny.
I love that. Will you send it to me real quick?
Yeah.
I hope they never change it. Christian and I tagged. Hassan Piker looks handsome as ever at the Vanity Fair Oscar party. Austin
I can't stop laughing at it.
It's so good.
Especially Hassan's face too, because he's kind of
it's Mog adjacent.
He's doing his like disassociated stare.
This is me when I'm tapped out at the party and like I'm trying to think about Irish goodbying, but I don't know which door to use.
You're trying to Irish goodbye, but someone's seen you, and so you have to pretend that you don't see them. So you just you just freeze.
Yeah,
you just
exactly.
freeze.
There's a bunch of people around the front door, and if I try to leave, they'll see me go.
Maybe if I don't look at them, they won't see me.
Yep, exactly. And that's probably what he's thinking, to be honest.
He's like, oh God. Okay. So, all right. As far as Connor's story and Hudson Williams, I think if I were to describe Austin to one and Christian to the other, I think Christian, I might see him with the. I think it's just because Austin has literally worn a sheer turtleneck like this. That to me,
is that the one that got stinky that one year, or is that something else?
That was a different shirt, the stinky shirt.
I didn't know anybody then. That was when I just was like, oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah, but you heard of the stinky shirt, of
yeah. Well, because that was the
course.
first thing I ever said when I met Austin. As I said, oh, this shirt smells fine, and I was like, wow, I don't know him like that.
Well, that's, you know what? Now you do.
I don't think he remembers that, but I do, and I will hold it in my heart forever.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, he would not stop going on and on and on about the stinky shirt. We knew that was what was going to happen. He was asking every single person, and then asking them again. I got asked at least 6 times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Next is Renata Reinsva, and I fucking loved this.
I almost love it. I think this pose she's doing is not doing anything for it.
I feel like it's like a power pose.
Really?
I love this. Yeah, I love that she's just kind of like, what?
It's like
I'm
almost
fucking
there for
Renata
me. I don't know what
Reinsva.
it needs though. I feel like if it had a crisscross over the tummy, like just like to kind of bring it all.
There was one other shot of her walking, and let me see if I can find that because I think
Yeah,
it'll
that's
be,
the thing is I really don't feel like this picture is going to do it justice for me, but I could see the vision.
Ryan's beep 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 beep. Let me see if I can find. And I also liked it better than her Oscars look. Oscars look was kind of plain, but
I'm this buff, by the way.
This is not it, but there was one where she's mid walk and it looks
like
very
Sasquatch,
powerful,
like walking,
but like cool.
Okay.
Yeah, she looked cool. I don't know. I can't.
I mean, it was gonna have been.
I can't find it. There's too many things on the internet. Okay. Anyway.
There's so many too.
Here's Mother Nicole, who walked in the back of Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez getting their photos taken, and she did not give a fuck.
Yeah, the bottom of this dress is
It's what? It's giving Australia.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's just kind of how. It's kind of how I feel.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, this is.
It's giving fancy potato sack.
It's a little bit. It is a little bit.
I don't think this is working.
The purple.
This next one.
Yeah, I
Mahela
almost
Harold.
feel like the dress was designed around the tattoos. Are those her tattoos?
Oh, the ones
On the hip.
just.
Yeah. Also, again, pose is not great for the photo.
It's like to
I
me.
don't know. I could see the vision.
I
It
like
just ain't
this.
it for me.
I like this sheer look.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't like this one. I
Which
don't,
one?
and the Mahela Harold, the purple one.
Oh, you do not like.
I don't like this sheer.
Okay,
look.
but like the black, I don't know. This was Renee.
Yeah.
Reds, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I like the bottom half of this one. The top half is where it kind of starts to get weird for me. Also, the fact that it's just like you can see the like underwear kind of that's just flesh
I
toned.
don't always love when you see the. You know what?
I
just go
love
no undies. Fuck it.
Tasteful nudity, but sometimes it's not done well. Like sometimes it doesn't lend to the outfit. I don't know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just don't like
Olivia
when
Rodrigo?
you see the undies.
This is a very Olivia Rodrigo.
Yeah. This is fine.
Yeah.
What else?
What else?
Alyssa Liu.
I mean, not a very
not
like the pose. Somebody should have been like,
she just
pose
won a gold
different.
medal.
yeah,
She won a
That's
gold
true.
medal. Not
Yeah,
a
who
gold
fucking cares?
medal
That's-
dress,
who
but
cares
that's
what she
fine.
wears?
Whatever.
she should
Tiana
have
Taylor,
worn the medal.
I need to learn. I need to learn how to pose like Tiana Taylor.
Oh, same. You know what we should do? They got to have classes somewhere in LA where they teach you how to pose. For
She
photos.
just hits these fucking poses.
Yeah. We should
like I'm
do
throwing my
that. We should do
back
like a
out.
posing in photos. I bet that there's like an influencer camp where you can go learn how to pose for photos better.
Yeah, I'm practicing right now, and it's giving Facebook mom who's had 3 bottles of wine is like, take a photo of me.
Yeah,
Take a picture
I believe
of
it.
me that I can put on for my 10 Facebook followers.
I don't know if I need to look, but I will.
You know, and they have like the weird angle. I'm like, wow, that's a sleigh. My caption probably has like an American flag in it.
I'm posing right next to you on
Are
my
you?
stream. Yeah. And then now it looks like prom pose. I have my arms out. If you back up a little bit, we'll be prom posing. Hold on. I have to wait for the stream delay. There we go. Kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of, sort of.
She's
Huh.
she's like twisting and
Now we're
God
back to back.
damn.
Wait, back up a little bit so you're at the edge of the screen, and then and then we'll do this.
okay. Like
Yeah.
yep.
Yep.
I look like I simultaneously have diarrhea and I'm constipated.
Yeah, it just
Yep.
yeah.
Honestly, it's working. Yeah, you think?
I think we could. We'll figure it out.
Okay. Victor,
One of the
thank
best
you
photos
so much.
of
Dini,
me
thank you
posing.
so much.
It was at Cutie's gala, and I went up in front of the photographer for like the professional photos, and I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. And then I looked around for help from I don't know who, and I made eye contact with Jessica Negri, and she looked at me,
She's
and
like,
I looked at her, and I said,
God, let me help.
I'd
Let me step
never
in,
talked
this
to her in my
poor
life.
soul.
I said,
Mhm.
help.
Mhm.
And she came over and posed me. I had no idea who I was.
It is
I
not
it's a
as
good
easy
post
as you
photo.
think it is.
Yeah.
Someone says they followed Sam off those photos. Well, clearly they were enough of a sleigh.
I was also really strong because I was boxing at that point. So
Muscles were popping.
just kind of like right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, Coleman. I always love a Coleman fit. You know, it's because he shows that as a man, you don't have to just wear a boring tux.
Yeah, he's got
You know?
that shit on.
He always got that shit
I
on.
just really like him.
He
Also
never
some
is not
bias.
serving. He knows it's like any pattern, any fabric, the details, the accoutrements.
I feel
Always
like if
pulls
I
up
was
in
crying,
stunts. Yeah, he
he would
knows
give me a
how
good
to
hug.
suit. Yeah, and probably some wise
Back
words
pat.
of wisdom as
Give
well.
me a backpack.
Okay, next is Mikey Madison's red carpet look.
I like this.
Okay, can I tell you what this looks like? So I'm going to try to make this story really, really, really short. But years ago when I was a child, my sister and I, we were left home with the rest of the kids. My parents went out to like a fundraiser and we heard a noise in the house and we were really, really scared because it was late at night. We were upstairs in our room. And so we got under the beds. We took my little sister who was baby at the time, and my brother and my other sister were downstairs sleeping, and we were hiding in the beds. And then at some point, I swear, my sister was like, I'm going to go check out the noises downstairs. She leaves, doesn't come back. Now I'm like, okay, she's dead. She's kid. Like something has happened. So I summon my courage. I go downstairs. It's pitch black. I get the phone. I call my parents. I was like, I can't find Liz. Liz is gone. We heard a noise in the house. We think someone's in the house. And now she's gone. My parents are like, oh my God. Okay, you have to go look for her. So I'm looking in the house. I'm scared out of my mind, but I'm like, this is my sister. I love her. I will find her. Well, I don't find her anywhere. So then my parents are like, okay, we're coming back. We end up calling the police. The police come. Now there's a bunch of people in the home. They're looking everywhere for my sister, and we can't find her. Like she's gone. Okay, she's just another statistic. So finally, we hear one of the cops say, "Hold on, in here," and we go into the room that had bunk beds, and they pull out from the bottom bunk bed. They pull out the drawers. So they slide them out, and behind the drawers is a wrapped up corpse. What looks like a body that's been wrapped up that looks like somebody's dead. And they pull it out, and slowly, like I swear to God, the most dramatic thing is like slow down. They start unrolling, and my sister comes out from this blanket that she had been rolled in tightly, and I'm crying. I'm like, oh my God, she's dead. She's dead. And then there's flashlight shining in her face, and slowly she opens her eyes and is like, what's happening? So confused, starts crying. Turns out that she didn't say, I'm going to go downstairs and check it out. She went downstairs because I was annoying her. And then she also got scared. So she decided to wrap herself up in this blanket and somehow position her body underneath this bunk bed with these drawers. Anyway, the bottom half of Mikey Madison's dress reminds me of my sister wrapped up in that blanket, and we all thought she was dead.
Yeah. Can I have the long version?
You want the long version?
No.
Yeah. Wait. What time do you
I
have
got
to start
stuff
yours?
to do today, tomorrow, and the next day. Huh. I was thinking, the part in The Little Mermaid when she rolls herself up in the sheet and on the beach.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I think mine's a little more specific.
No, you're right.
Yep.
I know everything about your version. For what this is, I think this is fine. I don't love it, but I see what it is, and I see it.
You see it. Okay.
There.
And then the top half reminds me of this one time. I'm just joking.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No. You just told us that one. You just told us that story.
Oh, I'm joshing.
Rose Byrne,
Roseburn,
different fit.
different fit. What do
Great.
you think people would do if someone showed up in the same fit? You know?
Shut it
Would
down.
they shoot them?
Shut it. One of them's gonna go. One of them has to change.
Okay, so this is a 2-piece, and it's kind of like you know when people do Christmas decorations, but they do like they do like black Christmas trees.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what that looks like.
it's kind of like that.
I never really have been super infatuated with like 2-piece, like the tube top skirt.
Zendaya pulls off a 2-piece like nobody's business.
Yeah, that's true. She really does. And then different outfit, lavender. You love lavender.
This one I liked better. I wish she had worn that.
It's got razzle dazzle.
It's just so glam, you know. It's got the everything. It's got the everything.
What
This is
about Julia
such
Fox?
A pretty look. Julia Fox, who kind of looks like a Star Wars person.
I kind of feel like if I needed to place her elsewhere, I could pick her up.
That's Star Trek. Sorry.
Like if she was in the wrong seat at the Oscars, it'd be
also Queen of Hearts. Yes, I was like, what else does this remind me of? Queen of Hearts.
yes.
Alice in Wonderland.
100%.
I will
that
say
scene
though,
in the Alice in Wonderland where she's like, "Where are my fat boys?"
yes,
That.
maybe Julia's manifesting a role she wants.
Yeah.
I will say, Julia, did you see the clips of Jake Shane? I know we talked about it, but
I saw like 2. Yeah.
did you see the one with her where he's like, "But how about that kid? What are you showing?"
Yeah.
And I thought that she actually gave a really beautiful response to him doing this
same
joke.
shit.
Yeah, the same line over and over again.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
I saw that clip. I was like, okay,
Yeah. It's like, hey, maybe say that
Okay,
anything
Julia
else,
Fox.
but
yeah. What a perfect response to Jake Shane doing this
Jake Shane.
fuck ass bit over and over again.
Jake Shane.
Shot Campan, thank you so much. Respect from Shithole, Indiana.
Whoa, Lakeith Stanfield.
Oh, okay. I feel like he's
kind of
kind
a
of
fit.
got a Met Gala fit going
He's
on
kind of
here.
got that shit on a little bit.
You know what I mean? Like almost the last Met Gala too.
Yeah, I'm not
And
sure what that shit is.
He's got that.
but
He's got that guy. He's got that eyeliner.
I was gonna say the makeup look is really nice.
It's vamp drip. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, good genre.
Vamp drip.
Yeah.
Okay.
I could dig it.
Next up is Eva Victor. Have you seen Sorry Baby?
No.
That is their film that came out last year. It's really good. I actually think you should watch it.
Okay.
I think you would really like it.
I don't like the outfit.
Do you know Eva Victor though? Do you recognize them from
Tiny bit.
They were really big on TikTok, especially during COVID. And they have a couple that really, really went viral that I still watch all the time. But one of them is telling my boyfriend we're going to Straight Pride Parade. So anyway, it's so funny, so talented. And I think Ava Victor is going to have a long career in the industry. And I'm happy for it. I'm happy for that.
It.
But I'm not super hot on this look.
No, I don't like the dress.
But very hot on their talent.
Dua Lipa. What was the video we just watched of her? Oh, a video of her splitting the G. Perfectly.
Splitting the G?
Splitting the G? Do you know what that is?
What is splitting the G?
So like when you're drinking a glass of Guinness, everybody tries to everybody gets a glass of Guinness and you try to drink it just perfectly so that the Guinness stops in the middle of the G
yeah, I saw
on
that.
Guinness.
Yeah, as she's on her constant international world tour with her hot fiance.
Yeah, the thing.
Her always posting photos on vacation, being like, "I'm living my best life on vacation." We're like, "We know, girl."
Whatever. I hope they're so happy.
She's great. I have a lot of respect for her.
Yeah, I like the dress too.
Yeah, I almost wonder if it comes up a little high. I don't know. Is this
I don't
another
know if
snack
I've met a man
situation?
yet whose celebrity crush isn't Dua Lipa.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean,
and Emma, apparently.
yes, they are always in the club dancing somewhere.
Yeah.
Callum Turner
Just
and
like
Dua
me.
Lipa are always on a boat with their tan bods, always in a club, dancing
Yeah.
somewhere.
What if you just one day I was there, like in the background?
Like stalking them?
No, I was invited. I just was there.
Are you invited?
No, but I was just saying, like, what if one day you just looked at a photo and I was there?
I would be like, oh no.
Oh, no, somebody go get her. We've lost her. Oh, I don't know. I just thought it would be funny. Like, what if I just was there? I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm there. They invited me. I'm allowed to be there, but just like I'm in the background.
As your BFF here, I would say she's not supposed to be there.
Somebody go get grandma. She's not supposed to be there.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Another Demi Moore look. I like this. God, she really loves feathers, doesn't she?
I don't know about this. This looks a little.
It's a little Cruella de Vil.
Some about it just looks kind of messy.
Yeah.
I don't know, but
she did.
She has 99% of the feathers on this planet.
It looks like she's carrying something that's feathers.
Maybe the gloves look too big, or maybe it's just like a little. I don't know.
A little clunky.
The two pieces don't feel married. Yeah, there's something that's just a little messy. Some off. All right. Anyway, next up,
Tyler Mitchell at suit. Great.
Yeah.
Suit.
I don't
Tate McRae.
even. Who is
Great.
this? Tyler Mitchell
dress.
is a photographer. Okay. Tate McRae. There is something so MAGA coded Tate McRae.
I also just like, she's got some songs that are catchy, but God, if I hear one more person compare her to Britney Spears, I'm going to scream.
Oh, I know. They're like, Tate McRae is Gen Z's.
It's like
Britney Spears. I'm like, no, she's not.
She's got some bangers. Let her have her own thing.
Be nice to our Canadian girl. I mean, she is dating one of the MAGA hockey bros. That's true.
Really?
True. Yeah, the one with the one who had all his teeth knocked out. Well, a lot of them have, and he was like, I don't know why anybody is. Yeah, he's like, I'm just apolitical over here, laughing on the phone with Donald Trump about the girls.
Yeah. Hey, best of luck, Tate McRae. Good luck with the dancing.
Yeah, you know she's Canada down. That's right.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this picture of Sarah Pigeon, I thought that the purse was like a cargo pant pocket on the side of the dress.
Why
don't we make cargo pant dresses?
I'm sure they have them. This looks like I think her purse is a flask.
So be it.
Which I fuck with.
Yeah. We should get those.
Flask purses?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we can do that with our fuck ass wigs.
Or we could just get bagged wine in our regular purses.
Hold on, bag of wine. Let's see.
Imagine a little spout too that we put on there. We would be so popular. Maybe that's what we should do when we go to things. We should just have a spout on our purse where we have drinks. People would love us or pretend.
Just good enough for me. Hold on a second. I am sending you what our new okay. Hold on a second. I'm not fast.
No.
Okay.
Time moves slow, and heartbreak feels better in a place like this.
Heartbreak feels better in a place. Oh my God. Hold on.
What if there's a straw that goes from the purse
Okay.
up my armpit,
I
down
just-
my arm,
Yep.
and that's a better idea.
I
Let's do
just
this
sent
instead.
you. I just sent you our new look.
That is what we bring to
Here.
events.
Yep.
I like that.
Fill that with some Kim Crawford Sauvignon Blanc,
Yeah.
which makes the
Everclear.
white women go crazy for Kim Crawford.
Yeah. Yep. I just so is everybody's gonna be friends with us.
Oh yeah. They'll be like, I'm sorry, is that a purse with Kim Crawford Sauvignon Blanc?
And I'll be like, oh,
Like, oh, you mean this thing?
is it? Because I
Oh.
thought that you were hitting me
You
with
mean
the
this
who do you know
thing?
here 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And
I'm
it
like, oh,
sounds
you
like I
just
know
called
Kim
me the
Crawford.
wrong name 2 seconds ago, but yeah,
Hmm,
pull up your
yeah,
cup,
I thought
I
my name was
guess.
Sarah.
That's fine. You know what?
I thought,
Give me
Yeah.
your glass.
yeah.
I got you.
Yeah, we're gonna change the world.
Oh. No doubt about it. Okay.
Sarah Pigeon, though. Great
Sarah
job.
Pigeon's
Sarah Paulson.
Sarah Pigeon, Sarah Paulson. I don't know
No.
why this looks like an American Horror Story thing.
It-
Like, you know what I
it's-
mean? Where she's like an adult who's playing a little girl, but
I
that
will
little
say,
girl
like,
is like,
From an
Is-
artistic sense, this is a good outfit. I don't like it at all, but artistically,
it's freaking me out.
I like it.
I don't know
that
why.
make
It's
sense?
like maybe it's. I know what you're saying artistically because. Yes.
Shape as a like
Sometimes
shape.
it freaks me out when the skirt comes just above the ankle like this
yeah.
because it makes, like I said, she looks like an adult but who's a
Yeah.
child but who's
Yeah.
it's
Especially
kind of
with
like
the
in the
little bob.
Orphan, you know how
Yeah.
she's
It's
actually an
giving-
adult but she's pretending
It's
to be a
2
child.
a.m. You woke up. It's dark in the house. I'm standing at the end of the hallway, and then I
And then you
walk.
see, like, put two of, double this,
Holding
and
hands.
it's like red rum.
Mm-hmm.
Red rum.
Yep. Oh yeah,
Yes!
Caitlin. Good point. Her
Yeah.
hair is the same shape as her dress.
I think that's why it's maybe unsettling. She looks like a
It's
badminton
kind of the same shape
shuttlecock.
3 times when you think about it.
It kind of,
The fairy bob mother.
it almost felt it was like, you know what? Let's shape the look around this hair.
Yeah. Huh.
Anyway,
Don't like.
it's certainly a memorable one, but it is freaking me out.
Adrian Brody. It's just it's just like a suit, man. I think he's worn the same one a couple of years in a row.
He's.
Great
I
job,
don't
man.
care about this man.
Rachel Sennett.
She loves to hit that face
She does.
on her photos. It's kind of like
I can't see.
you can't see, but I'm
I believe you.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I think she looks nice.
Yeah, it's a nice dress. I'll give it.
Yeah.
It's nice. Thumbs up. Nikki Glazer. I just cannot get behind like dresses that look like they're made out of like latex because it makes me feel like I would get so sweaty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I kind of like it.
Okay.
I kind of like it.
Is it sequins?
It's sequins, but it does also look
Oh,
like
maybe, yeah.
latex.
Sequins?
She does look like an Airheads rapper. That's true. She looks like the
Yes.
cherry. It looks like the cherry Airhead.
Oh wait, yum.
Yeah. That is yum.
All right. What the hell? Why not?
Yeah. I like it.
Kris Jenner,
Oh, Chris. So,
looking like a flower girl.
Kris Jenner.
Does Nikki Glazer have a hot
Kris
husband?
Jenner wears gloves all the time because your hands are one area of your body that are really hard to DH. to like, this is why when she's like, look at me, I'm 20. She always has the gloves because you can't really do anything to your hands. So it's a way of like pretending that you're not your age, because if people can't see your hands, then
Yeah. Sorry, I was looking at a picture of Nikki Glazer's husband because apparently he was hot. I don't see the vision.
Oh, I don't even know who he is.
Not the best photo. I don't see which. I had a hard time choosing one.
I will say, Kris Jenner, only one of the few people asking hard-hitting questions on the red carpet when she said to Jake Shane and Quenlin Blackwell, so how did you get this gig?
Oh, I remember seeing that clip. Yeah. And they were like,
They were like, ah! And he goes, I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I went, I don't know.
Yeah, it was actually pretty funny.
Yeah.
She's
I'm waiting.
her just
I'm
waiting.
telling
so
you. I'm
how
telling
did you guys get this gig? Because it is a big fucking deal.
Yeah, it is a big deal.
Yeah. She ate with that one.
I did love Quen's dress and fit.
Yeah.
Really, really nice.
For sure. And look, it's not their fault that they're getting the opportunities.
Yeah. It's just it's not their natural habitat. And I think the thing that I keep seeing is like influencers, and like he has a podcast, like she has, I'm not sure if she has a podcast, but she has many things she does where she interviews people. But like the problem is red carpet interviews are not something that they've done. And so I keep seeing this where it's like,
it's clear that you can tell when people haven't watched the films.
That's the thing too, is it's like, that's what I see that drives me crazy is when red carpet interviewers have no idea who they're talking to.
They haven't watched the films. They don't know the actor's work.
No.
It's like when that one guy said to Delroy Lindo, so you're an emerging talent.
Yeah.
And Delroy Lindo was like, no, I'm not.
No, I could like literally if I was going to work the red carpets at the Oscars, like I could go sit in a room for a week and learn everything and be fine. You know what I mean? Enough to do a red carpet, enough that I would like know some things about every single person to say something that's like accurate.
Here's the other thing too. Okay. Here's the other thing too that we've moved away from. When you are hosting on a red carpet, no one is there to see you. No one cares about you. You are supposed to do your job. You are not the star of the show. But the problem is bringing in these internet personalities who are basically just doing what they do in their own content shtick. They don't know how to come from a framework that's not them being center stage as like a big personality. That's actually the opposite of how you're supposed to do this role.
Yeah, and also I think like short form content has really gotten in the way of a lot of long form entertainment. So like a red carpet, you know, like the moment when everybody's on the red carpet, like you see a lot of like moments that are meant to be clips or meant to be a funny moment. And it's like, I think that the purpose of the red carpet interviewers are to be entertaining people who are lending themselves as a accessory to help the people on the red carpet get interviewed and say more things about the thing they're already there for. But you're right, it does become this like, all I know is I see these moments of the interviewers and then the people they're interviewing.
Because they're coming from that world of like making viral content where they are the personality.
Yeah.
They suck at spotlighting the guests. They don't ask the right questions. They're not curious. Right. Because that's not, it's like totally changed. The whole approach, this whole, like the way things have always worked, that is changing. And it's not that you can't, I've said this a couple times, it's not that you can't have people in who don't come from kind of the traditional background. And I think having less barriers is a good thing. But the problem is that they are picking people based on like how popular they are online and not if they're actually best suited for this job. And ultimately it is the it is the incorrect approach, and it's why it's so uncomfortable to watch and why people are like, wow, this isn't working. When you have an internet personality on the carpet who doesn't know about the films, who doesn't care about the art form, who's not there to like facilitate these conversations and to ask like interesting questions from people on the carpet about the work that was premiered that year, that was nominated or awarded, or, whether it's work that they were a part of or that really resonate with them, whatever. It's like those conversations aren't happening. And the whole thing is just like, ooh, well, have we learned our lesson yet?
Yeah. Yep.
If you
I
want
think the first time I
influencers, there's
saw it
so
was
many that
with
make content
Bless Her
films.
Mart, one of my
Yes.
favorites, Emma Chamberlain, when she did the red carpet interviews, like, I don't know how many years ago. And I just was like, oh, this feels awkward.
Yeah, Emma was one of the people who kind of kicked this off when she started.
Yeah.
When she started as Vogue's correspondent.
Yeah.
Who's really great is Reese Feldman, guy with a movie camera. He's so good at this, and he has a film background. And then he started working on production. I think he was an assistant or something. Anyway, he started this TikTok channel, guy with a movie camera, and he's incredible. And he's a person who cares about film, knows a lot about film, studies it, does his homework. And that's the focus of it. It's not like, look at me, look at Reese Feldman, this big personality on the carpet. No.
Yeah.
No.
I agree. And we can do like a couple more, but I have to.
You got to run.
Well, I have to start the sponsor thing, and that's 3 hours.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't want to be cooked for that. But yeah, we can do a couple more because
Caroline,
Timothée Chalamet clearly. So much to say here.
He kind of got that like white boy rapper fit on.
Yeah.
Emmy Yumiverse, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. What's up, everybody? He's got that white boy fit. Y'all mind if a white boy has a little swag?
I just don't.
I saw a tweet and somebody had a photo of Timmy like a couple years ago to now, and they said, I think one part here that people aren't acknowledging is that Timmy no longer looking as boyish and young has also turned people against him. Like it's contributed to.
He's giving angsty teen kind of recently.
Well, I think it's like, do you remember when he stepped out and he had the like the flowing locks, he had the sequin blazer on that it was open. It was an open blazer and it showed his chest underneath. It's like he hit puberty.
Yeah, I think I do kind of remember.
I think it is kind of the whole like twink death thing. Where there was definitely this obsession with him when he looked like that Timmy.
Yeah.
Where he had the clean shaven face and the locks. Mm-hmm. He's kind of giving Barry Keoghan / Neg.
Sabrina. What did we do there?
Elliot Sang put out a video calling him the performative male final boss. He makes some good points. Yeah, I just think Timmy, here's one thing I will say. I think Timmy has kind of been a mainstay fixture for a couple years straight. It feels like after Dune came out, like he's just been constantly a presence. And there is such a thing as overexposure. So there's so many people saying so many things around Timmy and his career and his comments, etc. But I will say I do think the overexposure is something that can hurt someone's presence, because you need a little mystery, right? You want a little mystique. It's where's this person been? Oh,
yep.
There's too much of him. Yeah. And so sometimes you have to step back and then when you reemerge, it's like, oh, there they are.
And Kylie just wants to eat them up like a snack.
Well, this isn't really looking like a snack, but
No.
And then it's Kylie who has the same dress on that she wears to
that's
everything.
true.
I'm like, you know
That
what?
is
Put
true.
Kylie in put Kylie in the Sarah Paulson fit.
Yes. Can you imagine?
Imagine if you know what I'd love to see? Celebrities swap outfits.
Yes. They all get to style another one differently.
Like Sarah Paulson and Kylie Jenner swapping fits.
Yep. Nope. Need. Oh, Cara Delevingne's outfit's crazy.
Okay. God, that doesn't even look like her.
understand.
I didn't even recognize her.
I don't understand.
I feel like she's kind of
bamboozled.
calmed down on being weird on carpets.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
She
Yeah, I
was
don't know,
kind of
it's a
she
weird
was
one.
kind of doing weird things for a minute there. I
Ugh.
think the makeup is real good.
Yeah. I think it needs like a smidge of blush.
I think there's something with the bottom of this fit here that I don't know.
Is
if
it a
it's-
skirt or is it a
I think
pant?
So. I don't. It's kind of hard to tell.
I think it's a skirt.
I like this almost Pollock type of design on the top though.
Enhance.
Computer enhanced. It's a
Enhanced.
pants.
It kind of
skirt?
looks
I don't
a little.
know.
Can I say it looks like a little bit cheap? Is that crazy? Like when I zoom into the top.
Maybe. Wait, someone said Obama 2008 hope. Wait. Wait, the fucking posters.
No.
Obama
Hold on.
2008 posters. Hold on a second. This might be
No
the most
fucking
specific
way.
clock of all time. This is an all-time poll. Who was
Hold on.
that?
You should tweet that.
Bobo Bebow. Bobo Bebow. This is
Please
this
tweet
is
it.
a great poll.
I steal
can't
tweets from my
steal
viewers all the
it.
time.
No, I can't steal.
No, I do it all the time. Tell her. I
No.
do it all the time. I literally, they'll say something funny and I'll be like, that's going to Twitter under my name.
You're like a CEO who steals.
Literally. No credit.
Steals from
No
your
credit in
workers.
sight. Yep. Sometimes they do really
You're
good
like,
too.
yep,
And I go,
I'm getting. It's like
Yeah.
y'all are not getting Christmas bonuses, but I'm getting $100
Yeah.
billion.
yeah. Just,
I don't know.
Pat on the back.
Sometimes I steal people's jokes in chat. Well, I try not to. It's more of like
It's
I
our
will, I
tweet.
will read it, but I think people think it's me who's saying it, even though it's. I think I try to
you
make
got to
it
work
clear it's
on
coming
that.
from
You
chat.
got to
I don't
really
know
put
if I
some
can-
gusto in there
I
and
don't
read
know
it
if I
like
can
you
take
said
a
it.
tweet. I can't. I can't take it from BB Bob Boo Boo.
Okay, just screenshot their
Beep, boop, boop.
message and then it's credit.
I can come up with something else.
Okay, perfect.
I must.
Okay, hold on. Let's
I can't do Bo Bee Boo Boo. Bo
don't do
Bo-
Bubble
Bo-
Bee Boo like that.
Bo Bo Bee Boo. Bo Bo Bee Boo.
Don't do that to them. They're worked hard on that. Rita Ora with the hat. I'm just kind of quickly scrolling. Just
Oh
to
wait,
see if
hold on.
anything catches my
I
eye.
fucking love
Oh.
Hannah Einbinder. I fucking love Hannah Einbinder. Just
yeah.
as just love her. Just love her. Jake Shane regretting. That's the look of regret. He's like, fuck. So does everybody hate me now? One thing about Rita
Are you
Ora,
excited?
she is always gonna get invited to these shindigs.
Yeah.
One thing about Rita Ora, she will be there. She will be leaving her polycule and is stepping out, usually with a giant hat, something like this. So that people will
Me.
go,
She's
people
me.
will look at her and be like, wait, is that Rita Ora?
That's me on a Tuesday.
That's if this gets 100,000 retweets, she'll release her album early. And then it didn't. But you know what? That was just a joke.
Stunning.
Stunning. Jessica
Jessica
Alba,
Alba?
who's just so
Can
beautiful.
I say what I think that this dress looks like?
Yeah.
It looks okay. Can I tell you a story? I'll make it short.
Bobo Bibo is releasing their IP. Okay.
Oh, okay. Listen.
Yeah.
When I had fleas in my house,
Okay.
I had a guy come out to exterminate them.
Yeah.
And he came in and he said, "There are no fleas in your house." And I was like, "There are fleas in here." And he said, "No, if there were
Yeah.
fleas in here, when I walked inside, they would have jumped up on my pants." And me and my landlord were confused because we were like, fleas don't just jump up on your pants the second you walk in the door.
Mhm.
This is what I imagined he was saying it would look like with the moment he entered my house.
Where he's like, unless they look like that, then it ain't
Yes.
fleas.
Yes.
Yeah. This also looks like after Farley has rolled around in grass because he wants
Yeah.
to rub TT on himself, and then he just
Yeah.
has leaves all over him.
TT.
That then he sprints through the house.
Yeah.
And some of them fly off, but then some of them are suspended. It's like scientifically impossible.
Yeah.
She's so hot
Yeah.
though.
I know.
She's so
not
hot.
aging. It's fucking
God,
annoying.
what a beautiful woman.
Mm.
Ooh, Kiki.
A little hip.
Okay.
A little hip. moment.
Okay. I still cannot get. Did I say this yesterday, you guys? I cannot stop laughing at Kiki Palmer saying about her upcoming film with Boots Riley. What's it called again? I Love Boosters. Where she was like, yeah, we pretty much all have the same politics. We just go about it differently. Boots Riley is an avowed communist. And I was looking at the cast of this film and I was like, will Demi Moore, who you know that she has a photo of Karl Marx that she prays to every night. Alexa Demi from Euphoria, who's clearly been too busy going to comrade meetings. And that's why she's not been in much since Euphoria. I was like, you know what? I'm willing to believe that that's true.
I just posed like her, and I think
Oh,
I
like-
nailed it.
Oh, did you?
Paul Mescal.
My partner just said, I like everything her and Sam are dunking on, so I hope I'm never on a red carpet they review. I don't even, here's the thing, sometimes I dunk on things that I like.
Oh.
You know, like I like
No,
this.
I'm the same. It's like tough love.
It's you just want to say, like, otherwise it's too boring to be like, that's pretty. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh yeah, they look good. You know, you got to find something.
Yeah.
You got to find something.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta dunk. Life is a basketball game. It's just
I
one
can't
big
hear
basketball
anything
game.
you're saying because I'm looking at a picture of Paul Mescal.
Is it on the Vanity, or is it not this photo on the Vanity Fair?
It's this. Is something wrong with this photo?
He looks like he's been spending too much time on the cliffs of Moher in Ireland. My guy needs a little bit of vitamin D.
Okay.
He's been standing on the misty cliffs a little too long. He's been Beatles maxing.
I have a thought, but I can't say it. Okay. Yeah, I think it fits all right. Fits okay.
Okay, yeah. He's just disappearing into the background.
Yeah.
And then Gracie Abrams following
Is Tara in chat right now?
following Paul Mescal. Power
No,
couple.
okay. I really like Gracie Abrams' dress. No. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, yeah. If I wear something like this, I'm like, y'all mind if my titties are just out?
Y'all mad if my titties out?
Hey, do you guys mind if my titties are? It's not that they're popping.
Y'all mind if my titties mediocre?
They're just like
They're peeking?
they're just gonna be there.
Y'all mind if my titties are?
They're just gonna be there. Is everyone okay with that? Like, I would be sending an email ahead of time, being like, "Does everyone? Is that okay?
I hope this email finds you.
This email finds you all.
And
That
I
my
hope
titties
that
will
you
be-
find these titties
They will just be flopping.
appropriate.
Not popping. Not popping. No
They
way
don't
could they pop in a dress like this. They
peeking.
would
No.
be flopping.
Yeah.
Not,
Titties
not
are
plopping, but
fleeping.
flopping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure what we just said, but I understood it entirely. I understand.
This is the kind of
everything we
dress
just
that
said, but don't
I would
know.
have to turn around. Like this
Yeah.
would be the back.
Titties on your backside?
Titties on my back. Titties on my back. Titties on my back.
No. Titties on the ground. Titties on the ground.
Flop, lock, and drop it.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. You
I
know
like
what
the
I'm
necklace.
saying.
It's like the most minimal scarf you could possibly have.
It's like something that you would see at Urban Outfitters for way too much money. Or not, or Anthropo, I don't know, one of those.
Writing an email.
What
I hope my
else
titties find you.
I hope my titties find you. This is the kind of thing that I would have worn to Coachella, like this kind of necklace. Coachella,
Yeah.
like 2017, with my hat. I would have had like the, you know, the hat I'm talking about, the Coachella hat.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah. With some, maybe a little fringe. And
Yeah.
then this necklace.
It's a good one.
Okay. Quinta.
Nah.
Better though than better. I do think she's moved on to a different stylist because Quinta in the past, whoever she
think I
had styling
remember.
her was not doing that woman justice.
Yeah.
Not doing her justice. I actually like
Question.
this. Yeah.
If you could only wear horizontal
good.
or vertical stripes for the rest of your life.
Oh, vertical.
Okay.
Why would I wear horizontal
I don't
stripes?
know. I don't know. It's a question. I don't know.
Vertical. Easy.
Which one is more
Always.
gay, you think?
Which one is more gay? I'm waiting for what the people are saying.
I don't know. That somebody asked me that yesterday when we were talking about it, or the day before.
Somebody asked you what direction stripes are more gay. They asked you.
I don't know.
And you really give off to some people the vibe of like, oh, Sam not only knows everything about what it means to be gay, but like very niche things. Hey, what direction of stripes?
I don't know. I don't
Is
know. And then I
indicative
just Jim Halpert at the camera,
vegan.
and then
Yeah.
thankfully my chat just answers for me because
Uh-huh.
they know. You know, I'll be like, line.
I'm
then-
hearing both horizontal and vertical.
Yeah.
So both. So plaid. So
Yeah. Oh, so okay. So we
as a
can't have
lesbian
plaid.
horizontal. See, and then some are saying a horizontal is so ugly that vertical is the gay choice.
So
Vertical
horizontal
is for
is
the
straight?
lesbians, horizontal for the gays. Wow, we're getting across the board answers.
I think that straight
This
people
might
get
be
polka
the
dots.
new. This might be the new yellow and gold and white dress. But which one of us is the milkshake duck? Sam.
You're gonna kill somebody with a sentence like that. I don't know. Polka dots. Paisley,
Okay.
maybe.
All right, how many you got left in you? Just want to kind of scroll and then see if
Yeah,
there's
let's
any
just
that
scroll
really
until
pop.
something.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
'cause
haven't
there's so
gotten
many.
to Emma Chamberlain's.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
yeah. Let's pull that up.
I'm sorry, but I not no. Okay.
Oscars.
What is going on with him? Girl, Kim Kirk. Wait, Emma Chamberlain is right below Kim on the.
Also, Brittany Broski's fit was tough.
No, I know.
It was rough.
I know. We got some bad ones at the bottom here.
Oh yeah, we're getting to the weird ones. Like we got Kim K, and then we got
Kim
God,
Kirk.
it's like even like her foundation color is just matched
the
terribly.
whole thing is
It's bad.
not good.
Do you think she's upset, or do you think she's slayed? She thinks she's slayed.
Girl, I can't. I do not know.
Okay,
I
we got
do
Emma
not
Chamberlain.
know. She's got that.
It's just
The,
giving.
also,
I
this
gotta
in
do the
front of
dishes.
face. Okay, Emma Chamberlain. So the tweet that I sent you that I think perfectly nails it.
Yep.
Which is somebody on Twitter who said, "Wait, did I send this to you last night?"
Today. Yeah, today. You sent it to me today.
Oh yeah, me when I come home after the bar. And I put half my PJs on, but then I noticed my elderly dog peed on the kitchen floor, so I have to scrub it.
Yeah.
It's don't think
like
there's any
she did that. She put it on and went, yep. Also, the tank top is like something I would have worn under my Hollister zip up in like 7th grade.
I just don't understand. Do you put this on and go, it's so bizarre that it's couture?
I think that's what she does because I don't like, again, big fan. I haven't seen a fit that she's worn that I've really been like, yep, that's it. So maybe she just tries to do things that are like abstract.
It's getting dressed in the dark. Yeah. It's you know what this is? This is when you're going through your closet to see clothes that you haven't worn in forever. And you're like, oh, I wonder if this still fits. Or like, definitely I'll wear this to this one specific hypothetical that I have created in my mind that's never going to happen. So I really should throw this out. But you know, when you just start putting on random clothes that you have found, checking to see, and you're like,
boy ass fit.
yeah. Barnacle boy.
Or it's like, you know, when you go through the costume bucket when you're a kid because you're going to do like a performance.
Yeah.
Like, oh, at least together.
Peasants not understanding the future fit. If this is the future, then kill me.
I wish I could see the vision, but my eyes are closed.
I think every single person who saw this went,
oh,
the dishes the dishes need to be done. It's like when you go shopping in Animal Crossing where everything that you bought by mistake.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I don't like a single thing about this. No, and I do feel like this is it's high fashion because it's so awful. And I kind of hate that. I don't ascribe to that. I don't ascribe to something being high fashion because it's so ugly and absolutely doesn't make any sense nor have any cohesion.
I'm scrolling through quickly. I just saw a whole butt cheek.
This man is so hot. Oh my God. To have the riz that Robert Redford had, that even in death, you have Jane Fonda and Babs Streisand fighting over who gets to talk about him on stage.
Yeah.
What a dream.
Just quickly scrolling through.
There's
some really good ones. There's some really bad ones. There's some interesting ones. There's Alex Earl, who's at everything.
You mean Dinner with the Kushners? Carly Glass? I can't ever forget when Sam couldn't think of Rob Riggle's name, so she described him as big and bloated John Hamm. But the thing is that everyone knows what you're talking about.
Yeah. He was in an avocado ad.
Yep. Oh! Cheek. Wait.
That's the one. Cheek.
Cheeked up.
Tasteless under cheek.
Wait. What?
Kind of.
I have not seen. Am I already a band?
Nah. It's just a little tasteful cheek.
Who is this?
It's butt cleavage.
An influencer who got the cheek slipping out?
Yep.
This is Devin Lee Carlson, who founded the phone case Wildflower and is an influencer. And she was like, I'm going to be the girl who had the butt cheek out.
Yeah.
A little bit of cheek.
A little cheek.
Yeah, a little butt cleavage.
Jeff Goldblum and Emily Livingston in the fur.
Javier Bardem. Gotta shout
There's
this
a lot of good
out.
ones. I have to
We'll
leave,
after
though, or
after
else I'm
Sam's
gonna
got to go. We'll
dead.
we'll look at some stuff. Uh, 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 yeah. Okay. Well,
I saw Hassan on there.
wait. Really?
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me.
Above JJ Abrams and below Ashley Graham. Which 124.
Here's Dal Godot. Do I have some stories about this girl? Oh no, that's Robert Pattinson. Chloe Zhao. Yeah, he's oh, I love you. I'm still. God, this keeps going. I love this. Oh my God, Simone Ashley's dress, so pretty.
Yeah, there's actually some pretty good ones. I'll give it that.
Whoa.
I'll give it that.
Whoa!
There's also some not that great ones.
Amelia Gray Hamlin. I think this is Lisa Rinna's daughter, or it's the other one who told me that I would never have a man love me and I would never have children and I was going to die alone. Which is true.
Yeah.
Oh, Wagner Moura. I actually loved Mia Goth's fit. It was one of my favorite.
Really?
Oh, there he is. Big Hossy Haas and Christian and Austin. Just
Christian and Austin are they're in there.
They're in
Christian
the
and
pants.
Austin and Hassan are like three guys in a trench coat. That's why they're credited.
Christian, Austin, and Hassan. Three kids in a
people are
trench
saying
coat.
Hassan is tall. It's just because he's stacked on top of Christian.
Yeah,
and
you
Austin.
can't see him because they're hiding in his pants.
They're in each pant and they're holding him
one
up.
in each leg.
Yeah, Hassan's actually 4 feet. Fun fact.
He's not beating the small head allegations. No, it's okay. Here's the thing. Hassan has a normal size head. He just wears flowy clothing, and it makes, because of his body type, it makes the head look.
Is it maybe because he's tall, so his head's far away?
Yes, that too. I think. I don't know.
It's like the curvature of the atmosphere.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bruh. Yeah, I think it's the wide shoulders. I don't know, the head. But then sometimes I'm looking at his head. I'm like, is it smaller? I don't know.
I don't think I've ever thought about it, ever.
Well,
but I see people talk about it, and then I go, what am I going to have for lunch? And then I think peanut butter and jelly.
Wait,
and
actually, I love that outfit. Okay. All right. You got to go. God, there's so many. Okay. La Roche with the stolen Tiana Taylor hair. Okay. Okay. I'm still scrolling and I'm not even at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of them.
Got to the end. All right. You got to go. You got to go do things.
I have to do things.
You got to go do things. So this has been the Oscars fashion carpet thoughts by Sam and Caroline. We know fashion and we know how to speak about fashion.
That's good. I can't wait because we'll do this again next year, but at the Oscars.
I don't know why they don't have us as the fashion correspondents.
We have to do.
I don't know why.
It's two girls wearing bobs in a car reviewing movies.
Bob. I know, you're right. We do have to get that going, or else we're never gonna end up there.
We have to.
It would be
I'm
so
telling
fun
you,
too,
they'll be
because
begging us to come watch it.
Because here's the thing. We'll show up and people will be like, who are they? Security. And then suddenly we'll pull the fuck ass Bob wigs out of our purses that you can pour wine out of, and we'll put it on. Everyone will be like, oh my God, it's them.
And we're in the car.
Oh my God.
On the red carpet.
Then suddenly a car busts through.
Mm-hmm.
Just
oh yeah.
And then we're like, do you recognize us now? And everyone's like,
oh
my God, wait. And we're all laughing.
I have a flamethrower for some reason.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I just thought we were adding things to the.
Yeah,
I don't have one. I don't have a flamethrower, and I just have a bob. I'm just in the car.
Just a bob. It's underneath. It's underneath it. We just that'd be another fun thing too. That we just have so many things under the bob that we just pull out.
No. But listen, it's so smart because every once in a while we'll have a guest and they have to sit in the middle back and be smaller than us.
They sit in the middle back of the car, but they're tiny.
That's because of the perspective of the camera. They're not actually smaller, but it's like, imagine like Will comes with us to a movie and then he's in the episode, but he sits in the back seat, so he's smaller than us.
Okay. Yeah, I was for a second. I was
important
like,
to mention that they would look
child?
No. It's just because of the camera's perspective, they are smaller. Which I didn't need to mention. That's like a normal thing that you would notice on film.
Okay.
When people are further away, they're smaller.
Okay, good to know. Yeah.
Or we put the seat down and they sit all the way in the back, and then they're really small.
Yeah. I'm glad that that's going to be an important part of our operation. Yeah. Our new content channel here. Yeah, Sam's really always cooking. She's always cooking.
Yes.
Sometimes it's raw. Sometimes she's like, "Here you go." I'm like,
I'm just trying to like mash out all of the logistics before we start because I don't want anything to get lost.
You don't want to, no, I completely understand. All right, you need to go because you got a 3-hour thing you got to do.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is me telling you to go do it.
Thanks. Needed this.
Go do it. All right, everybody, that's it. That's it for us until next time. So we'll see you later.
That's all, folks.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Okay. I have some moments that I would like to talk about from last night, little post-Oscars autopsy. And mostly they are the couple of moments where we had people say anything of substance. So mostly, Javier Bardem, I saw a tweet that was like, do you think Javier and Penelope Cruz talk about at home who are they going to pair either of us up to present international feature? Because between the two of them, they've done it like 4 or 5 times. They always will have either Penelope Cruz or Javier Bardem partnered with one other person to present best international feature. All right. Human Sunshine Maddie, thank you so much for the 26 months. And let's do some of this. I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
Overnight, it was one Oscar after another.
With 6 Academy Awards,
one battle after another, winning the most of the night, including Best Picture.
Let's have a martini. This is pretty amazing.
The show led by host Conan O'Brien.
And I'm honored to be the last human host of the Academy Award. Yes! Yeah! Next year, it's going to be a Waymo in a tux.
Filled with veteran stars. But the top acting prizes went to first-time winners. Michael B. Jordan earning Best Actor for his dual role in Sinners.
I know you guys want me to do well, and I want to do that because you guys bet on me.
Later, even celebrating while picking up some burgers. A fellow first statue for Jessie Buckley, who played Shakespeare's wife in Hamnet.
I would like to dedicate this to the beautiful chaos of a mother's heart.
In the supporting categories, Sean Penn took home his 3rd Oscar, though not in attendance, while Amy Madigan ran away with her first for her wild part in Weapons.
There's got this little gold guy.
Sinners. In a history-making moment, Autumn Durald Archipel became the first woman to win the Academy Award for cinematography.
I really want all the women in the room to stand up.
Women!
Because I feel like I don't get here without you guys.
And a Devil Wears Prada-inspired collab between Anne Hathaway and the real-life Miranda Priestly, Anna Wintour.
Anna?
Boo, Anna Wintour.
Just curious,
what do you think of my dress tonight?
And the nominees are...
And it was a golden night for Kate.
Okay, I could not stop laughing last night. It was freaking sending me all of the different crowd shots of people holding the lights that they were given for the golden performance. Like the concept of Ed Harris shaking this light stick around for Golden from K-pop Demon Hunters.
Pop Demon Hunters. It's now Oscar-winning smash hit lighting up the stage as the film took home Best Animated Feature.
This is for Korea and for
excited.
Koreans everywhere.
But emotion swelled as Hollywood remembered those it's lost, including Catherine O'Hara and Diane Keaton.
Okay. This shit was sending me too. So apparently Jane Fonda was asked, she was asked about how she felt about Barbra Streisand's emotional tribute to Robert Redford. And she said, I want to know how come Streisand was up there doing that for Redford. She made only one movie with him. I made 4. I have more to say. And so this is what I was referencing when I said, imagine you got that Robert Redford aura. You're no longer even here, and you still got the ladies fighting. And I will say, I actually agree with that. I was thinking about it last night, and I was like, Barbara's tribute was very, and he called me Babs. Memory of the time. And Jane Fonda's sitting there being like, I made 4 fucking movies with that man. Who do you think you are, coming in here with the way we were? Ain't nobody give a shit. Here's the footage.
Jane, what did you think about the beautiful In Memoriam tribute tonight? Because, I mean, we lost so many greats this year. What did you think about the tribute to your co-star, Diane Keaton?
I didn't see that, but oh God, her passing really hit me hard.
I bet, yeah.
We lost a lot of talented people, yeah.
Right? Tell me a secret about this outfit.
I want to know how come Streisand was up there doing that for Redford. She only made 1 movie with him. I made 4.
You made 4.
I have more to say.
What do you say it now? I mean, what do you remember most about working with Robert Redford?
I was always in love with him.
Oh, we know,
gorgeous
girl.
Human being and such great values, and he did a lot for movies. He really changed movies, lifted up independent movies.
Jane, what did you think about the beautiful?
This is a perfect example of someone saying something that's a joke, but also not really a joke. Like she means this. And you know what? I'm not going to sit here and say she's wrong. Jane Fonda being like, I have a hell of a lot more to say because I was obsessed with that man. All right. We made 4 movies together and I will take every opportunity to say that I was in love with him. Oh gosh, that's a dream. You know, you die and women are fighting over who gets to do your emotional memorial tribute. Sarah, thank you for the raid. Hi, everybody. We're doing some post-Oscars.
Barbra Streisand
autopsy.
sang The Way We Were to honor co-star Robert Redford, while Rob Reiner's collaborators took the stage alongside Billy Crystal, who paid tribute to his friend.
All we can say is,
Did I mention I'm in love with Robert Redford?
what fun we had storming the castle.
All right, guys, so we can't leave this morning without telling you about a moment that I'm sure had a lot of people Googling last night. That was when there was a tie in the short film category. Now, this is only the 7th time in Oscars history that it's ever happened. The filmmakers, though, they handled it like...
One of them, I think it was not the two strangers exchanging saliva. It was the other one where they mentioned Timothy Chalamet, opera and ballet. I was like, really? You're going to use your moment here on stage to mention this?
Pros, but you guys, I did a little bit of research, and it also happened in 1969 when Katharine Hepburn and Barbra Streisand tied for Best Actress. Guys,
Wow. As a sports fan, I want to see extra innings. I want to see a winner.
Why isn't John Cusack in any big movies anymore? He's just kind of in like B movies. I feel like he was in big stuff until 2012. Then he just disappeared. I mean, the truth is that that's the reality for most actors. Sometimes they soft retire, but most of them are not going to command their pick of the lot. They're not the one. They're not the top. You get older, and that's just the reality for most of them. John is also very involved in political activism. I'm sure he's on blacklist somewhere. Now, again, he hasn't been as active as an actor in recent years, but I do not believe that he's not experiencing blacklisting too.
Some sort of tiebreaker? Yeah.
Then you have Stellan, who's in the prime of his career, and that's just not the reality for most actors. And John Cusack was he at one point, had a lot of success in Hollywood, and he had a nice long career, but he's not a he's not a Robert De Niro. He's not an Al Pacino. He's not one of the few who commands that top spot in the industry as they continue to age and are still playing big roles if they want to. Stellan openly says that he's extremely lucky to be working as much as he is. He knows it's not normal. Yeah.
Chloe, great job. Great job. We're going to have more Oscar fun throughout the morning, including the evening's most memorable.
Okay, so let's look at some of these moments on the carpet. Here's the team behind the voice of Hin Rajab on their decision to wear pins on the Oscars red carpet, calling for a permanent ceasefire.
You're wearing one too.
So
Can you tell
sorry.
us about choosing to wear?
So sorry, I forgot how YouTube is very quiet and then Twitter can be very loud.
These pins today.
Yes, so this pin is a collaboration with an artist called Shepard Fairey. It's Artists for Ceasefire, and we're demanding a permanent ceasefire because there is no ceasefire right now. There are bombings happening to this day, destruction, displacements all over the world. In Palestine, in Lebanon, in Iran, in Venezuela, and everywhere. And this is happening in the U.S.
They're all wearing these pins.
Well, yes. So this is a demand for a permanent ceasefire.
Yes. Did you want to add to that?
Sorry?
Did you want to add anything about your pin?
Yeah, I want to add that we feel very, very, very thrilled, almost very thrilled to be here because we missed something very important. The fourth actor, our lead male, Mu'taz Malhiz, that he was banned from entering the USA and to attend the Oscars. And that's something that our celebration, it can't happen today fully because we miss him.
And it proved to you that what's happening in America, differentiating people than one another and making, what's happening with ICE, Minneapolis, Gaza, everywhere, it's all connected. And we are all the same, we are all human, and hatred is a cancer. And people should open their hearts, and our governments should acknowledge the other and be accountable to their atrocities everywhere.
It's just really unfortunate that one of the few people in attendance to say anything is obviously the team that made the voice of Hin Rajab. And I don't know. I just keep thinking about Hannah Einbinder in this clip where she's asked about Javier Bardem saying "Free Palestine" on stage, and she's basically like, "Yeah, I obviously respect him, and it's not a surprise that no one else said anything." Like, it's just there is somebody who was nominated in a film there was someone who is a part of an Oscar-nominated film who is not allowed to attend because he's Palestinian. That is something that everybody should have been talking about. You know, I mean, let alone talking about Hind and all these other children who have been the just targets of this insanely violent colonialism. And it is disappointing. It is disappointing that it feels as if we keep getting deeper and deeper into a political environment that feels at any moment the cards are going to topple, and there's such an expediency, and yet there is silence at these big cultural events. And you just think about how much more people were saying 7-8 years ago versus now, when we're like, things are worse.
Tonight on the stage, we did have Javier Bardem. We know you're outspoken. What was your reaction to hearing Javier call out for Palestine?
It was absolute pride and gratitude. Obviously, he is so outspoken and always has been, and I really appreciate his voice in a room like that where literally no one else said anything. So,
were you surprised that no one said anything?
No.
Not a lot of politics talk tonight.
Yeah. I'm so grateful that she said what she said at the end
in a
here.
room like that where literally no one else said anything. So,
were you surprised that no one said anything?
No.
Yeah, no, of course not. Of course not. It's not surprising, but it's always really disheartening, of course. Very, 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 very disheartening. Here's Javier Bardem's moment on stage.
No to war and free Palestine.
People online are calling Priyanka Chopra Dal Gadot. The streets are calling her Dal Gadot.
No to war and free Palestine.
And let me move my camera so you can see his patch here, which is big. You cannot miss it. It says no to war. He has worn this in the past. And I like, too, that you know that he was like, the first thing I'm going to say when I get up there is this: no to war, free Palestine. Like, that was probably also why he agreed to present Best International Feature, so that he could be on that stage and ensure at least one person is saying what everyone should be saying. And you know what I just keep thinking about too? I keep thinking about 2003. And there are certain things on this stream that I know I talk about all the time. And one of those things is the 2003 Oscars. That is the year that Michael Moore, who won the Oscar for Best Documentary, said, shame on you, President Bush. He called out Bush. He called out this bullshit, fake ass war, Iraq war, the invasion of Iraq, the illegal invasion of Iraq. And he was met with a smattering of applause, some auditory boos. And it was a huge moment, not just culturally, but like looking back on big historical Oscar moments. That one is always at the forefront. And I'm just like, we are back here, but it's even worse. It's even worse because it's 23 years later. And because they are so brazenly doing whatever the fuck they want to do, not even bothering to cook up these lies to sell to the public and get the public on their side. And it's not just that we have, America completely left Iraq in total ruin, the damage and destruction that we caused Iraq. But now on top of that, just everything, like the culmination of colonialism, Western colonialism and imperialism. And so having this Oscars pass and not having nearly enough response to what the current political environment is, when 23 years ago that Michael Moore moment was it was such a huge one.
Two. Bowling for Columbine. Michael Moore and Michael Donovan.
This is the first Academy Award and nomination for Michael Moore and Michael Donovan.
Yeah, also the fact that this was a documentary about school shooting, about Columbine, right? And that happened before before the time that is now, which is school shootings happen all the time. So often that they don't even sometimes make a blip in the news. People are just so used to shootings in the United States of America. So there's also like that realization. Here's Michael Moore winning for this documentary that a lot of people, including himself, thought would change things, would produce movement. And now it's like a school shooting happens. Oh, it's another Tuesday. Wasn't one of the documentary nominees about school shootings? Yeah.
On behalf of our producers, Kathleen Glynn and Michael Donovan from Canada, I'd like to thank the Academy for this. I've invited my fellow documentary nominees
now we have bulletproof whiteboards. Yeah, we're safe.
And we would like to, they are here in solidarity with me because we like nonfiction. We like nonfiction and we live in fictitious times. We live in a time where we have fictitious election results that elects a fictitious president. We live in a time where we have a man.
I want to know who was booing. I want to know every person who was sitting there and booing.
Sending us to war for fictitious reasons, whether it's the fictition of duct tape or the fictitious of orange alerts. We are against this war, Mr. Bush. Shame on you, Mr. Bush. Shame on you. And
who's this person?
Poor Mr. Bush.
Who is this clapping here?
Bush.
Like one of the only people who's like, yes.
Shame on you, Mr. Bush. Shame on you. And anytime you've got the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against you, your time is up. Thank you very much.
No. I'm saying that person is with him. I'm saying one of the few people who was like, yes to everything that Michael Moore is saying.
Shame on you. And anytime you've got the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against you, your time is up. Thank you very much.
We are living in fictitious times. That is such a killer line. And how true is that today? How true is it today that we live in a time where fiction is created to justify just constant war and violence and mass death and dispossession. We live in a post-truth society. It's never been more true that we live in fictitious times. More than ever. Yeah. Really played him off the stage. Yeah, but he still got that line in. When you have the Pope and the Dixie Chicks against you, your time is up. So anyway, it is hard to reckon with this being something that's happened in this century. 23 years ago. And what a huge stir this caused. And then over time, more and more people started to turn against the Bush administration and against the Iraq war and realize that we were lied to. And now you fast forward to today, and the American public does not want this war. Aside from like a bipartisan Congress and the most bloodthirsty diehard MAGAs, you know, fascists, nobody wants this. There are so many generations alive today that remember not too long ago when they were lying about the reasons for invading Iraq, the global war on terror. And now to see just the final push of this empire that is in decline and is fully mask off, whether it is what we are doing to Cuba, whether it is kidnapping presidents and kidnapping presidents out of foreign countries and taking them to torture locations in the United States, whether it is bombing children and civilians across the Middle East. And I'm just like, look, I said this yesterday when I saw that discussing film post that had discussing film. It was the one on. Oh, I think I actually reposted it. I know that Twitter is not a one-to-one for real life. I get that. But this post is probably one of the most viral posts from last night. And it is a clip of Javier Bardem saying no to war and free Palestine. This is almost 350,000 likes. And I pointed this out yesterday, how after an hour it was at like 150,000. And I was like, look, this is a popular sentiment. This is how a lot of people feel. And so having celebrities and people who have a major spotlight on them still be too afraid to say something, when it's like, look at the numbers, man. Look at the polls. Look at, for a lot of these people who are Democrats, the majority of Democratic voters are not with Israel. They are not with this war in Iran. They do not want this shit. They have so shifted away from where most of this country was a couple years ago. And I just can't believe that now has never been an easier time to express your condemnation of the conjoined Israel and United States colonialism, of their imperialism, of war, of genocide, of this nonstop violence. But reliable sources tell me what he did is as bad as Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, according to Eve Fartlow, sharpest Sharpest commentator out there. New NBC News poll finds American public sentiment turning against Israel since 2023. Double-digit drops in positive. Double-digit drops. Views of Israel have shifted negative, especially among Democrats and independents. For Democrats, 57% have a negative view of Israel. 57%. Independents, 48%. That is a negative 21 drop among Democrats, negative 19 among independents. And even with Republicans, there's still a drop here from 2023. Overall, a double-digit increase in negative views. And that's what happens when you shamelessly, nonstop commit open acts of extreme violence that are no longer able to be kept hidden from the public. People have watched for years as this death rape cult does what they do, and there are no consequences to it. In the Middle East situation, are your sympathies more with the Israelis or more with the Palestinians? Democrats are 67% Palestinians to 17% Israelis. Independents are 37 to 27. Today is 23 years to the day when 23-year-old Rachel Corrie was crushed to death by an IMF bulldozer when she was protesting demolition in Gaza. Yeah, it's the same year in 2003 that Michael Moore stood up on the Oscars stage and said, "We are living in fictitious times. Shame on you, Bush." 23 years ago, Rachel Corrie was crushed by an Israeli bulldozer as she protested the demolition of homes in Gaza. She was 23 years old. Rachel traveled to Gaza during the Second Intifada to not just bear witness, but take up an active role in the struggle for Palestinian freedom. While there, she wrote to her mother, "I am witnessing this chronic, insidious genocide, and I'm really scared and questioning my fundamental belief in the goodness of human nature. This has to stop. I think it's a good idea for us all to drop everything." This was 23 years ago that she recognized this was an ongoing genocide of the Palestinian people. It's just that for the last couple of years, they have greatly turned up the magnitude and pace. On this day she was killed, Rachel heard that home demolitions were starting in the neighborhood in Rafah where she was staying, and rushed to the home of the Nasrallah family to stand in the path of Israeli bulldozers. She also said, "I think it's a good idea for us all to drop everything and devote our lives to making this stop. I don't think it's an extremist thing to do anymore." For this exercise of her agency, for this conscientious protest, for acting on her morals in service of humanity and freedom, for standing bravely with a bullhorn in front of her mouth, Rachel paid the ultimate price. And for this sacrifice, Rachel Corrie lives on in the hearts and minds of the Palestinian people and for people of conscience the world over. Rachel stands alongside the thousands of martyrs who gave everything there is to give for the cause of liberation and whose dignified struggle exemplifies the steadfastness of a people who know that liberation is inevitable. We honor Rachel's life today, and we will call out to her and every single one of our martyrs on the hour of Palestine's liberation. And they mocked her. They killed her, and then they mocked her and relished in how violent her death was. They saw it as something to jeer at, that a person would have such empathy for the Palestinian people that she would put her body in front of a bulldozer as it attempted to take down another Palestinian home, which is what happens all the time. All the time. They put her face on pancakes, as they mocked her. Rachel Corrie's parents, Craig and Cindy, are still fighting for Palestinian human rights 23 years after their daughter was killed by Israel. And people can't get on stage and say enough is enough. With all the political films that we had this year, we nothing. It's like Javier Bardem, one of the few to use this moment. I'm trying so hard not to say some wild shit that's Fed posting. Bro, and people keep saying Netanyahu's dead. I'm like, ugh. Logging on Twitter every day is like new Netanyahu, Satan-Yahu has died. I will see it. I will believe it when I actually see it. When it is actually truly confirmed. But the thing is, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Unlike what Bernie Sanders says over and over again, this is not the result of one evil man. When Netanyahu finally goes, and good God, do I hope that is sooner rather than later. That man is one of the most evil war criminals alive today. Unfortunately, though, the apartheid system that exists to subjugate Palestinians, as it has for decades, the continued colonizing of their lands, of all aspects of Palestinian life and culture, that doesn't end. That was there before Satan-Yahu, and that will be there after him. When he's gone, there will just be a new head to replace him. In the same way that with Trump, if Trump goes, that does not end MAGA. That does not end right-wing fascism in the United States. Now, of course, I do not think that either of those men I don't think that they deserve to breathe air, okay? They are evil. They are war criminals. They deserve to be held accountable. They deserve every bit of everything that should be coming towards them. They deserve no peace. Nothing. But they are individuals who are a part of these cruel fascist systems. The youngest generation of Israeli society is more openly far-right and genocidal than ever before. The country's politics is not in a good direction, even if Netanyahu and his whole cabinet are taken out of the equation. Right, because colonialism does not depend on the continued colonizing of Palestine, of these lands, does not depend on Netanyahu being in charge. Palestinians will not be free if Netanyahu is no longer in the picture. Go as far back as when the early Zionists were mapping out their plan for Palestine. And what they said, they laid things out very clearly. In order to have a Jewish state, in order to have a Jewish majority on lands that the majority were Arab, that it was not the Jewish majority that they had as a goal for the Zionist project. And they laid out what needed to be done in order to make that as a reality and to maintain that. It's not just a one and done. It was not just we ethnically cleanse these Palestinians off these lands and we take what we desire, what we need in order to make this an ethno state. It has been the continued subjugation. It has been the continued oppression of Palestinians who have refused to die, who have still, by just their continuing to live, to have future generations of Palestinians, have defied what the ultimate Zionist project goal is. And that is why when October 7th happened, right away you heard from Israeli government and military officials that they needed to wipe them all out. That they, Benjamin Netanyahu, who was referencing Amalek on Israeli media, hearing them say that, and U.S. as well, let's turn Gaza into a parking lot, that they saw that as the opportunity to finally go full speed ahead and officially annex the remaining Palestinian territories. It's not just about Palestinians. Look at Lebanon and Syria. Their land is occupied. They still got bombed. It's the greater Israeli project, the greater goals that don't just end with the acquiring of all Palestinian lands. It's why Netanyahu has for decades wanted to take down Iran and force a regime change there. And it wasn't until Trump came along that someone was stupid enough to just let him totally run the show. It's like Biden was an avowed Zionist, but Biden still had the brakes on when it came to military action in Iran versus Trump has just been totally like, let's do it. And after, it's not just stopping and then ending with Iran. It's then continuing on to Turkey, what they're doing in Syria, what they're doing in Lebanon, what they're doing in Yemen. It's this entire region. And this is what colonialism is. Colonialism does not stop. This is a colonial project. Is a fascist, ethno-supremacist colonial project. With all the surveillance of Palestinians in Gaza, it's hard to imagine that they didn't know 10/7 was going to happen, almost like they wanted a reason to conduct. Yes.
Tell me about the pins you're wearing tonight.
Well, I'm wearing a pin that I used in 2003 with the Iraq war, which was an illegal war, and we are here 23 years after with another illegal war created by Trump and Netanyahu in order to with another lie, which is like to defeat the regime, but they are radicalizing the regime by their horrific actions. So that's not the reason, as it was not the reason weapons of mass destruction in 2003. So, and also the Palestine symbolism of resistance.
Tell me about the pins you're wearing tonight.
Well, I'm wearing a pin that I used in 2003.
2003. Same pin. The 23-year-old pin.
With the Iraq war, which was an illegal war, and we are here 23 years after with another illegal war created by Trump and Netanyahu in order to with another lie, which is like to to defeat the regime, but they are radicalizing the regime by their horrific actions.
23-year-old Penn. He's like, I'm back here, and now it's worse. I was looking into Bardem's politics. He's even tapped into Western Sahara, which is not as well known or talked about as an issue, and recently critiqued the Odyssey for filming there. Interesting. My question is Javier Bardem going to be cast in anything that's not Spanish films? Because he's one of the most outspoken, and he doesn't mince words when it comes to the Israeli, when it comes to Israel and the United States. He doesn't do the kind of softer version, which is, well, I guess he was an F1. But I mean, they started filming like a few years ago. I don't know. I hope that he continues to he continues to be here, because he is one of the few who is consistently bringing the conversation around to these important matters. And he's a great fucking actor.
And also, how are you going to celebrate? Why did you choose to?
This is Joachim Trier, who is the director of Sentimental Value and won the Best International Feature Prize.
Quote James Baldwin in your
He's in
speech
Dune 3,
and
yeah.
talk about
That's
what kind
true.
of politicians we should elect. And also, how are you going to celebrate this evening?
So I'll do the easy answer first, which is that I'll celebrate with the cast.
Wonder
A
Gal,
lot of
thank
them
you.
are here.
Nonstop
I think we're
Otterpop,
about like
thank you.
60 or 70 people, and with the actors. So why I quoted James Baldwin is because I think the world is at a moment when we are getting more information than ever about the wrongdoings made towards children at several wars going on at the moment. And I feel personally, I have 2 small kids, and to be personal for a moment, like me and most people around me have been at times crying a lot, weekly, daily, feeling incapable of doing stuff because we're seeing Palestinian children suffer, we're seeing people in Ukraine suffer, people in Sudan suffer. You know, there doesn't seem to be any accountability at the moment, you know, and I could mention many other conflicts, so I hope that you won't make a case of who I mentioned and didn't mention. Any child that dies at war is a responsibility for all adults that elect politicians. And in dictatorships, which we're seeing a lot, very strong men, we're in a time of strong men again, and I think of Hannah Arendt, who taught us about what happened during the Holocaust and the Second World War, that I have, you know, in my family suffered tremendously. I talked about this in context of the film. My grandfather was a resistance fighter during the war, and when you're young, you think, oh, these things are far away in time, but actually, it happened quite recently, and it happens again and again. And as an artist, I'm not a politician, but I do believe that we need a unanimous thing cross the aisle, as we say in America, or as they say in America, to be more collaborative about how we protect children in conflict situations.
You know, it's amazing because what happened at Berlin Film Festival when they said, we're not politicians, we're not crafting policy, and therefore we would like to separate politics from talking about art. And Joachim Trier said, I'm not a politician, I'm an artist, but I believe that there's a responsibility here for all of us, because that is true. As a human being, whether you are an artist or not, as just a human being, our responsibility to the children in this world, as James Baldwin once upon a time wrote about. And that's what it's I'm just still not over Berlinale being such a trash fire. I just cannot believe that they thought they would get away with saying, oh yeah, we're apolitical. We're apolitical here. Art is apolitical. We're not here to talk about, you know, we're not politicians. We're not making policy. Fuck that. Art is one of the most important tools of self-expression, of generating feeling and conversation. That is what art is and what art does. And I just will never excuse anyone who tries to pretend as if they are making art in a world that is separate from this reality that we are living in. Whether you choose to be overtly political or not, you are making art as a person who is existing in this world at this moment. I know, I can't believe Vim Vendors. I just am still so, I'm just still so pissed off about that. They look like clowns. They do. Okay, here's the director of Mr. Nobody Against Putin.
Mr. Nobody Against Putin is about how you lose your country. And what we saw when working with this footage, it's that you lose it through countless small little acts of complicity. When we act complicit, when a government...
Like something as simple as if you have a cop character in your movie, how you use them and depict them as political. Yes. Protecting children from slaughter shouldn't be political anyway. Like what? Yeah, I know. Oops, sorry. I have nothing to say about the mass slaughter of children because that's political. I don't want to talk about politics. Nobody's asking you to be the person who comes up with the solution to this. We're not asking you to, like, as one person pretending as if you have the power to stop it. Okay, you're not Superman. We know that. It's bullshit.
Murders people on the streets of our major cities. When we don't say anything, when oligarchs take over the media and control how we could produce it and consume it. We all face a moral choice, but luckily, even a nobody is more powerful than you think. Mr. Nobody Against Putin is about how you lose your country.
And then he went on Democracy Now!, I think. Let me see. Yep.
Yes, I'm in Los Angeles because I attended the Oscars last night.
What?
And so today we're going to start by looking at Mr. Nobody Against Putin, the film that won the Academy Award
Amy
for
being like, yes, it's true. I'm in Los Angeles at the Oscars.
Best documentary.
She's like, I wore the same outfit that I wear here on the broadcast.
At the Oscars here at the Dolby Theater. The film tells the story of Pavel Pasha Telenkin, a Russian primary school teacher and videographer who becomes an international whistleblower after being reluctantly drawn into President Putin's propaganda machine. Telenkin starts secretly documenting how ordinary Russians were being indoctrinated with pro-war messages following Russia's invasion of Ukraine in 2022, which began 4 years ago last month. Telenkin's footage forms the basis of the film, which was directed by David Borenstein. Pasha Telenkin is credited as co-director, cinematographer, and narrator of the film. This is Telenkin and Borenstein last night at the Academy Awards.
Mr. Nobody Against Putin is about how you lose your country. And what we saw when working with this footage, it's that you lose it through countless small little acts of complicity. When we act complicit, when a government murders people on the streets of our major cities. When we don't say anything, when oligarchs take over the media and control.
People are like, that's right, he's talking just about Russia. This is just about Russia. Has nothing to do with the United States of America. I don't know why anybody thinks he's talking about here in the U.S. It's just Russia, brother.
How we could produce it and
Couldn't
consume
happen
it.
here. Somebody gets shot in the head in the streets as Americans because they deserved it. This is what they're doing in China.
A moral choice, but luckily, even a nobody is more powerful than you think. And here's Pasha Telenkin, the main character of our film.
I don't think those people are watching this.
Вот уже 4 года мы смотрим на звезд.
I mean, here's the thing, though. No, they don't watch the Oscars. They don't watch any of these movies, but they will occasionally pipe up, like here, this dumbass, this MAGA dumbass. Cultural shift. Hollywood star Jessie Buckley praises marriage and motherhood during her Oscar-winning speech. I would like to dedicate this to the beautiful chaos of a mother's heart. Marriage isn't a trap. Babies aren't burdens. Motherhood is a gift. I was like, yeah, clearly she has not watched Hamnet. Okay, this is somebody who did not watch this film and thinks that and is pretending that Jessie Buckley got on stage to to talk about marriage and motherhood, not because it had anything to do with the role that she played in the film that she was in, but because it's indicative of this cultural shift where even in woke Hollywood, we are all turning to being trad wives. Okay. It's all about being mothers. They have nothing they need to cope. It's also so funny because basically Jessie Buckley spends 2 hours in anguish. In anguish. Just being emotionally wrung the fuck out in this film. But yeah, motherhood is a gift. It's true. Crying and screaming the whole
Звездное
film.
небо и загадываем самое важное желание.
For 4 years, we look at the sky for shooting stars to make a very important wish.
Yeah, it's just her children either dying, dead or dying. Husband isn't there. Absent father.
Но есть страны, где с неба падают не звезды, а ракеты и дроны.
But there are countries where instead of shooting stars, they have shooting bombs and shooting drones.
Во имя нашего будущего, во имя детей, остановите все войны сейчас.
In the name of our future, in the name of all of our children, stop all of these wars now.
Спасибо.
Agreeing with everything you're saying.
David Borenstein speaking at the Oscars last night after their film Mr. Nobody Against Putin won the Academy Award for Best Documentary. In a moment, we'll air a recent interview with them, but first, let's go to the film's trailer.
Hello, this is me. I'm the event coordinator at Karbash Primary School No. 1. I'm also the school videographer.
Wave to the camera.
This office here is a pillar of democracy.
I'm giving them the space to be kids. In this moment, I have no idea the amount of trouble I'm about to cause for myself.
So, background on this. This guy, Pavel Talankin, Pasha, aka Pasha, he was this videographer at a primary school in Russia. And after Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, the government began requiring schools to have patriotic displays. And then the curriculum was all state written in order to propagandize, starting with the children, as they do in Israel, from the moment that kids are born, how they are propagandized into believing that Palestinians are anti-Semites who hate Israelis because they are Jewish, because of Judaism. And so they are raised believing that it has not to do with Israel's colonizing of these lands. It has nothing to do with land. It has to do with religion. It has to do with Palestinians being fundamentally anti-Judaism. And you indoctrinate them from a young age, and so they grow up, and this is their worldview. This is their belief that they are perpetual victims. Israel has to be strong and bold in its activity and in what it does. And if that is not the case, then Israel will fall, then the Holocaust will happen again. I mean, this is also how how American Jews are raised, believing that Israel is the only safe haven for Jews around the world. If there is no Israel, then the Holocaust happens again, and we never forget. So this guy, Pasha, started recording when all this started happening, where it was like patriotic displays, state written curriculum, and he would go. So the government instituted a requirement to upload footage of these displays to a state-run portal to prove compliance. So they were like, okay, we need proof. We need proof that this is happening. So he was like, okay, great. That actually gives me the ability to record these meetings, to record what's happening in these schools, because the government is requiring that proof. And he was going to initially resign, but then got in contact with this director, David Borenstein, and decided to stay in his position to keep gathering footage. And then they made this documentary.
I decided to conduct a special military operation.
We need to get the kids to recite some patriotic songs and speeches.
Present the flag.
Are we completely up? I was instructed to shoot all the events. I'm these kids' propagandist. I love my job, but I don't want to be a pawn of the regime.
Do you want to go to prison?
What she will tell you, she is forced to say.
If you live in our country and don't love it, then you're a parasite. Leave.
I'll use my camera to film the abyss the school is sinking into. It's the perfect cover.
Never clasp your helmet. It will break your neck if you get shot in the head.
Rebel. No, Pasha, don't do this.
Go ahead, film the flag.
Hero.
I think what you've done is going to make a big impact.
Teacher.
Commanders don't win wars. Teachers win wars.
Marching steps and march.
That's the trailer to the film Mr. Nobody Against Putin. I recently spoke to the film's director, David Borenstein, and the subject of the film, the Russian school teacher Pavel Pasha Telenkin. I asked Pasha to talk about what motivated him to go from being a school teacher, a videographer at the school, to being a whistleblower.
Hermione Granger.
I need for as many people as possible to see what is happening inside of Russian schools. It all began when the first...
Yeah, people in America will support burning books and then look at China and Russia and be like, look at all that suppression happening. Look at how the government is controlling everything here. Meanwhile, we're burning books in America, banning books.
Directives from the government came into the school with requirements of what lessons to teach. And that's when I got really angry and I knew that people needed to know what was going on. And that's what led to the film. So really, my motivation was that people know that what these children are being forced to hear, that Putin is forcing propaganda into their schools, and they're absorbing all of this, and we'll see what kind of generation winds up in 5 or 10 years after they've been learning this every day.
Also talk about the casualties, this horror of the kids.
The worst part is that Russian propaganda mostly comes with the top down. Americans are so damn stupid they do grassroots disinformation just for fun. They're so obsessed with their shiny new toys with AI, being like, yeah, I'm just going to blast out all this AI shit. Isn't it awesome?
As they get older, this war is now, it's the 4th anniversary of the Russian invasion, becoming old enough to go to Ukraine, to attack Ukraine.
Все больше и больше людей отправляются на войну.
Mostly the kids are just kids. They graduate from high school, and those that haven't gotten into university or have been dropped out or kicked out of university, they really are called up immediately. Some might sign a contract, but others are drafted.
Школы сразу же отправляются. Кто-то в армию, кто-то отправляется.
And they all go off to war. They're really young.
Из них попадают на войну. И, к сожалению, есть ребята, которые не возвращаются.
And it's a horrible tragedy, and many of them don't come back, as you see in the film.
И очень трагический урок.
So explain, when you talk about the directive, how it changed also the teachers, and you were one of them, how they had to read directives to the children, and they started marching around the school, and more than that.
Да. 14 марта 22 года.
So really, just after the war started in 2022, on the 14th of March, the directives started coming into the school. And they were sheaves and sheaves of paper with photos and lesson plans and videos and very complete instructions and curriculums of what the teachers were supposed to do and say about the war, how they were supposed to talk about Ukraine. And part of my job as the school's videographer was to film all of this and then upload it to prove to the government that we were fulfilling all of their requirements.
Доказательство того, что школа выполняет планы. И, конечно, многие учителя понимали то, что...
And of course, a lot of the teachers understood that these things have nothing to do with their actual academic subjects that they have to teach, but they were forced to do this. And if they had resisted, there were all kinds of disciplinary consequences. There could be fines or things a lot more serious, too. So despite understanding this has nothing to do with their jobs as pedagogues, they had no choice.
Dude on the left.
В этом фильме есть одна удивительная сцена.
There was even, this situation that because so much of the lesson time was taken up by these propaganda lessons, the kids didn't have enough time to actually learn the curriculum, and so their grades kept falling and their understanding of their subjects kept falling, and the teachers were protesting, saying, look, we just don't have time to teach everything. Let's just stop or reduce the time of all of this other, material. And they said, we can't because we'll all be fired if we do.
Let me bring David Borenstein back into this discussion. Talk about what you saw as you were following the video. Was Pasha uploading the video to you, and then your increasing concern for Pasha himself being arrested?
Yeah, so in the beginning, we set up a system where footage would be sent to me via an encrypted FTP server. There was a lot of security protocols in this production. It was really, really daunting. But it got more daunting over time. Because when we first started, we thought, maybe Pasha can contribute to this project and then he can stay in Russia. Those first months of the war was a period where people thought they could still go out and protest and things would be okay. Well, soon they learned that that wasn't the case. Within the first year of working on this project together, there was a foreign agent law that completely criminalized the way we worked together. And then, even more concerningly, there was this treason law that basically completely criminalized everything he's saying inside the film. So if Pasha were to get caught filming and sending the footage to me, he could end up in prison for a very, very long time, potentially for the rest of his life.
And David, if you can explain how you encouraged and you set up this ending of Pasha leaving, how he got out of the country, and I'll ask him to tell us that story as well.
When the treason law really kicked in, we had this realization, Pasha, if you want to get this stuff out to the world, you're going to have to leave Russia. You're going to have to leave Russia, and we can potentially help you do that. But is this something that you want?
Honestly, just to go back to this winning the Oscar, I think this was a clear indicator that the international body of the Academy was much more involved on the voting process here. because American Academy members, they ain't watching documentaries. And I think if they did vote, they probably just kind of looked at the little blurbs. But there's a lot of people in America who really, I don't think, care much about Russia and Ukraine these days. They don't give a fuck. So this to me was like heavily the influence of international voters.
Do. And the kind of conversations and discussions that we
They
had
watch
around
F1.
that really big decision ended up helping us find out what the story of the film is. Because we had so many discussions. Is this the right thing to do? Would showing the world this footage make big enough of a difference? Can one person, one Mr. Nobody, really go up against someone like Putin or a regime as big and oppressive as Russia? Would it all be worth it if it meant leaving your students because you're the only teacher they can really rely on? So we had all of these discussions, and we realized that these questions about the value of one person's resistance, about how much one person can do, about how much we can overcome complicity while the systems around us are succumbing to authoritarianism. These discussions and this decision, do I leave? Do I sacrifice my life in Russia to make this? Do I take a giant leap into the unknown for the small chance of this film making some difference? These discussions ended up being the plot of the film. And so we helped him figure out a way to leave Russia. And then kind of over the next year and a half, we followed this process of him going through this transformation from teacher trapped in this Kafkaesque, brutal, absurd propaganda system that's creating death and destruction in Ukraine and within Russia, and following him till he leaves and he makes this fateful decision.
Talk about that, Pasha, how you got out of Russia. Because, of course, David was way beyond that border. But what it meant for you organizing a commencement ceremony and then leaving, how you left with your film.
У меня были билеты в Стамбул, туда-обратно. Я летел в отпуск.
I was going as if I was going to Istanbul for 7 days for vacation, but I had a suitcase that was filled with hard drives and memory cards and a laptop.
Maybe the doc also helps people see civilians in Russia and humans instead of the horrid shit people say about them. I don't know. I haven't seen it.
And it was all filled with equipment, and I knew that I was going to have to go through security and go through customs, and my bag was going to be open, and I was really scared. I mean, how could I hide any of this? And so I grit my teeth, and I put my suitcase on the belt, and I was lucky. And I mean, because how could I have explained it? I'm supposedly going on a vacation, and all I have is this equipment. I don't even have a bathing suit with me.
Сильно повезло, потому что многих в таких же ситуациях останавливают.
And then when I got to the other side in Istanbul, people said to me just how lucky I was, because it really could have been bad.
Но нет даже плавательных трусов.
That's
anywho, that's the team behind the film that won Best Documentary. Last year, it was No Other Land that won. This year, it is Mr. Nobody Against Putin. And he was the one who went on stage and said that when oligarchs take over the media and control how it's produced and consumed, then we are all faced with a moral choice. And that is certainly something that we are should all be increasingly concerned with here in the United States of America, because you got these fuck-ass bozos buying up all of our media, buying up culture and wrecking it. This guy could be dead if any government could get their wish of broken encryption. Oh, Jeffy B. Okay. What else did I have to look at? American media. Oof. Okay. Okay, we had that. Oh, I really loved this. This was a conversation between Rachel Morrison and Autumn Durald Arkapaw about being mothers and cinematographers, DPs. Rachel says, I think the tricky thing about the timing for female filmmakers is that we don't get taken seriously until we're 30. Maybe that's changing now, but my experience was that before I turned 30, I was considered too young to be viable. So then you have this window between 30 and 40, something to make a name for yourself. Unfortunately, that happens to perfectly coincide with your biological clock. Right when you're about to break through in your career, you are at your prime to conceive a child. Men aren't faced with the same age restrictions on any level. They can be artistic geniuses at 25, and should they choose to, they can wait until they're 55 to have kids. Many of them even older. They don't have a hard out on their biological clocks. The age barriers don't exist in the same way. It's a universal challenge that's one of the hardest for women to overcome. I imagine it's true for all professions, really. It's often the same 10-year window when we are primed to succeed in both our career and our family. And that is, it's not just that. It's not just like the hard out on a biological clock. It's also that the way that society dictates when women reach a certain age, they should have children. That if I go into my gynecologist now, they'll talk about geriatric pregnancies because of how it's like over 35, I think. It's considered a geriatric pregnancy. Now, women can have children later than I think kind of seems to be the commonly held belief. The fact that it's called a geriatric pregnancy is awful. So it's not just it isn't just what that biological clock actually is. It's how societally that window is even further reduced, because when women get into their 30s, now finally they're allowed to be taken seriously as professionals, but at the same time are expected to have these domestic lives and are told over and over and over again, reminded, your clock is ticking. Your clock is ticking. And even if you don't want to have children, oh, your clock is ticking. Oh, you'll want to have children. Oh, you're going to regret it. Oh, I promise you. Oh, career isn't everything. Oh, you're going to wish. And I think this just really resonated with me because I'm in my 30s and I feel like it's only been a couple years that I have been on this career path now that feels the most stable, that I'm going in this direction. I'm going in this direction that feels good, that feels right for me. And there's a lot of things that I want to do. And more than ever, I'm being reminded, oh, you're a woman in your 30s. Hey, why aren't you married? Hey, when are you having kids? Are you thinking of having kids? Even people who mean well, every time I see them, do you want kids? Do you think you want to have kids? If you want to have kids, when do you think you want to have kids? Oh, are you thinking about having kids? Oh, well, oh, you should get your eggs frozen. Oh, like it's all just inescapable. It's nonstop. And in fact, it makes me not want to have fucking kids. It makes me want to be like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going to come. I like want to come out strongly and say no. Even if someone wants kids when they are older, there are so many ways to have. Well, I just think it's the way that women's lives still revolve so much around being mothers. And there are plenty of women who want to be mothers, or, maybe they're sure of it or they're not sure of it. But it does feel like it does feel like the second that you start to succeed in your career, the second that you are at all, seen it like you're at a point in your life that now you can be taken seriously. Now you can start getting opportunities that you've worked years for. Then immediately you're faced with the child question, and not even just question, but expectation. And I just think about how there are so many barriers for women for so many barriers that women face. So many. And how many women, it's like, I think about the fact that Autumn Durald Arkapaw is the first woman to win a cinematography Oscar, because cinematography has historically been a craft that that mostly white men have been allowed to do and therefore have been honored from doing. And it's not obviously that there haven't been women who are just as talented, just as capable. It's just that the opportunities have never been available, that the barriers to a career as something like a DP have always been so high. And it does make me sad thinking about how many women never got the chance to be a part of this integral aspect of filmmaking. How many of them were so talented, and that talent went unnoticed, unused, or because of children, because of the expectations on women still of being the primary caregivers, of taking care of the home, even when more and more women have become the breadwinners, that has prevented them from reaching their full potential. Can I say one of the most beautiful episodes of Severance was a directorial debut and it was a woman? Yes, I know what episode you're talking about. The film industry kills itself with all these invisible barriers for what is a creative industry. Yeah, I mean, that's been the case for a long time. Anyway, this is Autumn, who won the Oscar last night for Sinners, and she is breaking down center framing for IMAX. Because I'm pretty sure it wasn't just that she was the first woman of color nominated for cinematography and the first woman to win. She was also the first woman to shoot a feature film with IMAX cams. She used a 65 millimeter. Yeah, she's the first female cinematographer to shoot a feature film on 15 perf IMAX 65 millimeter film, often handling the 65-pound cameras herself. And even after they have kids, what accommodations does the workplace have for mothers? You may not be sexist in your hiring, but you can still have barriers from in thriving. It's like school getting out at 3, but most jobs going until 5 or 6. Just those little, just like those, all those things where a lot of women have to make the decision too of how much does childcare cost? How much do I make at my job? You know, what are my options here? They make it they make it so that those barriers exist just all over the place in ways that people don't even always recognize.
Durald Arkapaw, and I'm the cinematographer of Sinners. Ryan sent me the script for Sinners. I didn't know anything about it, to be honest. I think I knew it was a period piece. I knew he wanted to shoot on 16 millimeter. I knew that we were scouting places in the South, like New Orleans or Mississippi. And he sent it to me, and I read it the night before I started shooting The Last Showgirl. And I was in Vegas, and he emailed me, and he's like, I'm sending you the script, sis. Check it out. And so I read it that night, and I was just blown away because, you know, if you don't know anything about the storyline and you read something like that that's so unique, it's the first time we've seen that type of character in a film, in that kind of ensemble, in that kind of period. So it blew me away. And I sent him an email, a very long email. I just, kind of unloaded all my thoughts of how it made me feel and visual stuff that popped out and what I liked about it. He had a really great time shooting with our good friend Rachel Morrison on Fruitvale Station with the Super 16 format. It was something he wanted to kind of get back into and had envisioned
the
this
bong? Hell yeah.
being, kind of a down and dirty shoot
Boom,
where
B,
it would
thank
have
you for
this
too
grit
much.
and it was a good way to get in there and do something with our family of filmmakers. So he actually ended up buying a 16 package that my AC built it out for him. So we were envisioning that was the format, and then I was shooting The Last Showgirl on 16, and I had Panavision make me some lenses for that picture. And so it was very much, after reading the script in my mind, envisioning it in that format. And it started to kind of progress as we had more conversations with
I did love the moment when Ryan Coogler ran to go grab her kid so that her kid could watch her accept the award.
Visual effects supervisor
W
because
kid
of the
retrieve.
twinning aspect in the film and the gate weave that you would get kind of with using the 16 millimeter cameras. So the 35 format has a more stable gate and is just more friendly for the kind of work we had to do. So we transitioned to thinking about the movie in 35. And then Ryan got a call from the studio asking if we had talked about large format. And that caused him to kind of, just open his mind up more. And so he gave me a call right after that. And he's like, let's kind of go out there and test and see what's out there. And, let me know your thoughts. And, what about the Hateful Eight format? Because he was interested in showcasing the landscape in that 2:7:6 ratio in order to see just, the vastness of it. And he thought it would be appropriate for the story, but also for that horizon in the South, how much the horizon is important in the storytelling. So we had that conversation on the phone and I hit the ground running afterwards. I called Photochem, Andrew Oren there, and I said, do you have any dailies or clips of Hateful Eight and anything else you could show us in 70 millimeter would be great. And,
when you have
films that were
lenses
shot
made
65
for you,
and then you would watch the 70 prints. So he put together a little menu of stuff and Ryan was in town for the day and we went and looked at this stuff and it was beautiful. And, he got very excited and inspired. And so we set up a test. Something he wanted to do was take these formats and take them out to the desert. And so we went to Lancaster. We put together this shoot. And we shot IMAX 35 and 65, and then we screened those tests at Photochem and at Playa, the headquarters of IMAX. We screened 70 prints of our 2:7:6 65 5 format, and then we screened our 70 prints at Playa of our IMAX 15 format. And to be honest, after you kind of see what you created and a print of it, you kind of can't go back. You can't unsee that stuff. So it was fun because I could tell after we saw that there was no going back. The scene that we're going to talk about is the first.
Also, this is a big fucking deal that Autumn was the DP on Sinners because Sinners was a high budget film. Sinners was had a $90 million budget. And the ratio of female cinematographers working in indie films as opposed to big blockbusters is really bad. That for women in the cinematography field, usually the opportunities, as still few and far between as they are in indie film. The big budget gigs go to men. So the fact that she's the first woman who won this cinematography Oscar and also did so in a major film. It's nice hearing her go into the technicals a bit, even though I don't understand any of it. I love hearing somebody who is amazing at their craft talk about their craft.
You would see Remick. The scene actually opens the script. And I remember when I read it, I was blown away because I'm like, where did he come up with this stuff? And I remember asking him later, where he came up with it. And he's very good at just writing things that just jump off the page and get people excited. And that comes from kind of his love of cinema and being in the theater. So it opened the script. And in the editing process, he ended up with our awesome editor, Michael Shaver, he ended up kind of taking that and putting it, further down in the timeline, but it did originally come first in the script. So it's about Remick's kind of entrance into the film and trying to approach this kind of desolate farmhouse where he meets these two farmers, and he is trying to get in the house and
Almost as if maybe more women would win if they were given the opportunity. Wait, yeah, who was what's the thing I'm thinking of? Some male prick who said women aren't winning more because they need to step up. What was that? What am I talking about? What was that moment? Who was that? So I know that this could probably apply to multiple situations, but I'm like, was it the president of the? No, it wasn't Djokovic. He's also saying that shit. Oh wait, yes, I think it had to do with the Grammys. Ex-president said women need to. Yes. Yeah. Good pull. So the Grammys president faces backlash after saying women need to step up. Of course, it's a photo of Neil Portnow with James Corden. Love to say women need to step up, taking a photo here with James Corden. Following the 60th annual Grammys on Sunday, 2 words uttered backstage by Neil Portnow, this was in 2018, the president of the Recording Academy ignited a controversy that's drawn rebukes from some of the most powerful women in music at a particularly fraught time amid the Me Too and Time's Up movements against harassment and professional inequality. Asked about the gender representation among winners on the televised portion of the awards, during which just one woman was given a solo Grammy, Mr. Portnow told reporters that women who have the creativity in their hearts and souls, who want to be musicians, who want to be engineers, producers, and want to be part of the industry on the executive level, need to step up. See, ladies, it's not any type of systemic barriers. It's because you're not stepping up hard enough. The comments were first reported by Variety, spread quickly online, and gave a viral push to the budding hashtag #GrammysSoMale. This was the big hashtag era. Hashtag Oscars so white, hashtag Me Too, hashtag GrammysSoMale, hashtag BLM. Yeah, women, you just need to work harder. You just need to want it more, okay? You want to go be an executive in the music industry? Try harder. Come on, girls. Let's go, girls. You need to lock the fuck in. You want to be at any level of the music industry? You just need to lock the fuck in and try harder. What? Like it's hard? What? Come on. The day I let a straight man tell me to step my pussy up will be the day I die. No, that will be the day he dies. Actually, please don't become music execs. It's just obviously so ignorant and foolish and completely ignoring the reality. Completely ignoring the reality. Women are not winning less awards. Women are not getting less opportunities because they're simply not trying hard enough. They're just simply not locked in enough. They simply don't want it enough. That is not the truth. It's never been the truth.
And take cover because he's claiming to be chased by some Choctaw.
Back up.
Yeah, I gotta help. I thought I could trust them, but they tried to kill me.
You know, it was important for Ryan that you kind of give a hint at the fact that he can fly, right? So if you think about it as seeing that first, Jack was on a box. He jumped off the box. And we did it a few times to get it right because Ryan wanted it, to look a certain way because you're close to camera, actors close to camera.
If only women tried.
You want it to feel like they're jumping from somewhere higher,
harder.
Right? But it's actually, he's jumping from an apple box. It just hints at the fact that maybe he's flying. It's written in a way that kind of like you have these baby steps to figuring out who he is and what powers he has. It was more about execution on the day.
Have women just thought about being equal and then equality will be achieved?
Making sure that looked very powerful because I think that was very important to Ryan, that it was a really grand entrance for Remick. I mean, a scene like that, you're always going to have to organize it really
want a
well
sequel with the
all
Choctaw Vampire
departments
Hunters.
because it's magic hour, right? It's
I'd be down
sunset
for
and
that.
then it's the blue hour after sunset. So you can't shoot a scene like that in that perfect time, right? You'd have to do it over a few days. So luckily we had 2 days to shoot it. We shot it for 1 day and then we
Women just try
went
harder.
back to complete some work, which allowed us more time to get it in camera. And it's really about the weather. You can get very unlucky in places like, New Orleans, because really strong weather can come in and kind of take your blue skies away from you. So those 2 days we shot that, we were very lucky to get sunny
Lily
days
Gladstone,
because in
Vampire
the script
Hunter?
it's important to see the sun break the horizon and what that means for the storytelling. When I do VFX, I always make sure there's a reference in the camera, because if you're going to be doing some sky replacement or trying to match other shots that were shot earlier in the day, you always want to give VFX a reference of what it should look like in camera. There are shots in the sequence that the Choctaw come and they're looking and watching the sunset drop. Those are all in camera. Beautiful shots. Actually, the IMAX camera jammed right before we were about to shoot that one shot of him looking at the sun on the horse, and you see over his shoulder and you see the sun dropping. So that's for real. We fixed the jam and we literally rolled right before it kind of, set. So VFX, what they do is they're able to do some sky replacement in order to match and make sure that sequence is all consistent, because it's a very long sequence that all has to be at that, within like 10 minutes of when the sun's setting.
That's true. There is a vampire hunter that needs help.
Work with VFX like that. It's very important to Ryan and myself that, the images feel real and that nothing takes you out, even though there is VFX. And I think, shooting this type of format, you want the format to sing and you want as much as you can to be in camera. So it was I think that whole sequence was very complex as far as scheduling and making sure that we got that time of day. And, you have to do the shots inside looking out and outside looking in, which can be time consuming. And you also have to remember it's IMAX, so it's not a sync sound camera. So Ryan had lots of discussions with the actors about, being okay with shooting this kind of dialogue heavy scene with a very, very loud camera. And the camera is very close to their faces and can be very loud. So you don't want to project over the camera, because that'd be a telltale sign of having that, there. So they all did such a beautiful job, and, they did ADR afterwards. We had cameras on cranes, and there's a lot of kind of moving shots like an old Western, and being able to kind of track with the horses. And it's a beautiful scene. I'm kind of most proud of that scene, I think, because it's something that you watch after the fact and you were a part of it, but it feels like you're watching an old movie. The most interesting part of that sequence is originally we envisioned it being on our anamorphic 2.7.6 format because we knew there was a lot of dialogue, but then Ryan decided to change it to IMAX, which was, I think, the best decision, because I can't really see that sequence being not in IMAX. And that was something that he did and spoke with the actors about. So we had IMAX camera out there, and we used two lenses, the 50mm and the 80mm Panavision IMAX lenses that were created for Christopher Nolan and Hoyte.
Those
I
are
prefer
so
Panavision glass,
expensive
and
too.
Ryan was okay with kind of having those two focals throughout the film in order to tell
Like, there's not just pressure to get the fucking shots. There is pressure that you do not break these lenses, you do not break these cameras.
So obviously our wides are on the 50, and then our close-up work is on the 80. The 80 is a very beautiful lens, and very shallow depth of field. And so
Nolan
for all my
has
focus pullers, my A and B focus
destroyed a
puller,
lot.
it's very hard work to do that.
Okay. The IMAX MSM 9802 cameras that Nolan frequently uses are like $500,000. Each of those cameras is around $500,000. Which is so
type of
intense.
shooting, and I shoot wide open. So yeah, I'm very proud of that scene. Everyone did a fantastic
Rig
job.
plus
I've worked
lens,
with
another
this team before.
$200K.
We always create these environments that feel very real and textured, and there's so many layers. So I think when I walk into the space,
Yeah, so basically one of those cam setups can run you over $1 million.
having that kind of like way of taking her down the hallway and it being very mysterious, and having it be a little lower so you can see the light kicking up on the ceiling. Like all of these things all these layers are so exciting, inspiring. So when I go into these spaces, it's very easy to know where the camera should be, at least for me, is very felt. And I tend to center punch everything. So what's great about the IMAX format and being able to transition ratios is, I'm keeping most things in the center of frame. So when they have to be cropped for the 276 version that most audiences will see, you don't have to do too much repositioning. I find that, the frames speak more to me when things are kind of grounded in the center. The hero of the frame is the actor, and so what's important I tend to put in the center. I think that lens, using the 80 for the close-ups and the 50 for the wides, made a lot of sense. And I think the shooting in the scene is beautiful because it's also very economic. Every shot has a purpose. We set up the B camera on the crane to get the Choctaw walking out of the truck and up to the front door. And then once he was there, we were able to kind of cover and get our close-up work because we had very limited time to get that scene facing out. And so all of that stuff, in the moment, makes a lot of sense. And the beautiful costumes and the landscape, we actually found that landscape, and Hannah built the farmhouse on that. And, we went there, and it's important that it's orientated in the right position for the sun to set, for all the storytelling, and to see kind of them go away. And Ryan had that thought in his mind when he was writing it. So in prep, we found the right place in order to get all of those shots to tell that story. So that was
she's the real frame mogger.
Lovely to be able to find that location and have her build it out perfectly from scratch. It's my second time around with this team, and we work very well together, and we're able to kind of elevate each other's department all the time. We're always trying to inspire each other and, be able to do justice to what Ryan writes on the page, because he's probably one of the most inspiring people you'll ever be around. So day to day, you're really excited about the images you're creating. For me, it's always I want to make the perfect image for what he wrote on the page, essentially.
The other thing too is a lot of times
this camera cost
a lot of times well-established, directors, auteurs who have typically also been men because of barriers for women. Just 11% of big blockbuster films last year, I think, were directed by women, so it's still majority men. They use the same DPs, right? They use the same teams. And that's also why that's another barrier for women, for people of color, because a lot of times established directors for years they work with the same people, which I get. It's when you find kind of a rhythm with other craftspeople, you like to work together a lot. Why fix what ain't broke? But it means too that it's very it's very hard to break in, which is why it's not just for DPs, but also in indie film, having more opportunity there, but writers, directors, women just are still stuck more in the indie world because they are not interested. Well, we just simply can't have women working on these big budgeted films because it's too much of a risk. No matter that a male director can have multiple flops, David O. Russell, and still get opportunities. Okay. Christopher Nolan destroyed 2 IMAX cameras.
$1 million. Christopher Nolan is all about practical effects. But did you know he accidentally destroyed 2 of the most expensive IMAX cameras ever made? The first one was crushed, filming the insane truck flip in The Dark Knight. The camera was set too close, and boom, $500,000 gone. Second, even crazier. While filming a Batpod chase, the stunt driver lost control, and Batman's bike slammed straight into the IMAX camera. But hey, Nolan's all about getting the perfect shot, even if it means a little collateral damage. Would you risk a $500,000 camera for a scene? Let me know.
Boom, $500,000 gone.
This camera cost
Oh, God, just got in. Did you see Eve Hartlow's insane tweet? Yes, I did. Yes. Keila, imagine if a woman director scratched the side of one of those IMAX cameras. Oh, I know. He did it again on Dunkirk and purposely drowned it. Yeah, he has destroyed many an IMAX camera over the years. He's done, here's a longer video of him doing it.
This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
I've been working with the IMAX.
Hell yeah, Raid Shadow Legends.
IMAX.
Christopher Nolan has an unhealthy obsession with film and IMAX cameras, as we all know and love, or, you know, some of you hate him. But this obsession with using IMAX to the extreme has been a very costly one for him over the years, as he has pushed these cameras to the brink, and in some cases to the point of no return.
Yeah, I'm just going to skip ahead. Here's the Dunkirk.
Cinematographer Hoyt van Hoytema made it clear that if this was digital, all that footage would be lost. And Nolan wouldn't just need to hire the divers to rescue the footage. He'd need to buy a whole new plane to crash. And one has to wonder, will Christopher Nolan yet again find a creative way to destroy yet another IMAX camera in his upcoming movie Oppenheimer?
Raid Shadow Legends developers are based in Israel.
But
Boo,
perhaps this
Raid
time
Shadow
it was with an
Legends.
atomic bomb. Well, hopefully that's not the case, because you should definitely check out this video on the special black and white IMAX film he's using for that movie right here. Don't forget to use my Raid.
Does he pay for the cameras or does the studio own them? So they are rented from IMAX. They are IMAX cameras. I was reading something about Christopher Nolan owes. Yeah, at one. Let's see. His 15. One. Christopher Nolan destroyed 3 of these amazing cameras, totaling a whopping $1.5 million. That was on Oppenheimer, I think.
Raid Shadow Legends link in the description, or scan my QR code to get insane bonuses for new players with an epic champion. You can click that right here.
I mean, I feel like he doesn't actually pay it himself. It's probably the production company, you know? I don't think this is coming. I don't think it's coming out of Christopher Nolan's own pocket. It is coming out of the budget. It's the production company that's on the hook for every IMAX camera that Christopher Nolan destroys. Okay. All right.
My name is
let's see, what time is it? 4:30. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Do I want to watch this? This is Wagner Moura's Criterion Closet picks from a couple months ago, but you know, all the love to my man.
Wagner Moura. I'm an actor and director.
Oh, shit, Nut. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm so sorry. I was distracted by destroyed IMAX cameras. Nut, thank you for the raid. What up, everybody? Shit Nut. Kamester, thank you for the 4 months. I was rooting for Train Dreams to cinematography. I think that's what I had put as my pick. Yeah, I mean, the cinematography was the standout element of Train Dreams. It did really elevate that whole film.
And I'm here kind of fulfilling a dream.
You know what's so funny? My mom called me and was like, "What's going on with the Oscars? What's the deal? What's happening?" And I said, "Well, this was before they had happened." I said, "Well, I think one battle after another is going to win." She's like, "What is that?" Which is funny because my mom is very well read. She's usually up to date on things. And I was like, "Really? You haven't heard of this?" She's like, "No, I don't know anything about it." So I was telling her about it, and she goes, "Well, I did see this one film called It Was Just an Accident, and I thought that was excellent." I go, "Yeah, Mom, I showed you that film." She goes, "Did you?" I said, "Yes, when I came home for Christmas and I had a couple films on my list that I wanted to watch. And I told you guys, hey, it was, I think you'd really like this film. It was just an accident. It's an Iranian film. It's right up my mom's alley. And I put it on and my parents had fallen asleep within the first 10 minutes and then just kept waking up and then falling back asleep. She goes, oh, I don't remember that at all. But I did find that film on my own. I watched it and I thought it was excellent. And I was like, are you freaking kidding me? Mom, Gaslight Queen. I just said, you don't remember at all when I was home and I rented that film for us. I told you all about it. No, she found this film on her own. I do believe that she did watch it a second time and had no memory of me showing my parents this film. But I love that throwback to her discovering Billie Eilish. This is classic my mother being like, oh my God, have you seen this film? Because I think she said that too. She's like, have you seen this film? It was just an accident. I saw it was very, very good. I go, are you fucking kidding me? Have I seen this film? You're joking. This is a joke. Inconceivable. She's going to tell you about this new indie film she discovered called One Battle After Another next year. I know my mom, and I know which films she will like and which films she will not like. She tends to like international films. She likes foreign films. She specifically she likes also British World War II dramas. She loves very depressing things. She will absolutely not like One Battle After Another if she ever watches it. She'll be like, oh my God, this was so ridiculous. That's what she says. That's her critique for so many things. She'll be like, oh, I just could not stand it.
So, should we start?
Yes, we should
Here in my
start.
hands.
Would she enjoy weapon? Nah, that's not really it. My mom is so funny too, because last time she came in town, I went to dinner with my parents and Will, and my mom declared that she's watched every zombie movie, that she is the #1 zombie movie fan. And Will and I start listing off. We're like, oh, have you seen this film? Have you seen this film? Start listing off zombie films. She hadn't seen any of them, but she was still insisting. She's like, no. I've seen all of them though. And I was like, okay, well, we just named 10 films that you haven't seen. But okay. She's like, 28 days later. Is it? Yeah. She goes, Walking Dead. Loved Walking Dead. I was like, did you even finish that show? She's like, no. Has she seen Incendies? No. No, she has not. If I were to go down the list of Best Picture nominees, what I would guess is my mom would mostly like, well, let's pull them up. Best Picture nominees. Okay. All right. Sinners. She might, well, maybe she'd like it because of the vampires. She'd be like, oh, I've seen every vampire film. Oh, I'm the biggest vampire film fan. She might like it because of that. Okay, One Battle After Another, no. Marty Supreme, no. Sentimental Value, I can see her either loving that film or going, oh, it just got so annoying. Like that kind of thing. She'd be like, I just was so over it. Oh, the drama was just too much. Begonia, no, I don't think she'd really like Begonia. F1, she would never watch F1. Hamnet, no, she would not like. Secret Agent, I think she would go, oh, that lead guy. he's a real hottie. I'd be like, yes, Wagner Moura, indeed. But then she would probably have fallen asleep 8,000 times. I think that's a film that she would love. Donna Sebastiana. She would be like, lead guy is so hot, and then would have slept in a lot. But then gone back and maybe tried to rewatch it again. And then been like, hey, do you know about this film, The Secret Agent? I'd be like, oh, you mean a film that I told you to watch? She'd tell you all about the wonderful new actor. She would send me like a profile on him. She'd be like, oh my God, you need to read this. Yeah, I found this film. The Secret Agent. I'd be like, oh yeah, another one that I told you to watch.
It's one of the most important Brazilian films ever, directed by the great Glauber Rocha. We call it Deus e o Diabo na Terra do Sol. This film blew people's mind because it's sort of like a Western in Brazil, full of political and social comments, and beautiful in terms of the way the outfits that the characters were wearing, and the landscapes and
Wagner Moura is the type of person who I trust so thoroughly. I will watch everything he recommends.
Talent. So, and the most beautiful poster in the history of films, in my opinion, Black God, White Devil, and this actor is an amazing actor. I actually saw him recently.
I'm not even a huge Western film person, and
performing on stage. Autumn Bastos. He's also from my hometown, Salvador. Also from where Glauber is from, Bahia. So very glad to see this one here.
Plus, it's Brazilian.
I put it in my beautiful bag.
It's not a Western.
I love
It's
films
Brazilian
about
Western.
working class people. Here's a film that is
This man just said, I love films about working class people.
that is not that known, and it's called Il Posto. It's another film about working class people. It's about this guy, this very naive guy, lost in bureaucracy.
Got to talk to him when I was a film critic. He was promoting the Elite Squad series, very much worth a watch. He's also as charming as you'd think, made me blush. He seems like a guy that seems like the person that he is in interviews. I do believe that. I think he is probably a very brilliant, interesting conversationalist. I would love to talk to this man. It makes you feel like he's in the moment with you, which is a real gift. Yes, I have picked up on that on the many interviews that I have watched of him. Also, DJ Kento, thank you for 7 months.
Work.
Chloe, thank you for the 18 months.
Have a sense of the political and the social situation, but you get to this part through the humanity of a character, and this is a very beautiful character. I absolutely adore this film, Il Posto. This box is like Scorsese's World Cinema Project, and in here there is one film that it's a classic in Brazil. It's called Pichote, directed by Hector Babenco. And I worked with him. I worked with him in a film called Carandiru, a very strong film about a prison in Brazil where horrible things happened. But Pichote is his masterpiece. It's about kids that live on the streets of São Paulo. Like the way City of God shocked the world in the
City
2000s.
of God.
Pichote did the same thing in the 80s. It's a blast of reality in front of the camera. It's very, very strong. Hector Babenco, great filmmaker. And in the same collection, Scorsese knows shit.
Oh my God, put Wagner Moura in a Scorsese film.
He chose a film that no one really knows outside, even in Brazil. It's a film directed by Mário Peixoto called Limite. It's a film from it's 1931. And this film is, I've never seen anything like this film. It's experimental and beautiful and touching and crazily well shot. Everybody that knows about movies and that loves films in Brazil and elsewhere cultivates this film as a classic. Amazing, amazing. Memories of Underdevelopment by Cuban director Tomás Gutiérrez Alea. I can't tell you what I felt after I saw this film because it's
honestly, it's kind of sad that Hassan didn't talk to Javier or my man's Wagner Moura, because of all the people who were at that party, they are two who would be the most like down to have those are two people that he could have a conversation with. He made a movie about a Brazilian commie. I know it's the social anxiety of you get nervous, but and I understand that. They were both talking to each other. Shut up. No way. See, I will say though, that's a situation where I would have just put myself right in there. I've been like, oh my God. You just kind of walk up and go, oh, the two of you together. And now me too. He said they were next to him for like an hour talking to each other. Oh no. Oh, a whole hour. And you're like, okay, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to do it now. I mean, I've done this for Will before when he's seen people that he admires and won't go up to. I'm like, I'll walk up to them. I'll go say hi. Because I didn't do this when I saw Keanu Reeves years ago. And never again. Never again.
The film about the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution, where people are leaving Cuba, and this intellectual, this guy who was part of the Cuban bourgeoisie, he decides to stay. And it's so philosophical, but it's also a film that reflects, in a way, it reflects a moment in history that few films that I know did. You know, like because it doesn't capture only.
Okay, to be fair, if they weren't speaking in English, then you feel like an asshole making them change languages. Well, that's why I'm learning Portuguese and Spanish.
The facts, but the feelings, and it's beautifully shot. You have to see this film. And the Dardenne brothers, and then we come to these guys who are my favorite filmmakers in the world, because they managed to talk about young people in a way that I have never seen anywhere.
Olá, adorei seu trabalho. Olá, adorei seu trabalho.
That means in Portuguese, hello, I love your work. Hola, adorei seu trabalho.
Do the way they do it. Rosetta is a beautiful film. It's a very sad film. It's shot with those handheld cameras. It's shot in such a realistic way, and in that sense, it has a conversation with the way Brazilians shoot their films as well. The whole Cinema Novo movement back in the 60s, their idea was like a camera on your shoulder and an idea in your head. And I think that that's exactly what the Dardenne brothers do with their films. And I think this is my favorite. I also love The Boy and the Bike, The Kid with the Bike. This is heartbreaking as well. And I don't know how he managed to find these kids to act the way they do. I just love the Dardenne brothers, and I'm just happy I got 2 DVDs from it.
Obrigado por tudo. Você deveria ter ganhado o Oscar.
Obrigado por tudo. Você deveria ter ganhado o Oscar. That means thank you for everything. You should have won the Oscar. Hola, Wagner. Obrigado por tudo. Você deveria ter ganhado o Oscar. Hell yeah. I literally learned about Wagner from you, so thank you for introducing him to us. It is... Wait.
O prazer é meu.
O prazer é meu. That means it's my pleasure. The Oscar, you can just say it normally. It translates because Oscar is a man's name too. Oscar. Have you ever contemplated your Criterion picks if you got the chance? Yeah, it'd be the Twilight trilogy. I started watching Narcos because of you. I really love him in the show Dope Thief. I think the show kind of falls off, but he's really good in it. That show came out, I think that was on Apple. That came out like a year or so ago. But yeah, he's great in Narcos. That's where people also first saw Pedro. Yeah, Wagner plays Pablo Escobar, and you will root for him. Yeah. You will root for him. He's so good. Pedro was... Oh, he did Game of Thrones before? Oh, that's right. Okay, I guess he did. Yeah, he did Game of Thrones and then Narcos. I have a quick Twitter thread about Latin American cinema. This guy's great. I really have loved I've read some of his reviews on The Secret Agent. I thought they were really, really, really well written. Since I couldn't place this piece, I'm making it a thread. Over the years, I've seen this thread. The majority of the films from Latin America that have been nominated or won an Oscar are set during/related to the dictatorships and socio-political troubles that afflicted the region in the 1970s and 1980s. That description, of course, includes current Brazilian Oscar nominee, The Secret Agent, and last year's winner for international film, I'm Still Here, also from Brazil. Both unfold during the country's military dictatorship, with Walter Salles' film addressing it more directly. And before these two landmark Brazilian films with multiple nominations, there was Bruno Barreto's 4 Days in September, a political thriller about a guerrilla group that kidnaps a U.S. diplomat to protest the military regime. It was nominated for Best Foreign Language Film. The first Latin American film to win the Oscar for Best Foreign Language Film was Argentina's The Official Story by Luis Puenzo, which is set in the final year of the country's military dictatorship. It traces the discovery of secret within a family with ties to the military. The second Argentine winner in the category, Juan Jose Campanella's The Secret in Their Eyes, is set during the early 1970s, and the central crime and investigation at its center occur amid the political turmoil that eventually led to the military dictatorship. Argentina's most recent Oscar nominee for Best International Feature Film, Argentina 1985 by Santiago Mitra, deals with the aftermath of the dictatorship and the trials of the military leaders responsible for the disappearance and death of thousands of people. Alan Arkin's in 4 Days in September? Really? Rest in peace. Argentina 1985 is great. Chile's first ever Oscar nominee in the Best Foreign Language Film category was Pablo Larraín's No. With a sharp sense of humor, it focuses on the advertising campaign to promote the 1988 plebiscite that served as the decisive turning point to end Pinochet's regime. This is also true of the two Chilean animated shorts that have received Oscar recognition. Bear Story, which won, deals with a forced disappearance, and Bestia, a portrait inspired by Ingrid Olderock, a secret police agent during the dictatorship, was nominated. Another Chilean filmmaker, Miguel Litan, directed the Oscar-nominated film Alcino and The Condor, which represented Nicaragua in the Best Foreign Language Film category. The titular Alcino is a young boy surviving during the Nicaraguan Revolution. Mexico's first ever Oscar-winning entry for Best Foreign Language Film, now International Feature Film, was Alfonso Cuarón's Roma, which depicts El Halconazo, or the Corpus Christi Massacre in 1971, where a paramilitary group chained by the U.S. attacked young people protesting. And there is also, wasn't Roma was Netflix's first Oscar? Yes, Best Picture nom. Roma was Netflix's first Best Picture nom. But unfortunately, y'all remember 2019 Best Picture winner? One of the greatest of all time, Green Book. No, Coda was 2021. Let's see. Coda was, yeah, because it was Green Book, and then it was Parasite, and then, or was it no, Coda. And then Everything Ever All at Once, Oppenheimer, and now Sinners. Okay, so that is Roma. And then there is the Best Documentary Feature nominee, The Mothers of Plaza de Mayo, by the late Lord Portillo and Susana Blaustein Munoz. The powerful doc spotlights the group of mothers who defied the military government in Argentina, searching for their missing loved ones. There's also the Chilean documentary feature, The Eternal Memory, by Mate Alberdi, which also earned an Oscar nomination and blends a love story where one partner is losing his memories to illness with that person's lifelong fight to preserve the country's collective memory. I do love the theme of memory in politically minded films, like in Secret Agent. The unrest in the region depicted in these films stems from U.S. interventionism. Also, I'm Still Here, which makes it even more fascinating that for all these Latin American countries, their most successful films at the Oscars are these period pieces that look at the country's troubled past. Yeah. That is interesting. Perhaps it has to do with the fact that in order to make a period piece, these movies have to have higher budgets and better production values than movies set in the present. These films that recreate historical events might feel to viewers inherently more accomplished. Or on a more philosophical level, perhaps it's because the period where these stories take place and the hardships the characters experience, often facing powerful forces against them, allows for a humanistic approach to explore geopolitical complexities. Collectively, oh, my fucking queen. God, I just want to smoke cigs with her. Collectively, these films, most of which are stunners, provide a glimpse into an era that unfortunately feels too close to our present. For these injuries prevalent across countries, maybe cinema can act as a scar. It gives us distance from direct pain, but won't let us forget. Not with a lot of international love for it, but there's Bacurau from the same director of Secret Agent. That's really good. Also, the first time we see Tania Maria, who played a one-line extra and made everyone fall in love with her. So now she's Donna Sebastiana. I need a film with her. I need it. Not gonna lie, these movies have also taught me more of U.S. brutality in Latin America, apart from doing my own reading as well. And I feel like these films in these films from Latin and South America, their present is inextricable from the past because American interventionism has not stopped. We are still intervening, and the effects of interventionist policies from the 70s are still felt today. So it's memory, because that preservation of memory is not just important for people who live in these countries that have suffered under military dictatorships. And as Wagner Moura said on the campaign trail, you know, comparing the parallels of that time period to today, and why memory is an important tool during fascist time periods, and that fascists want to erode memory and control it, and how important it is to preserve that history and that memory. Yeah, I mean, I think when you watch international films as an American, you really will see a whole world out there. You know, it's not just like you can pick up a book and you can read about this time period, but there is something that, of course, art and films will offer you, which is a true sense of connection. And these films that center on people who were suffering during these political time periods, and how you relate to them, they are humanized. And it's just a really, it's just art, literature, films, music, all of that, I think, is so important to. Yeah. Hello. Oh. Wow. Oh my God.
So bloody.
Oh my God. It's like the Hands Around the World from Us. Hands Around the World. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Was it fun though?
Yeah, it was so fun.
Is this ever going to come out?
I don't know.
You have it on your neck too.
Farley, we don't do that.
Far.
We suppress our urges.
Neptara, thank you for the 7 months.
Like adults.
Far.
I brought you that hat.
Oh, wow. Hide and seek. Would you look at that? I got me a new hat. Yeah. Wait, I'm confused. Oh, wait. Is the film called Ready or Not 2 Hide and Seek?
No.
What is this?
They play hide and seek in the game.
Oh. Yeah. Tell them that I had a ticket, but I decided to stream. That's how dedicated I am.
She wasn't invited.
Yes, I freaking was. I got
Samara Weaving said, come to the premiere, no +1.
I literally had an invitation, but I have work to do.
That's right. She did not go to a premiere so she could hang out with you guys, which is very noble.
That's true. I had to go over the
Also, Miss Tari
Oscars.
Emmy's party.
Oh. I can't do
Married to the
those
grind.
parties anymore.
Married to the grind.
I'm a true. I am true dedicated. I am truly dedicated. Was it good though? Was it fun?
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. How was the movie?
It was actually really good.
It debuted with 100p on Rotten
it's
Tea.
really good.
We saw the film Undertone last night. Did you just give him the middle finger? Oh, I thought you flipped him off. I thought he barked and you went.
I know you're hungry. You're always hungry.
Okay.
Okay, let's get you some.
Okay. Farley. Farley, did you guys like it? Not really. The whole thing with the film is that what's impressive about it is its sound design, but it kind of bugs me when horror films rely so heavily on sound. And it's done very well, and it's a low budgeted film. It's like $500,000 budget, but they don't like, the story is so filled with tropes and cliches, and even with some of the design of the sound, it kind of the ADR aspect of it kind of took me out of it sometimes, and it's like the film ratchets up to 100 in the final section, and you're like, oh my God, so much happens at once. It's just all, it's, and we saw it in a Dolby, theater, which is, they're known for their sound. And I'm like, if I didn't really love this, and I am in a theater that is best designed for the best sound experience, then I can't imagine if you're watching this film in any other capacity, it's going to be an even more bleh experience. I also didn't really love the lead actress, and this is a film that very much requires having a heavyweight, somebody who's pulling the entire oar on this film. This is my fault, guys. I asked a genie for Hollywood to greenlight a post-apocalyptic horror sci-fi threequel featuring Cillian Murphy and Jack O'Connell, and I made the mistake of assuming that was specific enough. I'm really sorry. He said, David Ehrlich said this in response to John Krasinski tweeting, "I'm so proud to be a part of this hashtag A Quiet Place family, old and new. Here we go." Oh my God. We got Cillian Murphy and Jack O'Connell as part of the next A Quiet Place film. Oh, I'll come out. Pick which one you want, though. Oh, I'll do the chicken. Okay. I'm over this. I'm over A Quiet Place. Why are we getting the 1-2 punch of Cillian Murphy and Jack O'Connell in yet another Quiet Place film? In yet another Quiet Place film? And yet another Mark Tower? Have you seen When Evil Lurks? Yes, I have. I have seen When Evil Lurks. This film is crazy. This was one of those, one night we were trying to find a horror film, and we've watched so much. And then I saw somebody on Reddit suggest When Evil Lurks, and I watched it. It was really, it was very excellent. Very, very bleak. Very gory and bleak. Anywho, David Ehrlich, what have you done? You get an unexpected Kitty O'Brien, though. Let's see who else is in this. Emily Blunt, Millicent Simmons, Noah Jupe. Okay, so those are the kids. Jason Clarke, Kitty O'Brien, Jack O'Connell, Cillian Murphy. Not gonna lie, Jack O'Connell, kind of low-key, one of my faves in horror. Jack O'Connell, kind of that guy. I saw Bring Her Back today. Really good. Excellent. Excellent film. All right, I have to decide, what am I doing tomorrow? Am I getting up and we have a termite issue, FYI, so we're having to blast our home because, did I tell this story? No, I don't think so. So Friday night, fell asleep on the couch. Oh, why do I deal with so many bugs? This home is cursed. Fall asleep on the couch. I'm awoken at 4 a.m. and it's Will, and he's leaning in front of my face and he's like, hey. I'm like, what's happening? He's like, so, we have a termite problem. And I was so confused because I was exhausted and half asleep still. And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, I think you should just come see. And I get up and I walk into the kitchen and I'm looking in our bedroom and there are termites, the ones with wings, everywhere. Literally everywhere. In the kitchen, crawling, like all on our floor in the bedroom, all in the bathroom. I go into my stream room. They're in this bathroom. Yes, they were, what kind of termites were they, Will? What are they called? Okay, well, are you ready to be gross the fuck out? Yeah. Yep. Flying termites. This is them. French Polynesia is truly scary. So these were everywhere, and I basically spent an hour vacuuming. We need to get this house cleansed. I am considering bringing in a priest. Have you seen how a termite queen looks? It's really a thing of nightmares. I would prefer not to picture it. But I am feeling at this point that I need to bring in I need to bring in a holy person. Or a witch, some spiritual, I don't know. We need to exercise this home. They came out of nowhere. They suddenly just appeared like it was the plagues in ancient Egypt. Yes, and they are subterranean, and so you can't use spray on them. Like I was going to use raid spray, and you can't because they will burrow deeper. They live under your foundation so they can get inside anywhere. Yeah. And then, of course, I'm just waiting for the ants to come back. I'm like, yeah, why don't we just have everything? The party is here. Did you guys leave California? We've been in French Polynesia, and it's been one battle after another. It has been one battle after another with whatever infestation we're dealing with. What if you made an alliance? And then I found one spider in the bathroom, and I went, you know what? Go to work. I said, please. There was, as I was vacuuming up ants and termites, I saw one spider. I said, do your thing. I need you. I can't do it alone. Please. I need help. Can we celebrate one more time? I like how awkward the being in and out. It's just like the thing now that people go, that they go do. Actually, you know what I do want to watch? Since we watched this yesterday, but not on screen, but if you watched it, killer performance. Killer. Somebody tweeted about Michael B.J. being at In-N-Out and said Timmy Chalamet's in the drive-thru line is like, what's taking so long?
So preach on, speak your words. I know the truth hurts, so I lied to you.
Something I've been wanting to tell you for a long time. It might hurt you. Hope you don't lose your mind. Well, I was just a boy, about 8 years old.
If you are in line for your Oscars, stay in line.
See, I love you, Papa.
Speed Racer.
They say the truth hurts.
Thank you, Speed Racer. Thank you for Five Gifted.
Yes, I lied to you. I love the blues. Somebody take me in your arms tonight. Somebody take me in your arms tonight.
Camera work is impeccable.
Stand it all. What I've been doing didn't fix it all. See, I'm full of the blues, holy water too. I know the truth hurts, so I lied to you. Speak your word. I know the truth hurts, so I lied to you. I love the blues, Lord. I love the Somebody take me in your arms tonight.
I was putting on a face mask and thought you were singing along with it. It was like, God damn. Yeah, it was me. Man, I think about that scene all the time. And I think about when I first saw it sitting in the theater, and I was just so in awe. And I was so appreciative of just every craft element that came together. And that's the thing about movies is sometimes, sometimes it's like, oh, I just love this whole film, right? And sometimes it's one specific scene that just you just always come back to, that you just always think of. And that scene in Sinners to me was such a standout from last year. I just love that scene. Bold choices show Academy voters they fucked up. Well, there was no overcoming the behemoth that was Golden, sadly. Was Sinners your pick for movie of the year? No, mine was actually Secret Agent. Shouts out Secret Agent. But one of my favorite scenes of any movie last year is that scene from Sinners. This is what movies were made for. I mean, it really is. It really is that. It really is just such cinema. It's like this is just your eyes are feasting on every pixel on the screen here. Movies make me feel intense things when I think I'm dead inside because of depressed. Yeah, and that's why I was saying, look, sometimes it's not enough to pick up a book and read about a time period. Sometimes you need to put on a film. Sometimes you need to surround yourself with a piece of art that somebody crafted that that will make you feel connected to people who lived through something like that, and make you feel connected to people today who are living through similar circumstances. You know, sometimes it's like when I can't read anymore, when it's like I can't look at one more article, I can't read one more page of a book, I will go put on a film. I was feeling down the other day and I watched Rental Family, and wow, completely gave me the boost I needed. Yeah. And sometimes it doesn't have to be a super heavy political film. I think something like Sinners it's also really fun. You know, there's also a lot of joy and a lot of just fun and great entertainment in that film. I'll be honest, my favorite part of Sinners is watching Michael B. Jordan kill all those racists. Oh, yeah. Yeah, great scene. Have you watched Voice of Hin Rajab? I want to watch it, but I don't think I could mentally take it. It's very intense because it's a film that is based on not just the reality of what happened to Hin Rajab, this 5-year-old girl who was killed by Israel, but also it makes you think about all the children who have died, who are currently in very violent circumstances. And they use the actual recordings that the Palestinian Red Crescent Society had from that day, which just also lends it a sense of, yes, you're watching a fictional telling of this horrifying thing that happened. But there's the reminder that this is, you know, that's Hin's voice. Like, these are the actual recordings. So it's very heartbreaking. It's definitely one that it's one of those films you go, the people who should watch this probably won't. But also at this point, if you have to watch this film to care about dead children, I don't know what to say to you. You know, I was just talking about the power that cinema has to make you feel connected to humanity and to indulge in such a beautiful form of self-expression. But at the same time, too, it's like people who need to, like, right now, watch something that will make them care about these children's lives. I don't think a film will do that at this point. I don't think hearing the voice of Hin Rajab, the actual voice of Hin Rajab, will move these people. Like, at this point, you know, at this point, if you are still not against the mass murder of children, I have nothing to say to you. Nothing. There's nothing that, like, I just, how do you reckon with the people who are still pro killing children? Definitely waiting to be in the right headspace to watch it. I remember watching that happen in real time amongst all the other horrific things coming out of Palestine. My family refused to watch No Other Land or Hin Rajab because they know they're wrong and they refuse to confront it. Ugh. That's tough. I've seen the Israeli argument they're not including the full context in the movie as if there's justification for murdering children. Yeah, because who cares about these dead Palestinian children if a film does not focus on October 7th from specifically the perspective of history began then and Israel had done nothing to warrant October 7th happening, then there should be no film. That's what they want. It's that they want any film that seeks to humanize Palestinians to first and foremost center Israel. Always. That's what it always is. It's always centering Israel. It's centering Jewish feelings in the midst of a genocide. Like, this has been an ongoing issue where it is still the what is put on Palestinians who are experiencing the worst that you can experience in this world and still being expected to center anything other than Palestinian lives. It's absurd. It's like, oh, imagine how it makes these other people feel. And it's like, can you imagine your people experiencing genocide, having been ethnically cleansed for decades, being dispossessed and dehumanized, and that occurring in life and also in death, and still the sympathies always being with not Palestinians. They are not allowed to be the main character in their own genocide. You know, I've seen all this conversation around Zoran Mamdani and Susan Abu Hawa, who is the author, the Palestinian author that he ended up condemning and then kind of, saying my wife Rama, kind of infantilizing her and saying she didn't know any better. And the whole thing, it just makes me want to scream. It makes me want to scream. And I just feel like there is this expectation on Palestinians, and I separate Palestinians from Palestinian allies. Okay, if you are not Palestinian, I do think you have a different, there's a difference in how non-Palestinian allies should be advocating versus who has any right to tell Palestinians how to feel and how to act. There's just something about that, that there is, even from people who have aligned themselves with the pro-Palestine liberatory movement, who many of whom are newer to the movement and feel that they have the right to speak to people who this is their lived experience and has been their lived experience for generations, that their families, their grandparents being cleansed from their lands, having their homes burned and stolen from them almost 80 years ago, and just the daily violence that Palestinians and stealing of everything from their lives that they're subjected to. As a Palestinian, I dealt with that today from Bad Empanada. Fuck Bad Empanada. I wish we would just collectively ignore Bad Empanada. Please just, everyone, just ignore Bad Empanada. Among many others constantly in my entire life, TBH. Fuck Bad Empanada. Oh God, he's the worst. And I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry. And I know that Bad Empanada will put himself in the middle of your life, even if you're trying to ignore him. But yeah, for all of us, like there are certain characters here that I think it's time to it's time to just not pay the attention that they so desire. But anyway, I've said this in the past and I will say it again. I think as non-Palestinians, which is most of us, non-Palestinians who are allied with the cause of Palestinian emancipation, we need to be checking the way that we speak to Palestinians, that we often still speak over them, that we speak in a way that we act as if that we like have some moral superiority in our advocacy here. And I think remembering like how you would feel if it's your people who are being genocided, how you would feel, how you would feel being the only ones for most of the time here, for most of the history here of the pro-Palestine movement, who were, you had to advocate for yourselves and the systemic barriers that Palestinians still continue to experience in having their voices heard. And anyway, I think Zoran has been doing great things for the working class in New York City, for the people who voted for him. And I think I think he is a good person. I do, but I do worry that he's already capitulating to people who it will never be enough. It will never be enough. Just remember that. Fascists, you give them an inch, they are going for the entire fucking mile. You can never capitulate because what they want is to take it all. And they know that when you start capitulating, when you start folding, then they can just keep going at you. There is no line that will satisfy them until you have gotten so far to the right that you are then aligned with them. Then you will have met their goals. You cannot give them an inch. You cannot give them an inch. And frankly, if I'm on Zoran's advisory council, I'm telling him, ignore these motherfuckers. They're out here like trying to slander your wife, trying to slander Palestinians who have supported you. Ignore them. Do what you did during your campaign and focus on New York City. Focus on policies that you are working on in this city to make life more accessible and affordable for people. Do what you did during your campaign, which was to always refocus, recenter on, I am the mayor here. It's me. I'm the mayor here in New York. New York City is not Tel Aviv. Why are we talking about Zoran's wife's Twitter likes? I just wish he would be like, you can criticize me. You can ask me questions myself. Honestly, pull a Will Smith. Leave my wife's name out your fucking mouth. Leave my wife's name out your fucking mouth. I ran a Palestinian organization in Santa Cruz and ended up basically being anti-Zionist Jews. And then me and two Palestinian girls, honestly, they never really wanted to listen to us because it scared them. It was intense. But even that setting, we were ignored, even as leaders. Yeah, I just hope that the people on Zoran's team, I don't know if that was their decision to have him address that by throwing Susan under the bus and kind of saying my wife doesn't know better, you know, like kind of infantilizing her, or if that was his decision. But they need to not address that shit, because what these fascists are doing is they are trying to fully delegitimize him. They have been going after him from the moment he started surging in the polls, from the moment the reality that Zoran Mamdani could be the next mayor became that reality. And they are buzzing around him because they want to fully dismantle his mayoralship. Like, they don't want him. They want him out. It's like you cannot reason with these Islamophobic fascists. They will not stop until he's out. And it emboldens them when you have the Olivia Reingolds of free press basically being rewarded for her stalking Islamophobic ass. Then it encourages them, it emboldens them. Yes, they feel incredibly righteous. They feel that it's working, because it is when you give them an inch. He shouldn't need a team to know that was a bad move. Yeah, it's very disappointing. And I think it's frustrating because never has support been so with the Palestinian cause and against the state of Israel. It has never been this great of a shift. So, like, why in this moment are you handing them a win? Why? The fanatical Zionist faction is more and more becoming persona non grata. Like, it is something that is making these people more and more of a pariah, like Israel having become more and more of a pariah state, and its ardent supporters like looking like the genocidal freaks they are by loudly continuing to support Israel's actions. Like, every day, more and more people looking at that. That reminds me, actually, there are primaries coming up. There's a primary coming up tomorrow. If you live in Illinois, and AIPAC has been spending big money. AIPAC is going after American elections in a very, very aggressive way. They are fully on the loose. And you have Kat Abu-Ghazaleh in Illinois 9, who has been experiencing a very aggressive super PAC, AIPAC offensive front. And anyway, so if you live in Illinois, just be aware of your primary elections that you have tomorrow. There are some really big House races. There's another one here. AIPAC has spent $4.4 million supporting Donna Miller, who is a candidate for Illinois District 2, and she is running against Robert Peters, who is he is a Jewish candidate in the race who is endorsed by Track AIPAC and Organize for Peace. I think he was also endorsed by Bernie Sanders. He's the anti-AIPAC candidate here. So this is kind of the electoral present where you have now the side that AIPAC is supporting because they are, these are candidates and incumbents who are taking their money and in turn expressing their support and unwavering support for Israel. And then you have team anti-AIPAC. And we have seen in cases like Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush, we've seen AIPAC spend so much money that they do steal those elections. But then in other instances where AIPAC is spending a lot of money and they're not winning, and more as that shift is occurring, especially here as we're talking about Democratic candidates and races, being the pro-Israel candidate is becoming more and more of a political black mark. Already sent over 2,000 mules to Illinois. We got this. The way AIPAC has gone after Kat has literally caused her to get massive endorsements. They don't understand how much the tide has turned against them. Yeah, so this is the Illinois 2 race. You have Robert Peters, who's endorsed by Track AIPAC and condemns Israel's genocide, versus Donna Miller, who is the AIPAC candidate here. So this is a really big race in Illinois 2. And then, of course, you have Illinois 9 with Kat Abu Ghazaleh, who has been surging in the polls. I know that there is right now some issue with Rashida Tlaib just endorsed her. Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar just endorsed Kat Abu Ghazaleh, as did Mark Ruffalo. Mark Ruffalo looked around, was like, yep, I'm gonna take this into my own hands. He did not see AOC or anyone else last minute pushing. And so Mark Ruffalo was like, great, I'll do it myself. I'll freaking do it myself.
Lobbying group by our politicians and control what the United States does. Vote for Kat and vote for a politician who will be working for you, not for a foreign entity who drags us into wars and cares nothing for the American people. Don't let AIPAC, a foreign lobbying group,
yeah, and be careful. It's not just AIPAC; it's different PAC affiliates.
Buy our politics.
So I think Track AIPAC has endorsed Kat, and then they also endorsed Robert Peters. And then I mentioned what was the other? The comptroller race. I mentioned Karina Villa, who went viral for an incident where she was chasing ICE out of the neighborhood. So she's been endorsed by Sanders. She's running for comptroller. I don't understand why Bushra would still stay in the race. I don't know. She/her team must believe they have a valid reason for remaining in the race when I think she's polling at under 9%. Also, there's same-day registration in Illinois, so don't let it stop you if you haven't already done it. Also, Junaid in Illinois 8. Junaid Ahmed, who is running in District 8. It's too late. She'd be on the ballot anyway, but I do wish she'd push for them to vote for Kat. Yeah, and there's this new thing, too, that AIPAC is doing where they are not necessarily new, but like really, really pushing this strategy where they are buying ads that are positive towards candidates like Bushra, who are not going to win, but could potentially pull support from someone like Kat Abu Ghazaleh. So it's a positive style attack ad where rather than be directly attacking a candidate like Kat, they will instead highlight other progressives like Bushra in order to split the vote. It's very diabolical. To be fair to her, this is something you discussed before the race to consolidate. We went through this in NYC with Adams' mayor race. The left wasn't organized and we split the vote. Yeah, I will say there's definitely been some people screaming at Bushra that feels a little gross. And I don't know. I mean, again, this feels like something that just in the last couple days was pressure being applied for her to drop out, and then, you know, it's kind of too late. But I just think there's where's the pre-race organization? Where's the, like, this not just happening in the final moments? Why is Mark Ruffalo having to post a video in the last couple of days? That's why elections should have ranked choice. I mean, I'm pro ranked choice. Anyway, so big day tomorrow. If you live in Illinois, just be aware of be aware. If you're not, be aware of these candidates. And as I said, more and more we're going to see these elections turn into here is your pro-Israel candidate. Here's the person who's being funded by AIPAC, and here's the person that AIPAC is trying to spend a bunch of money so they don't win. Mike from PA interviewed Kat this morning. He should have the vid up by now. He took back his criticisms of her. Yeah, sometimes Mike comes out real hot. Real hot. But my understanding is he acknowledged he was wrong here. He's like, okay, I'm on board, which we're all about growth. But anyway, I know some people have been saying, oh, she's being selfish, and it's really awkward because as a candidate with supporters, with donors, for you to bow out, it's not great if she were to ever run for anything else, even though I wish she'd be willing to. Yeah. Kat needed some checking in terms of her positions. Sure. I don't think that I don't think that the criticism, the policy criticism was off base, but it felt like okay, then are we going to have Daniel Biss? You know? Are we and I think I think it's good for Kat to really kind of really address the gaps in her policies. So it's not that I think anyone should ever be immune to criticism. Don't throw the baby out with the bathwater type shit. Yes. And Mike did recognize that he's like, I am amending what I was saying previously. Did you see the stuff that came out about this? Yeah, about how he had an inappropriate relationship with an undergrad student. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see if I can find the tweet on it. Watch Press. Okay, let's see. Watch Press has now published an essay about her allegations. She says that she was a junior when she was Biss's student in roughly 2004, when he'd have been about 26. He waited until the course was over and asked her out. They made out a few times, she says, and then he broke it off, saying he shouldn't date a student. Yeah, I don't think it's the most, like, nail in the coffin, but according to Megan Watchpress, who first tweeted, if he's going to get a national profile on the strength of a younger woman's campaign, I'm going to come out and say it. During his short-lived tenure as a math professor, Biss had an inappropriate romantic relationship with one of his undergrad students. I was that student. Let me paint a picture of what it was like to be a woman math major at the University of Chicago circa 2004. First, there were no tenured women faculty in the department. I don't want to say with certainty there were no tenured track women faculty either, but if there were, you could count them on one hand. I didn't know their names. In early 2005, Larry Summers would famously attribute this absence, not just at U Chicago, but throughout the country, to women's lesser abilities. Oh, he sounds like the old Grammys president. Women aren't there because women aren't stepping up. Because women are not locking in enough. Women, if you want to be winning more awards, if you want to be having more career opportunities, you just simply need to be better. You just got to be better. We've only recently learned, though, through the disclosure of Summers' close personal relationship with Epstein and correspondence regarding his attempt to seduce a more junior woman in his field, what else might have caused the state of affairs. Second, the department was heavily tracked between honors and non-honors classes, and vanishingly few women remained on the honors track. By my junior year, I spent a quarter as the only woman in a class of roughly 30 students in an honors abstract algebra class. Third, whether well-intentioned or not, the undergraduate chair employed as in sought to hire the top women math students in various departmental secretarial roles as his personal secretary, for example, or managing the administrative back end of various K-12 outreach programs. It paid well and had flexible hours, so I took the job. A few months in, one of the other women students revealed to me that if you closed the door between the chair's office and the external area where the secretary sat, you could see the picture of a girl in a bikini that the chair had hung there. A few more months in, I started to realize the hidden costs of being visible as a secretary in a department where only men were professors. Which is to say that when I, the top scorer in the first quarter exam for the notoriously difficult honors analysis court taught by said department chair, enrolled in topology as a newly enthusiastic major, I was already swimming upstream. Rather than direct my enthusiasm for math to the subject, my topology professor, Daniel Biss, directed it at himself. In her fantastic essay for the New York Times, Amia Srinivasan describes this trope and why it's malpractice for professors. My professor's responses to my emails got longer and longer, topics extending well beyond mathematics. Office hours lasted longer and longer. Flattered and insecure, I convinced myself it didn't mean anything. I was a student after all, until the quarter ended and he emailed to ask if I wanted to meet up socially. He brought a book with an inscription which began, "On the occasion of an end and a beginning." It was signed with bundles of admiration. After a few very intense evenings, he had second thoughts. It was wrong to date a student, of course, so we would have to stop making out. Of course, we could still hang out, and so we continued to spend time together in what to any external observer would look like dates until gradually that stopped too. I was so ashamed. Here I was, desperate for credibility among my male peers, told by no less than the president of Harvard that I lacked the capacity to do the work, having made out with a professor. I told a few non-math friends, but always with the understanding it was a secret. Gradually, without ever being honest with myself about why, I decided graduate school in math wasn't for me. I did just fine on on tests, I told myself, but independent research was too hard. I liked political theory better. I finished the major with honors, went to grad school for something else, and tried to think about the experience as little as possible. When Biss ran for governor, a friend who I had told about the situation at the time wrote to ask how I would feel if he voted for him. I said it was complicated. And then it became impossible to avoid confronting what had happened. Through a convoluted set of circumstances, I was on a Zoom call relating to my energy work with Biss a few years ago. He reached out afterward with a cryptic email, would I call him? A few days later, I did. He offered an apology of sorts and then pivoted to the type of conversation you'd have with a friend with whom you've lost touch. A couple years later, I read Srinivasan's book chapter-length version of her New York Times essay and sent it to him, but never got a response. At the time, I was working on Illinois Matters for the Sierra Club, and I was too embarrassed and too afraid of what it would mean for my own career to tell the full story to anyone who didn't already know. When the Illinois 9 primary campaign became unavoidable for those of us who follow left politics, even out in California, I was miserable. This thing that happened to me had been a huge part of why I gave up on a career that same mathematics department chair once told me I was born to do felt inescapable. The chair said this, by the way, while I could see the edges of the bikini poster on his door, because even the most unequivocal endorsement came with mixed signals. And I know the people signing up to staff a congressional office would be like I had been, young, passionate about their jobs, all their energy directed at building and maintaining the persona of this one official. I had no idea if I was the only student he dated, no way of finding out. Most selfishly, but honestly, most importantly, I finally felt secure enough in my own career to take on the huge risk of coming out publicly about such things. I'd been hired for a tenure track law teaching position. Still, I waited. Terrified of what always happens to women who speak out about these things. But it was also this career change and knowing what it felt like from the other side of the relationship, knowing how I saw my students and what it would take for me to view them not as people under my care, but as objects of sexual desire that made it impossible not to say something. To want someone who wants to learn from you is to want someone for their powerlessness. And so much later than I should, I realized this was my last chance and I said something. I know it's going to get ugly. It always does in these cases. But if there's one woman in a mathematics or physics or economics or chemistry or computer science department out there who feels a little bit more empowered to recognize grooming for what it is, to insist on boundaries, to understand that no matter how flattering it may feel when the professor looks at you like that, it will destroy your relationship with the thing that really matters, which is what he is supposed to be teaching you, and you deserve better. Well, it will have been worth it. I mean, look, as I said, I don't think that this is going to be a major nail in the coffin. And I think this is one of those grayer areas when we talk about power dynamics, where she was a junior on this academic track and he was her professor. And that is a position of power. That is she was there to learn, and then ended up in this somewhat relationship with him where then he acknowledged, though, that she was his student, and so it like kind of ended, but it sounded like it was still not fully over. But anywho, yeah, he has power over her. And it, as she describes it, ended up kind of turning her off of this path. And that's a story that's all too familiar. And as she says, I don't know how many other students he did that with, how many people like in this position of power in academia that he was able to utilize that, to exploit that. And I don't know. I mean, I think she's basically like, look, this guy is about to be in potentially a bigger position of power, and I am going to share my experience. She's not accusing him of sexual assault. She's saying that he was in a position of power as my teacher, and he took advantage of that. And so she's like, look, if there is someone out there who will feel empowered to, when they hear my story, then that's worth me sharing. It's inappropriate. It is inappropriate. It's about the power imbalance. It doesn't matter if she's over the age of, I think some people get very stuck in a black and white understanding of power imbalance and differential, like power differential, because they'll go, oh, well, she was what? If she's a junior, then she's 21. Or like, if someone's not violently raped, then they go, oh, there's no issue here. There's like no, it's either like somebody's a pedophile. Okay, we know that's bad, right? Or somebody was violently raped. We know that to be bad. And then otherwise, like, there's no in between. There's no like thinking of behavior as being inappropriate and being exploitative if it's not like these two really extreme instances. And that is the truth, that a lot of women have dropped out of paths that they were on. It affecting their careers and their goals because of experiences that they have like this. You know, the ethics, the exploitative element, the power imbalance. A math professor at my alma mater fled the country recently after he was confronted in class for inappropriately texting a minor. Go Dogs. He fled the country. Well, does he live in America? Because he probably doesn't need to flee. This is a huge reason why academia, especially hard sciences, are extremely underrepresented in women. Yes, one of the many barriers. I hope it makes women who might have voted for him think about it for a second and just go, yeah. I think it's also the political climate of today. It's not that this isn't weird or gross or wrong, but there's been a level of desensitization to this kind of stuff that comes directly. I mean, it's because one reason is the Epstein files, where we have heard story after story after story of men raping children, of sex trafficking. And I think that's affected. It's like, ironically, as people have become more aware of what sex trafficking can entail and how wide this operation was across industries, because we're talking about people with great power and wealth. I think it has kind of, when something like this happens, people are like holding it up to Epstein, you know? It's like I don't see any pedophiles here, so I'm not going to critically examine this type of behavior. I think a lot of young people, especially young men, don't realize that when you're on the other side of the power imbalance, you don't have regular consent. It can ruin your life if you reject. Yeah, and just like how it can mentally affect you. And there's so much sexism and misogyny in academia and really in the sciences, math and science fields already, you know, that being the environment where, as a young woman, you're entering and feeling like you are just surrounded by men who look at you not as a person, a person to mentor and to welcome into these fields, but for something that they can get something out of. So, anywho, it's also funny because you want to know what's really telling? What's telling is that, because I saw people say that Hassan's chat was really gross about this, which there are also, yeah, I mean, I know Hassan will call that out, but there are a lot of young men in his community who are still on this path of empathy and understanding. And I think what's telling is that these lefties in Hassan's chat aren't supporting Daniel Biss, whether or not they live in Illinois. I'm pretty sure they're backing a Kat Abu-Ghazaleh, you know? Daniel Biss is not as progressive as Kat. And so the kind of overall leftist position here is endorsing Kat, and yet they will still, like, instinctively want to defend Daniel Biss in this situation. And I think Megan, the author of this post, I think she's clear in just going, look, I just felt I wanted to share my experience, and if this empowers even one person, then this will have been worth it. Because what happens a lot is that as a woman, you see men who've had had an effect on your life in this way, and you see them continue to move up in their career and to potentially have even more power, and not entrusting that person with that power because of an experience that you had, and just going, hey, before you hand over even more power to this person, please just like, here, I am going to share my experience of having been in this situation, of being the other person, of being on the other side of this power imbalance. A lot of men see themselves in these stories and they don't want to believe that they've harmed someone. And I think that's, yes, I think that's the truth. I think that there's a reactionary, that there's a lot of men who get very reactionary here, and they either think that the solution is, as men, that they can't talk to women ever. They're like, oh, so I guess I can never date a woman. I guess I can never have sex with a woman. I can never pursue any type of romantic relationship. Like, there's definitely this, it's me. It's like Henry Cavill. Yes. When Henry Cavill was like, well, this whole Me Too movement, how are we supposed to talk to women anymore? I was like, oh, you know what, Henry Cavill, you're right. Let's totally dismantle this. Let's not talk about the systemic abuse of women and girls in this world. Like, you're right, because we're not thinking about Henry Cavill. But that's it. It's like, there are a lot of men who still immediately think about themselves and think about how either they've been in a situation like this, or they're reconsidering their behavior and then feeling as if now they're being attacked, like that they are being held responsible. When what I talk about all the time is, look, I understand that we all reside in this culture that for a long time has been incredibly problematic, and the issues around power differentials and consent and abuse and these topics we talk about all the time, that we are still learning. We are learning. We are progressing. We are trying to dismantle these harmful elements of a culture that perpetuates this kind of abuse towards women and girls. And so there's a lot of people who I'm sure, and that can include women as well, who may have been in a situation that is reflective of something that we've talked about once on stream. Maybe an example pops up and you go, oh my God, I think I've been that person in that situation. And nobody is saying that if you have not been perfect in your understanding of consent and power differences, then you should be killed. Now, that's not the same thing as being like a serial rapist, okay? Being a person who, like most of us in society, has for a long time not understood these dynamics. A massive issue with men talking about women and misogyny is they think misogyny equals an overall hatred, when in reality it's much more nuanced than that. So they think that since they are decent, that they can't accidentally or passively be misogynistic or racist, homophobic, transphobic. Right. I think sometimes leftist men think by virtue of being leftist, by virtue of not being openly misogynistic like so much of their counterparts on the right, that they are immune from exhibiting any type of ingrained misogynistic behavior. That there's like, oh, I by going, oh, I see that misogyny over there and I don't like it, then therefore you've rooted it out of yourself. When there are so many instances daily that are reflective of our cultural misogyny that is still unfortunately very influential. And I don't know. I mean, we know that leftists are not are not immune from still from being misogynistic or racist. It's just that it's when you ascribe to leftist politics, when you have formed your belief system over our shared collective humanity, it means that you are identifying and working to root out those issues, and that starts with how you address it within yourself. And it is something that, like, you're always striving to be better. You're always striving to be better. You're always striving to check your blind spots and know when you are still contributing to a for example, cultural misogyny. That's also why stopping on the funnel at Hassan's a mistake. While it's incredibly beneficial to have him pulling people from the right and open up people to these concepts, he doesn't go in depth enough with these issues, mainly because he lacks real life experience with these systemic dysfunctions, which is why I was also pleasantly surprised to see you have a much younger, more male audience than I would have expected. Your voice is invaluable. Yes, he does a great job at pulling a lot of young men out of the right-wing pipeline, but Hassan is still a straight guy. He's still a straight man, a white passing, conventionally attractive straight man in this world. So it's not enough to it's not enough to just get everything from one person. So anywho, if you are, let me just rule of thumb. If you are hearing someone else's experience and somehow making yourself a victim in the situation, there's probably an issue there. Okay. So we just talked about this issue with how people are still speaking to Palestinians, non-Palestinian allies who are, many of whom are newer to the movement. What did Austin say? My entire worldview is shaped by Hassan and Al Jazeera. I'm sorry about Austin. I turned you on to listen to my queen. He's literally, I'm sitting here, Christian. Austin comes in. My entire worldview is shaped by Hassan. Oh, is it? Is Hassan who answers your phone calls? Is Hassan the person who talks to you through all your problems? Is it Hassan? Yeah? Because I don't remember that guy ever picking up the phone. Certainly not. Did I say Al Jazeera? I meant Caroline Kwan. I'm a white, straight passing man. What should I do about this? A little bit of blackface. That will be the solution to your problem. No, the point being that if you are a white, straight passing man, please do not be learning about misogyny from only straight white passing men, because they will be limited in their experiences. Same goes for truly understanding racism. You should not start and stop at white people. It was like when Robin DiAngelo wrote White Fragility, and how so many white people's education started and stopped with that book, and seeing the book sales go through the fucking roof, where there are so many black authors who have been writing about this for years and didn't get, did not get one bit of the have one bit of the social profile and attention that Robin DiAngelo got. So always be reading, always be, be observing, be consuming, watch films, read literature. That is what we should all be doing. Okay? Read books, watch movies, consume art, talk to people in your life. Did somebody just come in here to talk about false rape cases? I'm not even gonna respond to the whole thing. Don't come in here talking to me about false rape cases when they don't even, when rapists aren't even being held accountable. People always want to talk about false rape allegations, which are such a small percentage, when the reality that most rapists out there are not being prosecuted, and if they are being prosecuted, are facing minimal jail time. Okay. So just get out of my face. I don't have the fucking time nor energy to hold your hand as you want to talk about the most important thing here, which is false rape cases. So 2 wrongs make a right. Do you think that there is an equality between actual rape, actual cases of rape, and false rape allegations? Do you think that that's a 50-50, that there's like 50% real rape and 50% fake? Oh Lord. Anyway, I think I'm over talking. I think I'm done. I think I am sweaty and hot and tired, and it's 12:30 and I have a long day tomorrow, and the last thing that I need at 12:30 is having to square off with false rape allegations against the reality of a world where pedophiles and rapists and abusers are running the government, are running the entertainment industry, are running politics and media and finance. But sure, let's talk about false rape allegations. Yeah, not to mention that even within false rape allegations, not all of them are even false because of overwhelming systemic barriers, because of societal pressures, because of the criminalizing of people who report rape. Slay. What was your favorite movie of all the nominees of Best Picture before you go? Secret Agent. If the topic's about shitty men, you get personally offended, that's a you problem. Yeah, you know what? I don't need to hold your hand. Okay. I, as a woman, am not going to hold your hand. If you're a man and you feel a certain way when the conversation turns to shitty men and just I'm not going to do it. Sorry. Not sorry. That is a you problem. And that is not something that I have the time nor the energy. You can come here and hopefully you will be exposed to my perspective, and hopefully you will learn things. Hopefully you will grow in your empathy and understanding, as we are all striving to do. But I am not going to hold your hand if you feel personally affected in a way where you feel that you are the silent victim here. You stream tomorrow? Yes, I am streaming tomorrow. I am. I will also be on the Bitchuation Room, Francesca Fiorentini's show. I don't know. Is that live or do we record and then it's posted? Anyway, be on the lookout for that. I'll be doing that tomorrow. Cool. Okay. I am out of here. Sorry that was a little bit of sorry that was a little less fun ending, but it started off because I was reminding people, if you live in Illinois, you have primaries tomorrow. So please be aware. Please be aware of what district you are in. Please be aware of who's running. Please be aware if you have not registered to vote, you can. And I'll see y'all later. I'm sorry about Austin. I feel like your life is half going. I'm so sorry. No, I love you guys. Love you all. Love you all. See you all tomorrow. Go watch movies. Go read books. Go be better informed people. Go be better human beings. Always be trying to be a better human being. Okay. Good night, everybody.